Short-Sighted, Interracial Enemies to Lovers Christian Romance, The Buchanans, Book 4, written by Rose Fresquez, narrated by Carmen, Shantz. Chapter 1. Perspiration drenched Ray Mbolino's face as he intercepted the ball, its familiar thwack hitting the gym flooring. The squeak of sneakers and the shouts of fans surrounded him as he dribbled the ball up the floor, the pressure mounting with Dree King in pursuit. Man, he thrived on this. He then dribbled left. If he could pass it to Craig Lee, he would drive it to Marv, but that would be a gamble. Not when Craig Lee's pursuer toppled over him. With just 45 seconds before the buzzer, one wrong move and the Nuggets lose. Even if it was their last game, it was honorable to end the season with some dignity. He dribbled to the right, still no opening for him to pass to Marv. Maybe he could risk the shot since he was already at half court. Tossing the ball into the hoop would earn them the 3 points they needed to win. Go for it, Rambo. He could almost hear his buddies at the fire station cheering him on with the nickname only family and friends used. With King on his neck, Rambo's heart raced, his adrenaline kicking up as he planted his foot to lift the ball in the air, almost to the 3-point line, but tension rose, the crowd cheering and chanting 23, his jersey number. What a clutch moment. The moment he had trained his whole life for as he shot baskets to prepare for the game's final seconds. Focus. Tune out the noise. It was just him in an open gym, his favorite place in the world, his first refuge. This is for you, Big Mama. If not for her, he wouldn't be on the court. God, please thank her for me. He angled the ball, and it slid through the hoop. Yes, he leaped in the air with a victory punch. Cheers rose from the Pepsi Center, and as the Greeners got the ball back in possession, the buzzer went off. The announcer shouted, "Nuggets lead by 1 point, 46-45. Rambo pumped his fist, high-fiving his team members and opening his arms to embrace his trainer as the man's shouts blended in with the stadium uproar. A championship game was always better, but any win to end the season was a victory. The Nuggets seldom made it to the NBA Finals, but this year, finishing early meant a head start for the kids' sports camp, a non-government, non-profit organization he was starting this summer. He had planned a summer of friends and giving back to the community. Fans chanted and tossed streamers, but they were conditioned upon his status as a pro. Thank goodness he had real fans, the Fort Rock firefighters from Fire Station 15. They knew his weaknesses, and they had become brothers. They would stick with him after the season was over. Even if they couldn't make it to the game tonight, Rambo could hear their voices and cheers. "You've done it again, bro." He couldn't wait to see them on Saturday. 2 days later, he stopped by one of the group homes he supported. The foster parents, Sheila and John, needed help having an antique piano picked up and moved to the basement. So Rambo called up 3 friends. He had come to know the firefighters through his interior designer, who was Ezra's sister and was crushing on Ezra's best friend Jake at the time. "Rambo, you've got this?" Jake hefted his side of the piano, his dark skin similar to Rambo's. "As I'll ever be," Rambo hoisted one side. As Jake held one end and led the way down the stairs, the piano shifted, and the other end almost slipped out of Ezra's hand. "Wait!" Red blotched Ezra's face, and his forearms strained as he repositioned the monstrosity. "Dalton, drop the legs and hold this end with me. We should toss this piece of junk and buy them a new piano." Dalton, 2 years younger than Rambo, the youngest firefighter at their station, slid into place. Ezra lifted a brow in Rambo's direction. "All the money you make, we should hire professionals to carry this thing." Thought I'd put all your muscles to good use." Even though Rambo worked out, his buddies literally worked out throughout the day on the job. Plus, I'm going to need all the funds for this foundation. The Big Mama organization he had started to help foster and underprivileged kids. Speaking of the foundation, with his free hand, Dalton tugged at his blonde hair, indicating how little he was helping. Did the agency find someone yet? Having no time or patience for the task, Rambo had left hiring a manager to the employment agency. With 2 weeks to go, he didn't need to stress. Haven't gotten any emails yet. Let's roll. Jake started moving, and Rambo squeezed against the wall in the narrow hallway. Since he didn't feel the monstrosity's weight, the others were doing all the work. The wooden stairs creaked as they descended. "You guys let me do all the heavy lifting," he teased. "Looks like you're doing lunge sit-ups by the wall," Ezra said when they got to the room. Dim light filtered through the plastic blinds. Thick and heavy, the air smelled as oppressive as the dark walls, which could use a do-over. Rambo tightened his grip on the piano, clenched his jaw, and resisted the urge to back toward the stairs and get out. "I hate basements," Dalton shivered, adding a story of a recent call they had gone to and where they had given CPR to a woman who had fallen down the stairs. "I thought you loved Halloween." Grateful for the distraction, Rambo loosened his grip. But seriously, the guy carried candy around as if it were a prescription. "The only thing I like about the holiday is the candy." Dalton stepped sideways so they could set the piano in the corner. "If you saw the creepy decorations in this woman's basement, you would understand my point." Jake wiped sweat from his shiny forehead. "Who keeps Halloween decorations all year long?" "People are crazy about certain holidays." Ezra started up the stairwell. They followed his heels, climbing the stairs of the ranch-style home. Kids' noises rang out in the backyard, and beyond the window, a football whizzed back and forth. Rambo had no idea how many children Sheila and John had taken in since last month, but he was grateful for people like them, people who barely had anything, yet offered kids a safe place. "Let's work up an appetite for lunch." Ezra swung open the flimsy screen door. Rambo followed him down 2 steps into the grassy yard and tipped his face to the open sky above him. Sun on his face, he closed his eyes and breathed in. Phew, it smelled good out here. I don't play football. He was the only one in the group who thrived on basketball, the main reason they had enrolled him on their firehouse basketball team. He reopened his eyes and winked at the nearby 9-year-old. All kids need to know their basketball. If we're going by seasons, it's baseball time. Dalton elbowed him. The younger kid shouted and lunged into the guys. "What are we going to play?" the 9-year-old asked. "Can we play soccer?" the 7-year-old boy asked. "Baseball!" shouted another. "Anything you want." Jake pretended to punch the 7-year-old in the chest. Whenever Rambo brought the firefighters to help fix something or carry heavy furniture, they played soccer, catch, and baseball with the boys at the group home. With the yard 2 times bigger than the house, the kids spent most of the warm days outside. As soon as Ezra kicked the soccer ball, all the boys except one joined him. Jake and Dalton played with them too. Before Rambo could decide whether to help Sheila in the garden or play a game he was terrible at, a football hurled over his head and he ducked. When the unapologetic 13-year-old glared back, as if daring Rambo to say anything, Rambo jammed his hands on his hips, standing there in his trainer's favorite stance. "Chris, is that a way to greet guests?" "What did you bring me?" Entitlement echoed in Chris's words. "A guest?" He cocked his head, his face tan from playing in the sun, and scoffed. "What does that mean?" With anger like that and the size advantage of being the oldest, Chris better not bully the younger kids. Maybe he had taken their talk about respect last month seriously. Rambo crossed his arms over his chest. "Hope you've not been sassy with Mr. and Mrs. Heifer." Chris snorted. "What brings you here anyway?" The kid had been at the group home for almost a year, but his attitude hadn't changed a bit. Yet Rambo could relate. He had been the same way. He inhaled, unsettled by the boy's attitude. Even though he didn't have to answer, he responded, "We brought a piano." Sheila had gotten it for free from Craigslist. Groaning, Chris yanked at his choppy brown hair. He kicked a loose rock in the golden grass. "I thought Sheila was kidding. I'm not doing piano." His husky build boasted his athletic abilities. But a piano might teach him a dose of humility. It's Mrs. Heifer, and you should be with her pulling weeds in the front. These kids needed to learn to contribute to their stay. She didn't ask, Chris shrugged. Rambo would have to suggest Sheila had the boys help her with simple housework. Despite the urge to put Chris to work, Rambo picked up the football. "Think fast." He tossed it to Chris, who was quick to leap for it. A grin released the anger from his expression as he lobbed the ball back, and Rambo's heart warmed while they passed the ball back and forth. No doubt Chris was a good kid trying to find his place in this world. Kids like Chris were Rambo's inspiration to start the foundation, a place where they could have counselors and meet coaches who could become their role models. As he had done in the past, Rambo utilized their time alone to remind Chris to be a gentleman. His age made things hard enough. Adding attitude only further complicated things. This was already his third placement. Practicing your manners can make things easier for you and your next foster family. "I don't need fostering anymore. My mom's coming to get me." He had said the same thing for the last 6 months. Kids always dreamed of reuniting with their parents, but only 6% succeeded. "When is she coming?" Rambo pitched the ball back, and Chris caught it, squeezing it tight. "Soon, I think." The boy ducked his head, his hands whitening on the ball as he whispered, "I hope." Rambo's heart tugged. From what he knew, Chris's mom was struggling to stay sober. She had been in and out of jail. He could only hope and pray she overcame her addiction better than Rambo's mom had. He couldn't drown the boy's hope, though. "You gonna throw that ball?" Chris nodded and hurled it higher. Rambo leaped off the ground to catch it. "Your throws are getting better each time." Although Chris played any kind of sport, he was passionate about football. 3 other boys, 1 8 and 2 9-year-olds, showed up with John, Sheila's husband. He had taken them to Lowe's to get timber for Sheila's raised bed vegetable garden. Rambo and his friends split up into 2 teams with the kids, and they played football and then basketball on the side of the house. He had had a hoop installed last summer. They were panting and hungry when Sheila called the adults inside for lemonade. "I better make you guys sandwiches." As she smiled, her plump cheeks bunched up around her eyes. Weary eyes, their tiredness accentuated by the gray already overtaking her black hair. No doubt taking care of foster kids for 12 years showed on her. "We don't need lunch." Ezra's stomach growled as he sipped the lemonade. "We have to get going." Leaning forward, Jake rested both hands on the mahogany table that sat 14. Rambo had bought it last year when Sheila took in 5 more kids, adding to the 7 she had had then. "The kids' pizza will be delivered in 20. Rambo drank his lemonade more slowly, a twinge of bittersweet still clogging his throat from his time with Chris. Whenever he came by, he tried to order food to give Sheila a break from cooking. "You should train those kids to fix their lunches, though." His foster mom had always made him fix his lunch, and it made him feel a sense of belonging as part of the family. Sheila tugged at her floral skirt. They only make a mess and waste all the food when they cut off crusts. She made sense. She rested a hand on Rambo's shoulder. Are you staying and eating pizza with us? Dalton glared at him, obviously wanting to stay for pizza. But it was for the kids. Good thing I always have my snacks. He then pulled a pack of Skittles from his pocket and slammed a handful in his mouth. Rambo used the glass to point at Jake. His fault. Dalton rolled his eyes and spoke with a mouthful, revealing a rainbow tongue. Even the greatest trainers break their eating habits from time to time. I could fix you some salad, Sheila addressed Jake. I don't have to make lunches for the kids. Jake gripped the back of his neck, probably thinking of how to decline politely. Knowing how picky he was with his salads, Rambo saved him from answering. We had better head out. He drank the rest of the lemonade, pushed back from the table, and stood with a glass, taking it to the dishwasher. Let us know when you want us to get those drawers replaced. Ezra put his glass in the dishwasher. Jake and Dalton did the same. Thanks for giving up your day off. Sheila walked them to the door and shook their hands. You have wives you could be spending the day with. I don't. Dalton raised a hand, then pointed between Jake and Ezra. These two are the losers with hearts floating on their foreheads. One of these days you're going to fall in love, Ezra slapped him on the back as they walked to Jake's truck. From your mouth to God's ears, Jake pointed up the clear sky before sliding into the driver's seat of his F-150. Can't wait to see that day. Dalton sped past Rambo, shouting, Shotgun! He then swung open the door and claimed the seat. You're giving up that easy? Ezra opened the back door and settled in. Dalton's statement had earned him a front seat. I gotta give the kid free candy from time to time. Rambo would normally fight with Dalton for the front, but his earlier statement of floating hearts crowded his mind as he climbed in back with Ezra. A slight pang pierced him. He was 28 and didn't have anything close to a girlfriend. His fault for shoving any serious relationships aside, treating potential girlfriends like second-string players relegated to the bench. When he met Dinara, a firehouse EMT, he had hoped their love could last forever, but she wanted things to get serious faster than he did. By the time he wrapped his mind around the idea, she had moved on with someone else. Apparently, the guy had been too serious. They got engaged within 3 months and married 4 months later. By the way, Ezra interrupted his thoughts. My mom wanted to know if this Sunday works for your party. The woman had treated Rambo as part of the family ever since the firefighters befriended him. Slouching back in his seat, he smiled, grateful for the love extended by his friend's family and excited about the combo end-of-season and foundation opening party. Don't you guys get together every Sunday anyway? Yeah, but since you like the spotlight, she wants to utilize all the people who come from church to celebrate with you. Humor warmed Ezra's tone, and she also wants to know how many people you're inviting. He preferred his homies. Yes, to the spotlight. Rambo pumped his fist. He used to demand attention, but the firefighters had shown him what was more important than seeking people's approval. He still joked, though, as long as it's people who want me to autograph a basketball or a jersey, you know? Took care of that by inviting all the seniors from church who never miss your games, Dalton spoke from the front. You guys are coming, right? It wouldn't be as fun if they had to work. How could he have better friends than these guys? What's a spotlight without the firefighters? Jake fired the engine. Andrew is bringing all the guys who are off shift from his firehouse, too. That's what I'm talking about. Rambo high-fived Dalton, then fastened his seatbelt. Just like Ezra, his brother, Andrew invited his work colleagues to their family gatherings. In a way, firefighters always surrounded Rambo during the basketball off-season. Dalton punched the GPS screen, searching for a nearby restaurant. "What about Prime Burgers?" "I'm game," Ezra said. "As long as they have a mean salad." Jake slowed to stop at the sign and winked at them in the rearview mirror. Rambo could care less. He wasn't on a strict diet now that the season was over. He was just looking forward to a summer of brand new possibilities. Chapter 2. You've Got the Job. The words had Laura Buchanan shout a silent squeal as she jumped up and down. She adjusted the phone to her ear when it almost slipped out of her hand. "Hello?" the woman repeated, reminding Laura she was still on the line with the employment agency. Laura cleared her voice and clutched the phone back to her ear, her smile wide. "I'm sorry. I got a bit, excited." "That makes two of us," the woman said. Laura couldn't even recall the woman's name from when she had introduced herself on the phone. But no need to dwell on minor details since she wasn't going to be her boss. "I'll send you some paperwork to submit to your boss." She rattled off the information she'd include in her email to Laura. "Thanks so much," Laura said, and hung up. "Woohoo!" She jumped, clapping her hands. For once, the bees buzzing around their nest in a porch beam crack didn't bother her. She had been busy plotting their execution when her phone rang. The school year ended last week, and during the last 5 years she had taught physical education at a private school, summer had always been her favorite season. But after the school cut PE from their curriculum, she had been dreading spending her summer job hunting. Although the nonprofit organization was just starting, she hoped to gain the necessary skills while she kept looking for an established organization. She had always wanted to be part of an organization that helped people, but she doubted her bachelor's degree in physical education would qualify her for any nonprofit organization. Maybe it would have, but she had never attempted to apply until after losing her job. Because some of her cousins were firefighters, she had entertained the idea of joining the paramedics until she tried it. With it being so rigorous and time-consuming, she didn't feel capable of seeing it through, even though those were good things. While most people knew what they wanted to be at a younger age, Laura, at 27, was still figuring it out. Chirping birds sang out, some pecking the feeder hanging from a spruce tree. 2 baby rabbits hopped through the yard. Awakened with the coming of spring, purple fireweed and yellow blanket flowers swayed in between random pines on their property. She should be celebrating having a job as the organization director. She glanced back at her phone. Already 5, and time for her to fire the grill for when Dad got home. Like clockwork, tires scrunched off the gravel driveway, and Dad's 2010 Malibu emerged, the only working car they had until her Fusion was out of the shop. She had taken it in yesterday, and the mechanic called, informing her of the blown head gasket. "Hi, Princess." The warmth in his smile was one reason she wasn't in a hurry to move out. As long as he wasn't tired of her anyway. She had moved in 2 months ago, when she learned the school cut her job position. "Hi, Dad." She leaned in to get his usual peck on the cheek, breathing in his comforting soap scent. Too old for such sentimentality, and definitely not a princess. She liked to assume he called her princess to soften her rough appearance. "Please tell me you don't have to work tomorrow." She brushed loose hair from his plaid shirt. She had his blue eyes, except the spark in his eyes weren't as visible from days of hard work. His brown hair had more gray, making him look 5 years older than his 65. He stifled a yawn before he put a hand to her cheek. Only 4 hours. They needed someone to fill the morning shift. Why did he have to be the one to pick up last-minute shifts? They had already had this discussion, and it never got them anywhere. You would think Home Depot had enough college students looking for work during summer. Dad shook his head. Kids these days don't want to do that kind of work. He was right. It seemed the young kids preferred working for tech companies or staying home and doing nothing at all. That was one reason she had broken up with her ex. He wanted to hang out in his parents' basement while he waited for the dream job. Let's go get your Pepsi. That's my girl, he winked and ushered her to the screen door of their ranch-style home, surrounded by several acres of land. If only she could afford to pay taxes for his property and both their bills, she'd push him to retire. He had retired from his landscaping job when he sold the business and invested in more land. That was a long story for another time. Any news from the mechanic? Dad popped open the soda can. The car has more issues than just the engine. She settled at the kitchen table, bracing her elbows on the checkered tablecloth, and told him about the blown head gasket. When he frowned, she decided not to tell him the estimated expenses the mechanic quoted after assessing the engine. How long will it take to get it back? She glanced at the calendar between the fridge and the cabinet, a picture of her and her dad. They estimated 3 to 4 days to clean out the engine before letting me know the cost of spare parts they might need. That's not counting the cost of anything else. As for time, it could be a month or even 2 before I get my car back. I should have become a mechanic. He lifted the soda can to his lips. The good news is my new job is on your way to Home Depot. They could carpool. He blinked and lowered the soda can, slamming it to the table. You got the job? Her chest swelled as soda bubbled onto the tablecloth from the can. I did. That's my girl. He put out a hand for her to high-five, then scooped up his soda can. Do you need the car before noon tomorrow? The empty can clattered on the table when he set it down. He was definitely thirsty. I need to shop for Sunday's potluck. His brows squeezed together. Oh. Had he forgotten the weekly Sunday barbecue? Since last year, they showed up once or twice a month, depending on the circumstances. You don't work on Sundays. She plunked her chin in her hand and narrowed her gaze at him, hoping he didn't start taking Sunday shifts. If he had other plans, then she had emphasized their need to show up to the potluck barbecue. Reconnecting with Uncle Robert and his family is important. I was hoping to go fishing with Mickey after church. We'll leave the barbecue early, or bring Mickey to Uncle Robert's. They could fish on Monday when he was off. They needed these family get-togethers after she had caused her dad's falling out with his brother. Her stomach twisted. How foolish she had been, holding a grudge over her cousin. 3 years ago, Renee had reached out and asked for forgiveness over something that wasn't even her fault. The chair scraped the laminate floor when Laura stood. I'll drop you at work tomorrow, and then I can go shopping. They lived in Elizabeth, southeast of Aurora, and they had few stores with less inventory. If Dad was working, she'd take advantage of exploring stores in Aurora. He ran a hand over his weary face. Shopping for 4 hours? I'll go to the library and borrow some books, perhaps meet up with Nia for coffee if she doesn't have plans. For now, I better grill some burgers. Dad slapped the table. You're the new director of Big Mama Foundation, Laura corrected. We have to celebrate. It was Friday and they rarely went out. Maybe tonight was as good a night to eat out. They could eat hamburgers tomorrow. You're right. Let's do it. Laura's arm hurt from stirring lemonade in the glass beverage dispenser. If she had followed the instructions on the container, she would have been done by now. She used the wooden spoon to pour a drop on her palm. No, not sweet enough. It needed more mix. She breathed in the smell of barbecue, mingled with propane for the grill as she rested her arm. The deck was the perfect place to take in the expansive backyard and those mingling on the manicured lawn. Most of them she knew from the previous times she had shown up to her aunt and uncle's Sunday afternoon barbecues. The gatherings seemed like celebrations with Uncle's friends and neighbors. For Laura, it had been her and Dad most of her life, so coming to such events should be terrifying. Yet the sound of kids squealing in the pool on the yard's far side thrilled her. Murmurs and laughter joined the bird song as people talked to each other, while others moved card tables and chairs under the 3 trees spread apart at the edge. When she looked down at the pergola, Dad had his head back and his shoulders shaking, laughing with Uncle Robert and the 4 men in their circle. "Thank you, Lord, for mending my relationship with the family." Seeing him laugh after a long week was worth laying down her pride. She had spent several summers with her cousin, and they had been best friends until 7 years ago, when she had dated a guy who hit on Renee behind Laura's back. When Renee told her, Laura's insecurities took over, and she tried to blame her for flirting with the guy. Honestly, there hadn't been any flirting, but that had been the only excuse she could use to assume her boyfriend liked her enough as opposed to her gorgeous cousin. She broke up with the guy but held the sting of betrayal for years. Worse, she had dragged her dad along, making up excuses that she and Renee never got along and they shouldn't go to the get-togethers. Then 3 years ago, Dad dragged her to a Thanksgiving dinner with the family. That had instigated her reconciliation with Renee. "Still at that lemonade?" Renee's voice pulled her back to the present. "Yeah," Laura nodded. She was supposed to add powder to the lemonade, and she reached for the container to pour in more mix. Beside her, Renee's manicured fingernails danced over the disposable cups while she stacked them on the card table prepared for drinks. While Laura's hair was Renee's same brown shade, Renee was constantly doing something to hers, and today she had it cascading down her shoulders. Blonde highlights added a vibrant shine to it. She fit the princess title better than Laura. Renee was petite, with a feisty personality, which may disqualify her from the princess category. "You look like your hand is about to fall off. Need help?" Renee tossed the wrappers into the trash. "I've never made lemonade for this many people." Laura mixed the liquid. "These parties keep getting bigger each week." "All the firefighters in Ez's shift and some in Andrew's are here today." Renee gestured toward the smoke billowing in the air. A rowdy group of men surrounded the grill on the yard's other side. Most of them she recognized. They all wanted to celebrate Rambo's end of season. End of season for what? First things first. Who's Rambo? The red shirt next to Jake. The red shirt wasn't hard to spot. His back to her, he was moving his hands all over, more animated as he told a story. Everyone had their eyes trained on him, listening and laughing. He had curly dark hair and broad shoulders. Perfect posture. Quite the entertainer. She glimpsed his face when he turned. His skin was as dark brown as Renee's husband, Jake. He was toned just like most of the firefighters. Never seen him before. He was interesting to look at. Being animated and all. But she had to drag her focus back to her task by pouring a dollop of lemonade in her hand to test. The drink seemed sort of okay. Renee's eyebrow arched. "Funny, he's been here on the weeks you're not. He's here almost every Sunday." She said something about him being on the firefighters' basketball team, and that answered Laura's question of him being a firefighter. "Hey, ladies!" Lila beamed, her dark skin a contrast to Laura's and Renee's. She was married to Cousin Ezra, complete opposites who complemented each other perfectly. "The guys are getting steaks off the grill, and Robert wants us to gather by the pergola to pray." If they were praying, Laura better have the lemonade right, so she asked Renee to put out her palm to test the drinks. Renee stuck out her tongue as if still tasting. Any more mix and it would be too sweet. If you listen to a trainer's wife, you will be here all day perfecting the juice. Lila gestured to the 3 coolers at the corner of the deck. There's plenty of 0 sugar and sodas for those who don't want sugar. Warmth glowed in her vibrant brown eyes. If Laura hadn't warmed up to Renee's friends, Lila had just won her over. I doubt adults will drink lemonade anyway. Laura tightened the lid to the pink liquid and walked with the ladies toward the pergola. Warm laughter drifted up, and soon Robert's booming voice rang out as he prayed over their food, thanking God for the fellowship and blessing of friends and family. With the collective amen, Robert shouted, "All right, dig in," and people moved to the tables laden with food in foil pans. Although only 2 years younger than Dad, Robert portrayed more confidence and remained trimmer and in better shape. Just as she was making her way to check on Dad, Aunt Crystal stopped her. "Honey," Aunt Crystal hugged Laura, squeezing her tight the way she always greeted her. Laura eased back. "Sorry, I've barely talked to you all afternoon." "I've been plenty busy myself." Crystal stepped out of the embrace and tucked a loose strand of hair behind Laura's ear, and something achingly warm spread through Laura as the familiar gesture evoked memories of summers here. Having Aunt Crystal comb her hair and treat her like her own daughter once comforted Laura. Aunt Crystal was the kind of mom she wished she had. "I like your hair like this." She had only styled it down for the occasion, and being around Renee, she had better at least try to look decent. "Ponytails are more practical," Laura shrugged and touched Crystal's cropped hair. "With this style, you make Uncle look too old for you." Crystal chuckled and whispered in her ear, "I don't think he will like to hear that when he's turning 63. Cupping a hand over her mouth, Laura stifled a chuckle. "See me before you leave." Crystal's gray eyes searched hers, warm the way she remembered. "I'll have plenty of food to send home with you." That would save her from making extra trips to the store, and no doubt she meant leftovers, which would also come in handy this week when Laura started her new job. However, with all the muscular, hungry firefighters at the party, she doubted there'd be any left. "Thank you, Auntie," she said instead. When she left her aunt, the smell of grilled meat led her to the food table. She passed a few families sitting on blankets and some people eating while standing. She smiled at Cousin Ezra chasing after his 2-year-old daughter who was running toward the pool. Cousin Andrew emerged from the pool with his 8-year-old daughter, Daisy. It was hard to believe all the cousins were married and some with children already. With half a steak, half a sausage, and grilled asparagus on her plate, Laura made her way to the girls' table. Renee patted the empty seat next to her. "The steak is already cold. Would you like me to ask Jake to put it back on the grill?" Laura had forgotten how Renee was a nurturer at heart, but a cold steak didn't bother her. "I'm fine, thanks." "Girl, hope you're planning to eat more than that." Bianca, Andrew's wife, looked at her full plate with a variety of food options. "You'll make the rest of us feel guilty," Lila said, her plate half empty. Laura plopped down onto her chair. "I have my eyes on the dessert table. I hear the seniors from your church make mean berry pies and cobblers. Gotta save room for what matters." "Now that's what I'm talking about." Lila forked the cut meat into her mouth. After taking the first bite of steak, Lila needed something to wash it down, so she stood, and although everyone had a drink, she asked out of courtesy if she could grab them something. Lila pointed to her Coca-Cola in a plastic cup filled with ice cubes. "I'm all set, thanks." Renee lifted her coconut water. "I'm good." The sun was dipping low on the horizon, its rays shining gold on the grass when Laura walked toward the deck. People filed in and out through the screen door. She sped to the deck to help a woman trying to balance the cup and the infant in her arms. How was the woman going to pour lemonade from the dispenser? I got it. Laura took the thick disposable cup from her and filled it. Would you like me to help you carry it to your seat? That's so kind of you, but I'll be okay. She took a moment to admire the baby while the woman hoisted the dewy-eyed infant to one side of her arm. Your baby is so adorable. Those big eyes were quite unique. I love those eyes. It was hard to tell if the baby was a girl or boy with those chubby cheeks. Thank you, the woman smiled, staring at the baby with a tenderness that tugged at Laura's heart. When the woman left, Laura grabbed the last cup from the table. Water or lemonade? She was going to be eating pie, so maybe water was. Cute baby? The deep voice startled her and she jumped. The cup slid out of her hand, making a soft clatter on the boards. It's daytime, woman. Quit fretting. Didn't you see me standing behind you and the woman? Her hand to her racing heart, Laura took in his skin between brown and mahogany. His chiseled jaw was clean-shaven, accentuating its strong features. Some strange name. His tight dark hair was long on the top and short on the sides. Her mind went blank when their gazes met and held, and butterflies quivered in her stomach. Goodness, those golden brown eyes were so warm and deep, and held almost a daunting familiarity. As he crouched to pick up the cup, releasing her from her momentary entrancement, she regained her speech. You scared me. She gasped out the words. What do you mean by cute baby, anyway? You tell me. He stood as if targeting the trash several feet away and tossed the cup dead center of the can. It didn't even brush the rims. Show off. If he was talking about the baby, then she had better respond. Yes, he's cute. Most babies look the same anyway. For your info, she's a girl. His jeans hung way low. The band of his underwear peeked above them as he walked, or rather bounced, toward the cooler and retrieved 2 7-Ups. Think fast, he said without much warning, and tossed her one of the cans. She caught it mid-air. Did you even look at the baby's cheeks and her eyes? You made a plain lie that she had gorgeous eyes. What was his problem anyway? So he leaned back on the deck railing, relaxed and confident as he popped open the soda. Why lie? This guy had a nerve. Intrigued by the confident stranger, she stood a few inches away. What else should I say to someone with a baby? He narrowed his gaze. Maybe. How old is your baby? That might have been a good question, but who cares? The woman's smile was worth it, though. All babies are innocent, which makes them cute. Big difference. He lifted the can to his lips, pleased with himself, as if he owned the place. Maybe he thought he did. Hadn't Renee said something about this being his party? Laura wasn't snoopy enough to have read the words on the towering cake in the house, yet she didn't feel like asking him why the Buchanans were throwing him a party. When he stopped drinking, his gaze swept down at her, and her feet felt unsteady under his scrutiny. Not that she liked 7-Up, but he had been kind to offer it. His slightly off-putting personality was unusual, which was why she was still standing there, instead of heading back to her food. Maybe she'd figure him out in the next 2 minutes. So she popped her soda open. I'm Laura, Buchanan, by the way. She chugged her bubbling soda, coughing when the gulp went down her throat. Looks like you got a spill on your shirt. He pointed his chin toward her blue top before crossing to the beverage table, grabbing a couple of napkins and handing them to her. Any spilling was his fault for shaking up the soda by tossing it to her. I'm okay, she said, feeling small alongside his confidence, or was it cockiness? He took a slow sip of his soda. So, you're the cousin Renee keeps raving about. One could only hope Renee left out details of Laura's insecurities. She raised her hand as if in class. That would be me. Yikes, what just happened to her voice anyway? She couldn't remember what Renee called him. This is where you introduce yourself. As he chuckled, a grin rounded out his cheeks and crinkled up his mesmerizing eyes. Everybody knows me. Except for me, of course. He raised a brow like he was saying, Seriously? You don't know who I am? Then he shrugged. Rambo. Rambo? Did he think he was some kind of action hero? What kind of name is that? He winced. Ouch! The night's still young, and you're already crashing my ego? He clamped a hand over his chest, as if reacting to a sucker punch, before tilting his face to the evening sky. I think there's still enough hours of daylight for me to get over it. Laughter bubbled like soda through her stomach, and she stifled a chuckle. Maybe she could ask about his career. His gaze drifted to the door, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Hey, my man! He pushed away from the deck railing and rested his drink to greet a short man who emerged from the sliding door. My questions can wait, I guess. Bro! The man's white teeth flashed against dark skin as he retrieved 2 streamers from his cargo shorts and handed Rambo one, then blew in his. Rambo did the same, and they side-bumped in greeting. Laura couldn't contain her smile while the 2 men shared all sorts of handshakes. They must have sung a song and clapped their hands, too. Was only kidding when I invited you, Rambo said after their dramatic handshake. When it comes to matters of the stomach, the man patted his medium-sized belly. No messing around with this baby. They poked at each other with their secret jokes, as if she wasn't even around, before Rambo covered his mouth and leaned in her direction with a stage whisper. You had better eat before this guy takes a sweep at the food table. Food? Oh no, she had forgotten all about her food. I better get back to my food. Who's this gorgeous lady? Gorgeous lady? Laura ducked her head and blushed at the man's compliment. Stepping closer, he put out a hand for her. Name's Ephraim. Laura. Unlike Rambo, Ephraim had the manners to shake hands and make proper introductions. Ephraim lifted his brows at Rambo, then back at her before dropping her hand. He must be assuming she was Rambo's date, though he probably had a girlfriend. Time for her to call it, so she gave the 2 brothers, or friends, a little wave. Nice to meet you both. Rambo saluted her. See you around. Yeah, see you. He said it as if they had run into each other again. She doubted so. Still, her mind was spinning with ways to ask Renee about him. Was he cocky, single, or whatever? But by the time she made it back, Renee and all the ladies had moved on. Lila and Ezra were chasing their little one in circles. Renee and Jake were leaning against the fence. He draped his arm over her as they stared at the distant horses. With her food cold, covered, and alone, Laura had no choice but to start looking forward to next Sunday's potluck. Maybe she had run into Rambo again and solve his mysterious personality. Chapter 3. It hadn't been hard for Rambo to find Laura Buchanan on Facebook. All he had done was look at Renee Buchanan's friend list, and there was the brunette. He scrolled through her photos. Without being her friend on Facebook, he couldn't see her posts. Even her photos were mostly of kids, school kids, based on her resume as a PE teacher. This would be considered stalking, not right at all, so he tossed the phone on the table in the main room. Light streamed through the glass front door. That and the rectangular ceiling bulb kept the room vibrant, while the cream-colored walls lent a feeling of new beginnings. a blank slate waiting to be filled. He could sit in his office and wait for his new hire, but it would be best to greet her by the door. Problem was, he knew she was his employee, but she didn't know it. By the time Renee told him her cousin had applied for his foundation, he had been too busy to talk to the agency about her. Discovering she was the most qualified out of the 5 applicants they interviewed had surprised him. Seeing her at the barbecue helped put her resume and face together. He had wanted to tell her then that they were going to work together, but then decided not to. He shifted in his chair, reached for his phone to check the time. 8:45. 15 more minutes before she would show up. That had been the start time he had forwarded her in the email in the welcome packet. Still wanting to keep his identity a mystery, he had signed the letter with R.M. for Mbolino. At a knock on the door, he lowered the phone so he could peer through the glass. Laura stood there, her ponytail flopping against a white top and brown cardigan, both worn over jeans. She couldn't see him inside. He stood and walked to open the door. Her blue eyes widened and she craned up and around the door to read the sign. Big Mama Foundation? You're in the right place. A ridge furrowed the space between her delicate brows. You're my boss? That was overrated, but sort of. He gestured for her to enter and led her to the spare room he intended to use as the conference room. For now, it held a large glass desk with 3 black leather chairs, a microwave, and a mini fridge. It still smelled of fresh paint from the recent renovation. I'm here for an interview. Clutching the gray handbag tight on her shoulder, she hovered in the doorway. He pulled out a chair for her. You may take a seat, please. He stood there, holding it out as she hesitated, and then ambled toward him. While she took her seat, he moved to his. I'm not competing for your job. You're still the director or president, whatever they call it. He would remain the chairman and founder of the foundation he intended to expand to further help foster kids without a home placement or otherwise underprivileged kids who needed to engage in sports after school or through the summer but couldn't afford to pay. Can I get you anything to drink? He walked to the refrigerator he had stocked with milk and water. Why didn't you tell me you're my boss? She set her purse on her lap. Guess no drinks after all. He went back to sit on one of the 2 chairs across from her. I don't like to talk about work when I'm at a party. Plus, it would have messed up the relaxed way they had been talking to each other. Anyway, while we're at it, I don't expect any formalities. They were going to be equal. In fact, she'd be running the place when he got busy during basketball season. I hope you're in this for the long haul. Oh, she jolted, sitting up straighter in her chair, and that little furrow revisited its place between her brows. I thought they just needed someone for the summer. He didn't blame her for thinking it was a summer sports program. Not exactly, but at this point, I'll take you for however long you can stay. How could the agency fail to be explicit? Hadn't he clarified that he needed someone long-term? Before he started their agenda, he needed to know if she was leaving right away or staying for a while. So, are you okay working for me? You're my boss, then? He folded his hands on the desk and narrowed his gaze, hoping to make one thing clear. Call me Rambo. You will be your own boss most of the time. If she knew what she was doing and he didn't have to train her. I'm not used to this boss thing, and I'm still learning the ropes. For now, it's just the 2 of us on staff. Okay. A slow nod accompanied the even slower response. No need to waste any more time since they were settled. Ready to go through our agenda for this week? Her fingers dug into her purse and she retrieved an iPad. Ready. We'll be interviewing volunteers and coaches. He mentioned the 30-some resumes he had received from the help wanted ad he had submitted. He had paid the agency less since he planned to conduct the interviews himself. Laura's hand flew on the iPad as she typed whatever he uttered. Utility bills and janitor staff will be figuring out sometime this week. Sounds good to me. She rested her non-manicured fingers on the tablet. With everything we have to do, I'll show up an hour earlier. No need. It wouldn't hurt, but he'd act professional and stick to the agreed time. 9 is fine. He pushed his chair back and stood. I'll show you to your office so you can get your computer and phone set up. He had had the office landlines and computers brought in last week. If you have any issues, my office is down the hall. Just holler. She stood, her stance more guarded than she had been on the weekend. I think I'll be good. He stood at the door and motioned his hand. Ladies first. She swallowed, barely glanced at him, and walked through the doorway. Thanks. There wasn't much to their introduction today, but he could attribute that to her shock about him being her boss. Either way, as long as she did her job, he had nothing to complain about. Rambo jiggled his leg under the table, tired of sitting, the walls closing in. Laura had insisted they go through the resumes and applicants yesterday. They hadn't left the office until she had called and texted potential candidates asking if they were available to interview the next day. 10 out of the 12 people she had called had agreed to do either a video or in-person interview, and they had conducted those all morning. Sitting next to Laura in the makeshift conference room, he half listened to the interviewee across from them. He had stopped typing his answers at some point during the interview and began processing other procedures he should take to get a dedicated volunteer team passionate about investing in the kids this summer. So what do you think? He stilled his leg and frowned at her question. The man was still answering whatever she had asked, but Rambo hadn't a clue what she wanted him to respond to. What? She craned her neck and arched a brow, no doubt aware of his absent-mindedness. What do you think of his plan to help foster kids stand out? Rambo leaned back and studied their candidate. He wasn't judgmental, but in less than 5 minutes of listening to someone, he could analyze them. He needed to be honest, but not too straightforward to hurt the man's feelings. He cleared his throat. I lost you when you said kids in these situations can be brats. Wrong word for a role model. The man's face went red. I mean, you know how kids can be, those without families or parents in jail and stuff. I get it. Already insulted, Rambo stood, pushing his chair. Thank you for your time. We'll call you if we need you. He winced at a sharp kick to his ankle under the table and took 2 steps further from Laura. Ouch, that hurt. Thank goodness she was wearing flat sandals. Her blue eyes widened in a shut-up-now signal before she faked a smile at their candidate. So what my boss here means is that, we had several interviews and we will need time to go through the candidates. My boss? Yeah, right. Kicking his ankle wasn't how you treated a boss. She could sweet-talk the bulky dude all she wanted, but no way was Rambo hiring someone with that attitude. Thank you for your time again. The man gave a curt nod, and as Laura wished him a great day, Rambo saluted him on the way out. What was that about? Her brows squeezed together, her ponytail bouncing as she shook her head. We can't afford to be rude to volunteers. He needed some milk if he was going to deal with the feisty brunette. He walked to the mini stainless fridge in the corner and retrieved a bottle, lifting it to her. Want some? Are you trying to distract me from my point? A hint of blue fire flared in her eyes. Ask any firefighter, blue flame was the hottest it got. She was passionate. He liked that. But she might need a good dousing before someone got burned. Just because they had met at the party and he had told her he wasn't used to being a boss didn't give her a ticket to boss him around. "Hello!" She waved a hand as if testing to see if he was in a fog. Fair enough. He had been there for a second. "Here's the thing." He twisted the cap from the milk bottle and tossed the lid in the trash can before taking a seat across from her, far enough that she wouldn't be kicking him. "I want what's best for these kids." "You weren't even listening when the man was answering the questions I asked." She rested her arms on the table, her palms smudging the glass. "You've been critical of all the volunteers we interviewed this morning." "Not all of them. Didn't say anything bad about good old Oscar." She smirked. "Yeah, he's like 80 years. But he's passionate about the kids. Oscar was 70, with the energy of a 40-year-old. Rambo had done American Ninja Warrior training with him. I'll hire coaches if I have to, but I'm not going to have volunteers who just want to build their resume." She inhaled sharply, but her shoulders relaxed. At least she seemed to get the point, or maybe not. "Sports clinics start next week." He was well aware. "I'll pay the temp agency to hire some people." He would give specifics about the kind of people he needed. "In the meantime, you and I will coach the kids, plus my buddies from the firehouse will fill in on their days off." He could always count on them. After all, they had encouraged him to pursue his vision of starting the kids' sports organization. "Okay, then." She moved her fingers to her tablet and started typing. "How do we decide what sport to play on what day?" "Now we're talking. That's why you're my director. I'll let you figure that out." They needed to hire an admin, but he was done manning interviews. Laura would have to do it if she wanted an assistant. "The only thing I can say, though," he gulped his milk and set the bottle on the table, "from 6th grade and up, we can't do co-ed teams." "What?" Her face wrinkled almost pink. She liked to argue, which was going to be fun. "Why's that?" "Duh. We could add a cheer camp. Girls might like that better. Boys want to play real ball, and some girls don't take sports seriously. What if this could be an intro to an athletic career for one of the kids? Girls might want to get into a sports career too." He had played co-ed teams in elementary school, but most girls dreaded PE. While the boys loved to play, some girls would fake an injured ankle. Others would start fixing bracelets or mess around with each other's hair. In the end, the teacher would spend most of the time talking to them about the importance of exercise, and by the time he finished, it was time to transition to another subject. How could he make his point without stepping on any toes? Perhaps a rephrase. "Girls like a lot of drama, and we ain't running a drama club here." She tapped her pointer finger over rounded lips as if thinking about his words, while her gaze held his. An awareness buzzed in the air, and the room felt slightly warm. Despite his racing heart, he had an ego bigger than the room, and he was never one to back out of a challenge. So he stared back. No one was gonna intimidate him. Thank goodness, she drew out a resigned breath, her gaze wavering when she peered through the window to the tall apartments across from their building. She gritted her teeth before shifting her gaze to the tablet and typing something. Although he had already asked, just in case she had been uncomfortable at first, he decided to double-check. "Want something to drink?" Offering her something was the least he could do since he was victorious in the staring contest. "I'm okay." He needed to lighten up the mood, the way things had started before the interviews. Huh? It was going to take him out of his comfort zone, but he had to try if he wanted to run a charity. "Listen." He ran a hand over the top of the bottle, wondering why he was about to yield to someone he would be paying. Thanks again for taking this position. I think we'll work well together. As long as she came to terms with keeping boys separated from girls, he liked challenges, and while Laura's feistiness might be more than he bargained for, she would keep the excitement rolling. I'll even let you make the big decisions. The fewer decisions he had to be responsible for, the better. That was why he had started a board of directors. I need this job, she shifted in her chair. He leaned back in his chair. How did a gorgeous lady like you pull off teaching PE for 5 years? She bit her lower lip, perhaps uncomfortable since she was tucking an imaginary strand behind her ear. I guess you read my resume? Yes. He even admitted he had seen her name before the party, but he didn't feel it was the right time to talk about work. So what was your party about? If she didn't know his career, he'd rather not have her or anyone else define him by what he did. But he didn't want to lie either. Diversion was always a good tactic. It's not about me today. I want to know you first. Oh, her eyes were soft. Did he sound flirtatious? Beautiful lady like you, focus on you today? He was just stating facts. Her agile physique, makeup-free face, and polish-free fingernails indicated she had less interest in girly treatments or flirting. She wasn't even his type. He liked humble and accommodating girls. When he glanced at her, the hands resting on the desk reminded him she was waiting for him to speak. Okay, where was I? Her former job. Why'd you quit? They didn't need PE anymore. She winced before shrugging, as if it didn't hurt her. It was my cue to start something new. He still had to figure out what he would do once he wasn't playing pro anymore, so he could relate. Getting fired is a great opportunity to walk through another door. I wasn't fired, she corrected, her face lifting into a smile. And for the record, I like PE. I just don't think it's what I want to do for the rest of my life. He could go in circles about PE and careers, but he was hungry. We got here early. He stood and checked the clock. 10:30. What do you say we get some breakfast, or... He walked around the table to her side and put out his hand for her, then bowed. Not that he needed to charm anybody at this point, but being nice didn't hurt. After all, he was the one always telling the foster kids how practicing their manners could help them. It's brunch, I believe. I'd love to hear all the grand ideas you have for our program. That sounds great. She stood, hoisting her purse on her shoulder before taking his hand. Her soft hand clasped around his, and he let go of her so she could walk through the door first. Last thing he needed was both of them squeezing through the narrow door at the same time. Let's start by talking about the last interview. He fell in step with her. Not knowing his place, he attempted to rile her up. Why did you get all territorial about the guy we interviewed? Was it love at first sight? She gave him a sideways glance and caught his uncontainable grin before she chuckled. The shopping center where they had their office had minimal shops, which made for convenient parking. For starters, you pretty much made it impossible to find anyone qualified for the job. I'm running a kids' charity. He held the front door for her, then locked it up, and they walked toward the half-empty parking lot. Laura laughed when he reminded her of their first candidate, who couldn't keep his fingers out of his nose, then the woman who kept assessing her manicured nails as if she was interviewing for a manicure position. Don't you agree with me? She breathed out long and low as they approached his red Maybach. Maybe you're right. Want to take my car? Actually, yeah. She stopped herself from saying whatever she was about to say when her jaw dropped. Wow, such a sleek car. He held open the passenger door for her. She was the first woman riding in it since he bought it a year ago. I like it too. He only had 3 cars, a Jeep to get him through the snow, and the 2 sports cars for when he was taking life in the slow lane. Rambo drove them to Ephraim's diner in Aurora. As they entered, peppy music matched the tangy scent of onions and green peppers. Ephraim made a mean Denver omelet. Rambo often teased his friend about the food posters with not only breakfast dishes, but also hamburgers and hot dogs at an all-breakfast diner. Ephraim's response was usually the same. Just because I sell breakfast doesn't mean I forget my love for American food. Since the mid-morning crowd was dying down, Rambo led them to his favorite corner booth and slid into his seat, warm sunlight streaming in the east-facing window. "Hey, yo!" Ephraim stopped talking to the cashier at the register when he spotted them. His grin wide, he clapped his hands and walked to their booth. "Didn't get the memo you would be here." His gaze dragged down at Laura. If Ephraim wasn't crazy about his girlfriend, Rambo would be slapping his friend's hands to stop him from extending a hand to Laura. "Nice to see you again." Last thing Rambo needed was to have an employee and his friend falling out. Ephraim would still be a friend, but Rambo would be back to ground zero looking for another employee. Laura had a nice smile now. "Nice to see you too." Ephraim shifted, one brow arching in an "I give up" gesture. Time to update him. "Small world, man. Turns out Laura is the foundation's new director." A twinkle lit his friend's eyes. Then Ephraim raised a hand to high-five Rambo. "I see some magic happened at the barbecue." Laura fumbled with her sleeve, twisting the tan top out of place. "We're just, The agency hired her." Rambo stifled a chuckle. Man, she got flustered for no reason. Maybe 2 rowdy guys intimidated her. Let's just say chance encounter. "So?" Ephraim's eyebrows danced in question. Rambo put up a hand to stop him. "No need to make Laura uncomfortable. From now on, she's a friend." "Well then, any friend of Rambo's is family." Ephraim turned. "Hey, Yasmin," he bellowed for one of the teenagers, leaning behind the counter as she typed something on her phone. "Not paying you to browse social media." He then clamped a hand on Laura's shoulder. "It's on the house." "Thought we talked about this." Rambo jiggled his leg under the table to keep from springing up. He showed up to bring business, but Ephraim always wanted to offer him a free meal. "Was talking to Miss Laura here." Ephraim crossed his arms on his chest. "Not to you, Mr. Pants. She's my guest, and I'm paying." "My guest, too, and I insist." Those arms tightened in place, arms bulging where the diner's uniform blue sleeve shirt ended. "Someone's a bit sassy." Forcing his leg to stop jiggling, Rambo stretched one arm across the blue vinyl booth. There were 3 other customers, 2 of them Ephraim's friends who only showed up for the free coffee. His restaurant had a decent morning crowd lately, but mid-morning was one of his slowest hours. "Wondered why you don't have customers? Gotta work on those customer skills, bro." Ephraim uncrossed his arms and winked at Laura. "I'll be around if you need me to toss him out." Laura laughed and relaxed, sending a slow smile Rambo's way. "I can handle him." "Good." Ephraim left, and their server Yasmin came to take their orders. "What do you recommend?" Laura gave the laminated menu a cursory glance. Ephraim knows his food stuff. Rambo had tried everything on the menu. "You will love anything." She shoved the laminated menu to the side. "I'll get the same thing as you." It wasn't a big deal that she trusted him to decide her meal, but he was suddenly nervous about the choice. He rarely indulged during basketball season so he could stay in shape, but something healthier would have a blander taste. So he faced the dark-skinned girl with her notepad and pen. "Get us 2 E&R milkshakes, 2 breakfast sandwiches, and a fruit platter. Something healthy to erase the guilt. Not knowing what she drank in the morning, he asked if Laura wanted coffee, but she said she had had her caffeine for the day. After the server left, he met Laura's widened eyes. "What? E&R shakes for breakfast?" "That's what you get for entrusting me with your order. I guess we're running a sports camp and not a health club." She rested her hands on the formica table, and sunlight lit up her hair when she tipped her face to it. "This is not my kind of diet, but I'm celebrating today." "It's not my diet either." She shoved the bowl of sugar packets to the side. "So how do you and Ephraim know each other?" "We used to beat each other up." Laughing, she put a hand in the middle of her stomach. "Seriously?" Rambo shrugged. "In kindergarten, whenever we fought, the teacher would sit us together until we would cooperate. We've been together since." Ephraim's mom had died while he was in 5th grade, but even though they had been in separate foster homes, they had always gone to the same school. Big Mama fostered Rambo at 14, and it sure felt like God's intervention when she ended up fostering Ephraim, too. Since Ephraim spent most of the time hanging out at her house, she had asked his social worker if she could take him in. "He's like a brother." "I can see that." The server returned with their shakes. "So what does E&R mean?" "Technically, it's the shake Ephraim and I used to make as kids, and he'd joke around that someday he'd feature it in his restaurant." She took a sip through the straw, and her moan of pleasure was a bit distracting. "This is so good." "I tell him the shake is the only reason people show up here and buy his tasteless food." She bobbed her straw. "You said his food is good." "Seems you're not the only one who lies." He referred to their first conversation about the baby at the Buchanan barbecue. Even if the baby's eyes were like an owl's and alarming, like Laura said, the cuteness came from their innocence. At least his probing had created an opportunity for them to talk. She ducked her head, a sheepish grin curling her lips as she obviously thought of their first interaction, too. "Okay, I learned my lesson then." She sipped her shake, staring at him over the rim and making his leg jiggle again. Sitting still was hard sometimes. "Why do I feel like we've met before?" She set her glass on the table. Her deep blue eyes and tight ponytail reminded him of his sweet kindergarten teacher. Nothing about her looked familiar, unless she watched basketball and saw him, but then she wouldn't be questioning his identity. Perhaps she had seen him in one of the many commercials he had contracted with local businesses. Could be she had seen him in a magazine, but if she didn't know him, he didn't need to reveal his identity. "I wish I could say we've met before." She tapped her chin. "I'm sure I've seen you." Once upon a time he had sought out a reputation and jumped at wanting to be recognized and liked by everyone until he met the firefighters. Strong and godly men, selfless men who helped people without seeking recognition. But he needed to put an end to Laura's procrastinations. "Trust me, lots of people tell me they know me or have seen me before." "I'm sure they do." She bit her lower lip, and her gaze swept over his head and face. His heart went into a slight overdrive from the way she was looking at him. "I have a girlfriend." The words burst out of his mouth without his thinking. Glass shattered somewhere by the kitchen behind the counter. "I'm not looking for a boyfriend." She took the cherry out of the shake and popped it in her mouth, then chewed it. Her shoulders stiffened, and a sense of uneasiness writhed through him. What? Why did he make up a lie? He lifted his glass and sipped the rest of his shake, emptying the glass. He was hot and needed water, not a sugar overload. He also needed to clear the awkwardness. He racked his mind for anything related to their job. The meeting, yes. "You want to come with me to the board meeting this afternoon?" "If you think it's necessary." "It's still small." He wasn't sure how many members should be on the board. For now, it's just 3 of us. You're off to a good start. Good start, indeed. He and Laura were starting over as business partners, period. What he wasn't about to start was another relationship, especially not with Laura. She was far too outspoken for her own good. The one time he had put his heart out there, someone shredded it to pieces. Even if he was partially to blame, she had no right to end what they had. So he had better focus if he was going to give these kids the best summer of their lives. Several summers, if his foundation took off and got more steady donors. Chapter 4. Being unable to push Rambo out of her mind disturbed Laura. Those deep golden brown eyes, his dedication to the kids, that confidence and quirkiness. Could it be that she was drawn to his cockiness? He didn't have a problem speaking his mind, that was for sure. Deep in the silence of the night, while she should be snoring, images of Rambo's face struck a vague familiarity. The bed sheets rumpled as she flopped to the side. I have a girlfriend. His words rushed back to taunt her. He probably saw lust on her face and felt he had to restrain her from getting attracted to him. Her stomach knotted when she tried to remember their breakfast conversation. Of course he had a girlfriend. With his striking appearance, girls were probably flirting with him whenever they could. Yeah, just like you did. She had gawked at him like he was a milkshake, hadn't she? She buried her face in the pillow, wishing it would swallow her. His clean-shaven, chiseled jaw was interesting to look at. Oh my goodness, I am lusting over the guy. Was lusting a sin? Plenty of internal struggles made her second-guess her faith in God. She didn't need to add lust to the list. Her mom's absence, for one, then a sister she hadn't spoken to in years. She was angry at both and doubted she'd want to talk to them if they ever called. Tonight was about Rambo, though. Why did he look familiar? And why did she lose sleep over it? Closing her eyes, she replayed all the places she ran into people. Church? No, she barely socialized at church. Rambo seemed to be the kind she had interacted with. This déjà vu was killing her. Did he frequent himself in Aurora, or did he live there? She hadn't asked. Had she met him in school? Wait a minute. Aurora. They had lived there before moving to her small community in Elizabeth. She tossed the covers, hundreds of flamingos fluttering as her favorite old throw blanket slipped to the floor. Then she jumped out of bed and flipped on the switch. In her closet, she retrieved the plastic tub of yearbooks from 5th grade to high school. Those were the only yearbooks she had, because she had been old enough to know the importance of memories. So she had asked Dad to buy them for her. She plunked back on her flamingo blanket, sitting on the floor, opened the pages, and scanned the 5th grade book. While most girls styled wavy curls or fancy braids for picture day, her hair was in lopsided pigtails she had attempted to fix herself. She had no memory of her mom. She had divorced Dad while Laura and her twin were barely 2, and each parent kept 1 child. The pages rustled as she continued browsing through the hard-bound books, straining her eyes whenever her finger went through a row of dark-skinned boys. Aurora was more diverse than Elizabeth. Aha! She pointed her finger to the boy whose picture she had drawn tiger ears on. Ray Mbolino. She had circled his name among the many in the row. Handsome, with a boxy haircut and dark, tight curled hair. Those deep golden brown eyes sure resembled Rambo's, unless he had a twin or brother. She tapped at the picture. This is the same guy. Relieved she wasn't crazy, she tucked away the books and returned to bed. Instead of sleeping, she shivered under middle school memories. Ray Mbolino. Anger buried from years ago twisted her hands into fists and heated her blood, and her entire body felt like she was lying on hot coals. She stared at the ceiling. I had a crush on him in 7th grade. Strange that they didn't recognize each other. At least she had a sense of familiarity over him, but no way would he remember her. Even in school, he had never looked at or noticed her. He was the popular athletic boy every girl crushed on. Her attraction to him had vanished when she joined the basketball team. Since she had been the only girl interested in playing, they had had her join the boys' team. Ray's venomous words deflated her crush on him and her joy in the sport as swiftly as a ball jammed with a knife collapsed. "Why do we get stuck with losers?" he had said when the coach put her on the team. "Girls should be doing pom-poms and cheerleading. It ain't fair if they play on the boys' team." Just recollecting those words brought back her earlier conversation with Rambo. Girls shouldn't play on the boys' teams. For a split second she had thought of Ray from middle school, but then she brushed it off and moved on with their meeting. She clenched her fists, her body tightening. What were the odds Rambo and Ray Mbolino were two different people? The question taunted her the rest of the night, her mind working overtime to figure out how she wanted to deal with this revelation. She gave up on sleep at dawn. After showering, she fixed her coffee and poured it into the to-go mug. Dad liked to sleep in since he started working at Home Depot. Unfortunately, she was reliant upon him for transportation. The mechanic had called yesterday and said delivery for her car parts would take another 2 weeks. She could either spend money on Uber or wake up her dad. She scheduled an Uber. She had texted Dad later and asked him to pick her up from work. The thought of work seized her with adrenaline, and her heart started racing. How could she be working for the jerk she was attracted to in middle school? Would she start a war with someone who might not be a jerk anymore? How unfair that God had rewarded Ray with toned muscles, making him trim and more attractive than he was years ago. Even if she had wanted to forget the middle school jerk, he had proved himself unforgettable for the longest time. Perhaps the fantasy she had had of him had left their mark on her memory. Well, that was the teenage Laura. Problem was, the grown-up Laura needed this job until she found something else. How was Dad ever going to quit working if she kept losing jobs? In the meantime, Rambo was her enemy, and she was going to draw the line. But she needed some kind of resolution. 15 minutes later, the Uber picked her up. The sky, a light shade of pink streaked with purple, offered the only refreshing thing about her morning. His sleek red car was the only one in the parking lot. Great! He was already here? She had shown up 2 hours early to avoid a run-in with him. She'd have to stay in her corner office and avoid Rambo at all costs. Calling businesses for donations, soliciting restaurants to donate meals during kids' camps, and scheduling interviews for the accounting position would keep her day busy. The board meeting last night suggested the necessity of having a treasurer and/or accountant. When the car parked in front of their tan building, she thanked the Uber driver and tipped him. Inside, the scent of Rambo's vanilla and cinnamon milk hung thick in the air. The beeping microwave had her stop in her tracks. She glanced to the left into the lit open conference room. Further down the hall was Rambo's office. Just as she was about to take another step forward, he emerged from the conference room, wearing another of his stretchy red t-shirts and focusing on the steaming mug in his hand. He was startled when he lifted his head and met her gaze. A bit of milk splashed on his hand. Ouch! Even if she was mad at him, she didn't want him to get hurt. Annoyed that she cared, she sat her thermos on the small table in the main room and sprinted to his side, stilling the cup. "You scared me," he scowled. Goosebumps scattered across her arms at the gentle brush of their hands. She let go of the cup when he lowered his gaze to their hands joined over the mug. It was her fault for walking in and staring at him instead of announcing her presence. She took several steps back. What had he said to her in a similar situation? "It's daytime, woman. Quit fretting." She smirked, considering flinging the words back at him. Instead, she said, "You scared yourself." He wiped his wet hand on his jeans. "I didn't get the memo you would show up 2 hours early. Makes 2 of us." "He's your enemy, remember?" Yes, she was supposed to hate him. The jerk from middle school. Rambo's lips curled as if he sensed her cloudy mood, but he held his cup toward her. "Want some milk?" Her stomach fluttered at his grin. This guy was Rambo, not Ray. Maybe he had changed and wasn't arrogant anymore. Before she could talk herself out of her plans, she reached for her coffee mug from the table. "I'm all set. Thanks." Okay, so the thanks came out clipped. Rambo tilted his head to the side, then braced his shoulder against the door jamb. "You seem tense. Everything okay?" Ugh! How did he see through her? She had sort of liked him and would hate to ruin their current employer-employee relationship. So, in case there was a slim chance he wasn't Ray, she had better get the facts straight. "What's your last name?" He arched an eyebrow. The website was under construction when she had studied it before applying for the job. "I mean your real name." Cocky men like him probably weren't used to being bossed around. Instead of answering her question, he asked one himself. "You're suddenly a cop or something?" "Just tell me." She raised her voice, startled by her anger. "Uh-oh, I'm busted, baby." The corners of his lips curled. Then he sipped his milk, and his Adam's apple bobbled as he swallowed. "You lost sleep over me and decided to show up to work early, right?" Right, and how she hated it. But she had lost sleep over his history, not him. "No, I didn't look you up." What was she saying? She had looked him up in the yearbook and lost sleep? Yes and no. She slapped her head to clear her mind. That milk mustache was distracting. Her fingers itched to wipe it away, maybe poke the deep indent above his upper lip. "Did you by chance go to Infinity Middle School?" He blinked. "Okay, I didn't need a detective for the kids' camp, but your skills might come in handy if we need to investigate the foster families or something." Heat filled her lungs. How calm he was without any admission whatsoever. Yes or no? One word would solve every mystery. "Don't go Hulk on me now. Why are you sassy this morning?" She was right. I knew it. I knew we had met before. His brows flickered. "I hadn't met you until Sunday at the barbecue." "Are you Ray, and did you go to Infinity Middle?" "Yes, to both." He bowed, staying calm, deep golden brown eyes peering into hers. He was so infuriating. Anger rushed through her, a wildfire burning her body. She opened her mouth to call him all the things she had wanted to call him those years they had been apart. But then she'd feel worse, might even lose her job. So she clamped her mouth tight and marched to her office and shut the door. Breathe. She had to think about what she was going to do. No way could she work for him. Hands on her hips, she stood in the center of the room, staring at nothing until some pink intruded on her focus. The flamingo sculpture on her desk reminded her of Dad. At 12, she had been obsessed with flamingos, and even if she wasn't anymore, Dad always got her something with flamingos for her birthday. She had far more flamingo decor than she knew what to do with. Think of Dad. She powered up the desktop, almost knocked the flamingo off her desk, angry she had brought it in, and tried to make the place her home away from home. How can I work with the enemy? That was the question of the century. Ray Mbolino was her enemy. No wonder he had to change names. He probably hurt so many people he needed a disguise under the new name. Goodbye, Miss Nice, and welcome, Miss Nasty. Rambo, or whatever his name was, messed with the wrong person. She wasn't quitting her job, but the war was on. Chapter 5. Rambo strained his eyes to read the email Laura sent. Her suggestions on different ways to raise money and the attached resumes of the 3 candidates they should interview for the Treasury position. She must have forgotten she was in charge of hiring and interviewing. He was a man of his word and meant it when he told her she could make the big decisions. He rested his elbows on the desk, a finger tapping his chin. He wasn't careful with his words, but he needed to be careful with how he responded. Laura was sensitive. 2 days had passed since she had last spoken to him. How she survived locked up in an office all day, he had no idea. Even with natural light streaming through the windows and his wide-open door, he always felt like his office was a cave. If he had closed it all the way and huddled in the room all day, well, he'd be crazy by the evening. When he had tried to email her, asking for a meeting, she said they could discuss everything by email. They didn't need a meeting, but he had to figure out what he had done to get on her wrong side. So she found out his real name. Maybe she had seen him on YouTube for basketball replays or something. Finding out about his career shouldn't have caused her to lose it, though. The keyboard tapped when he started typing. "Hey, I meant it." His fingers hovered when a tap sounded on his open door. He blinked. Laura stood there with a steaming cup. The milk he had forgotten in the microwave 2 hours ago. "What's up?" Had she come to her senses and gotten ready to explain whatever was bothering her? She walked in and set the milk on his desk. "You left this in the microwave?" He frowned. What was this act, as if the last 2 days never happened? "You're not poisoning me, are you?" He pretended not to be affected by the feminine scent permeating his office. "Thanks." "The pleasure is all mine." A hint of mischief crossed her face before she turned to leave, words bouncing off her shoulders. "Enjoy your milk." Her mischievous grin and sudden behavior change sent up alarms, but curiosity led him to lift the milk to his mouth. "Ugh!" He spat back the liquid in the cup, wincing at the brutal taste. He should have known she was up to something. That stinker. He pushed the swivel chair and stood, taking the cup to the conference room sink before marching it to her office. The handle wouldn't budge, so he pounded his knuckles on the wood. "Laura Buchanan, you need to open this door." Laughter carried in her tone. "I can't hear you. Why did you poison my milk?" "What did you say?" Louder laughter erupted from behind the door, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Of all things, you chose to add salt? Seriously? Why didn't you add pepper as well?" "You're interfering with me while I'm working." He pressed his ear to the door and heard her punch numbers into the landline. "This is Laura Buchanan calling from Big Mama Foundation." With her voice so rehearsed, she was likely faking the call to emphasize her point. "You'll pay for this." He had to think of something, not vengeful, but something to kick this game up a notch. He should be furious that he was acting like a kid, but maybe he wanted to toy with her a little. He returned to his office to finish the email he had been writing before she barged in. He held down the space bar to delete the email he had started. No need to be extra careful with his words. Laura was doing just fine with enough pranks or vengeful tasks. So he typed, "Miss Vengeful, or should I say frozen?" Delete. Frozen might be too harsh. He wasn't too good at this payback stuff. Girls were better at these kinds of games. He'd stick with drafting a normal email. Laura, thanks for poisoning my breakfast. Now that you feel better about your successful revenge, can we go out for breakfast and talk like adults? Rambo. He had drunk a smoothie before work, but she needed to feel somewhat guilty. He clicked send. He had to laugh. Go out to breakfast? No way was that girl going to sit across the table from him unless she wanted to throttle him. His computer screen popped an incoming message. Ray, or Rambo, wait, remind me what your real name is again? Talk like adults? Don't you think we're doing just fine through email? Laura. He shook his head, smiling. Just how long would she stretch this out? Sooner or later, they needed to talk. It was only Thursday. Come Monday, when they started sports camp, they had better be back to normal. Speaking of which, they didn't have coaches yet. Forget Laura's games. He reached for his cell phone to see if the agency had sent any texts. One had come in at 7:53 a.m. We're having a hard time finding people in your tight criteria. We still have 5 more interviews tomorrow. He blew out a breath and set the phone on the desk. Maybe Laura was right. He had been too picky, and now they may not have enough help to handle the 90 kids who had signed up. He had asked for someone experienced with kids, but also willing to work part-time, since he couldn't afford to pay full-time. He had not seen the big picture. An experienced coach needed a full-time job that paid bills. He leaned back, swiveled his chair around, and stared out the window. The bright blue sky and budding trees between apartments promised a fresh summer ahead. Church! He snapped his fingers. He could email his church. Maybe people there were interested in volunteering. He looked up Pastor Jeer's number. Jake and Ezra had introduced Rambo to the pastor, and the man had been kind enough to give him his cell phone number, as he had said to call if he needed anything. He didn't expect his wheelchair pastor to play basketball or soccer, but perhaps he could help teach kids about God and point Rambo to church volunteers. The next few hours he kept his mind occupied, yet when his mind had a moment to wander off, Laura was right there in his thoughts, especially at 2 when he drove to a salad place for his lunch break. He had never had to deal with a smart-mouth woman, and he had seen her soft blue eyes before she had transferred herself into something fierce. After shoving down the salad, he drove to the school where they'd be having their sports camps. The manicured field had enough space for their baseball, soccer, and volleyball, while the gym could host their basketball. The administration had been generous to loan them some equipment for most of the camps. When he returned to the office, he found a man in his early 60s standing by the door. Wary blue eyes studied him under furrowed brows. "You're looking for someone?" Rambo asked. The man would be their first guest since they had only been open for 4 days. No, he had been open longer, but he hadn't shown up consistently until he hired Laura. The man shoved the untucked part of his t-shirt into jeans. "I'm here to pick up my daughter." He gestured to the glass door with their sign. "Big Mama Foundation is where she works." This ought to be interesting. Rambo extended a hand. "I'm Rambo. You must be Laura's dad, then?" "Call me Will." With those blue eyes and that long, straight nose, he bore a slight resemblance to Laura. "Nice to meet you, Will." After shaking hands, Will studied him, his lips lifting into a smile as if he had solved a puzzle. "You're Mbolino from the Nuggets, right?" "That's me." His daughter didn't watch pro basketball then. Not wanting to discuss his career, Rambo unlocked the door as he apologized that Will had to wait. "We keep the door locked since we don't have security cameras installed yet." It's my fault for forgetting my phone at home." "Come in." Rambo held the door for Will, who started chatting about basketball and the good and bad plays the Nuggets had that season. "You think one of these days you'll make it to the finals?" Will scratched his scruff as he leaned against the table. "I'd like to think so. Lately, the Lakers dominated their division, but anything could happen." "Well," Will slapped Rambo's shoulder, "you saved the team in that final game, though." He shifted, uncomfortable taking the praise. "I take it you watch basketball games often?" "Oh, yes." The guy rubbed his hands together. "Laura prefers NCAA, so that's what we watch most of the time. I watch the NBA when she's busy or not home." "You should have her watch the NBA with you next season." That would have quickly solved their mystery. Letting out a deep chuckle, Will ran a hand through his graying hair. "She's my little princess. Whatever she likes to watch is what I go along with." Rambo stifled a chuckle. "Your little princess poisoned my milk." She hadn't acted like a princess. She was probably in her office plotting another debacle. Rambo pointed to a chair behind the glass desk, ushering Will to sit. "Can I get you something to drink?" Will lifted his hand to stop him. "I'm good, thank you." Laura had his eyes and nose, but not his manners. While Will was a ray of sunshine, Laura was a gloomy cloud waiting to drench anything in her path. "I'll go get her." My little princess. He couldn't contain his grin as he walked down the hall. The door was still locked when he tugged the handle. Lifting his knuckles, he rapped on the surface. "What do you want?" "Your dad's here to pick you up." He had to emphasize the pick you up. She should be the one picking up her old man, not the other way around. No wonder she was spoiled. Footsteps shuffled behind the closed door, and he took a few steps back in time for the door to swing open. The sight of her sent his pulse racing. The rays from the window gave her hair a golden tint. She had worn a white top over tight denims that hugged her curves. She had curves? You said my dad is here?" "Yes, right." He focused on her face, and his breath caught at the tenderness in her eyes as they stared at each other. "Yes." He gripped his burning neck and swallowed his embarrassment over her catching him, checking her out. He thrust his hands in his basketball shorts, forcing himself to recover from the awkwardness. "So, Daddy's princess, huh?" Soft eyes sharpened to a glare, and she crossed her arms over her chest. "You think you have me figured out because you spoke to my dad?" She huffed a breath and turned back to her desk to retrieve her items, a pink flamingo bobbing on a single leg beside her computer. He didn't like how she affected him, someone who didn't want anything to do with him. Regardless, he felt victorious as he walked back to the front. He should thank the old man for showing up. Now he knew one thing that ticked her off. Princess. Such a sweet armor. His day had just gotten better. Chapter 6. Rambo sat on the table in the small lobby. 1 second was far too long to be sitting. He slid off and circled around the table. The whirring of a power drill from the kitchen drowned the silence of the office. Laura had hired a handyman to install cabinets for volunteers who would stop by from time to time in case they needed a place to store their belongings for a given day. His gaze remained trained through the heavy glass door for Laura. In 3 hours, they would be at the elementary field to meet their first group of kids. Soccer wasn't his sport, but he could pull it off to the amateurs. Plus, he didn't have a choice today. He had to play. His heart raced, more anxious than when he was on the court before one of his games. With pro ball, someone else picked up his slack, but the sports camp and the foundation were all on him. The agency didn't succeed in hiring anyone, and after he had texted his pastor on Thursday, the announcement for volunteers was made in yesterday's service. With the firefighters scheduled to work for the next 24 hours, he wouldn't expect their help until Wednesday. He shouldn't have been so picky selecting volunteers. For now, it was just him and 2 volunteers. He doubted they'd pull off 3 soccer clinics and 2 basketball clinics in one day. Being a former PE teacher, Laura must have sports skills they could put to great use. But could he count on her after her icy routine last week? Either way, it was about the kids. He would stand and wait for her before she vanished into her office. The only reason he hadn't thought to fire her was because she had shown up 2 hours early every day. She had already scheduled 4 interviews for a treasurer and 2 for an admin. She was taking her job seriously, except he didn't know how to play cat and mouse. She might do everything right, but she lacked social skills. The employment agency might have hired the wrong candidate. The front door jerked and his heart jolted while she fumbled with the key to let herself in. He brushed imaginary dust off his t-shirt and stepped back a few inches, further annoyed at the flutter in his stomach. She's a surly princess who happens to be sort of pretty. He shoved his hands in his shorts pockets. Something flickered in her eyes when she saw him. He had never seen a woman look so beautiful in a ponytail. They stared at each other for a beat longer than needed, and an undercurrent of electricity flowed between them as her blue eyes zapped his. He swallowed. What was he supposed to talk to her about again? Do you need milk? He had warmed himself a cup. He had forgotten in the microwave. What? She snapped out of their daze, and a scowl replaced the softness in those baby blues. She then brushed past him. He breathed in her feminine scent before reaching for her hand to pull her back. We need to talk. He realized she was standing too close when he could smell her minty breath. About? Her voice sounded more strained than usual, so he dropped her hand and stepped back all the way to the wall where he leaned. I thought we were a team, but last week you treated me like dirt. She gripped her bronze purse, rolling her eyes as if he was boring her. I don't have anything to talk about. What was her deal anyway? Team players talk. We started off well. Then you went cold turkey, and I hate turkey. Thanks to you, I'll never try it again. Maybe adding humor would make her comfortable enough to blurt whatever was on her mind. Just spit out whatever is bothering you. We have kids coming. You and I are gonna talk, not play this game. He slapped the small table. She glared at him before letting out a long breath. Remember me? In middle school? What? He had never met the girl before. What do you mean? She folded her arms across her chest. Middle school basketball, the only girl on your team? He had to tap his head to make a recollection of the 2 middle schools he had attended. It had to be 7th grade, since he had only done half a year in 8th. Could she be the skinny girl with bright blue braces? Speaking of bright blue, anger blazed in her eyes. You're not that girl who kept dunking the ball in the wrong net, are you? Man, it had killed him when that kid scored for the wrong team. Her arched brow answered his question. Thanks to you, I never played basketball again. Even if she hadn't been the best, he admired her boldness to play with the boys. You're not going to blame me for not making varsity, are you? Her fists clenched and her face reddened. Do you know what your words did to my ego? He had said all sorts of things as an insecure child, and he had been called mean names by some of his foster parents and leaders, but that only served to toughen him up. He had shut out everything and gone after what he wanted. Nobody crushes your ego without your permission. Well, you did. She pressed her lips and tightened her grip on her purse, ready to walk away. Seems I'm responsible for messing up your future, then? That's not what I said, she snapped. Either way, you and I can never be friends. We don't have to be friends. She would be trouble anyway. Let's set our grudges aside and get along as colleagues. I need the kids to have a great time. He had no intention of letting the foundation fail before a single sports camp started. Hope we can talk about our differences when you're ready. If you want to fire me, she narrowed her gaze, now would be a good time. Too bad. He needed help. I entertained the idea last week. Well, not until this morning. He had assumed she'd be her normal self by this week. But now that you say it, he walked into her space to make his point known. I'm not going to fire you. I want to see how this ends. She fiddled with a loose button on the flannel shirt she had worn over her white tank top. It will never end. He doubted it, but he was having far too much fun. I've never been around someone spiteful before. I'm curious to see how long you can hold a grudge. She inhaled as if he had hit a sensitive spot. I don't hold grudges, said someone who had been upset for an entire week over something that happened in middle school, something he couldn't even remember. Really? She tossed her hands in the air and marched down the hall. I'll drive. Meet me in the parking lot at 8:30, he spoke over her back. Her daddy dropped her off. She needed to toughen up, but he didn't have to train her for snarky behavior. Here he was thinking she might be cute, or he might have even been attracted to her. Forget her. Looks could be deceiving. Thanks, man. Rambo shook Evan's hand, the final volunteer. I'll see you tomorrow. The man's blond hair shone with perspiration. Rambo waved as he walked through the double gym doors. After hours playing soccer in the sun, cooling down in the school gym while their last group of kids shot free throws was nice. The kids' echoes reverberated through the gym as 7th and 8th graders bounced the ball across the court. Chris, hey! Laura pointed a finger at one of the boys. You can't shove her like that. Chris just might shove someone, but this time he had only sidestepped the dark brown girl who happened to trip. Who wore flip-flops to play basketball? Out of the 3 girls playing, she had seemed the least interested in the sports they had played earlier, yet she was the one constantly complaining about people stepping on her toes or someone's hand hitting her while they ran on the field. A laugh shook Rambo's chest at how Laura was manning the court for organized play. It was free play, and the kids would manage fine. Maybe not. Misha shoved Chris and got in his face, pointing her finger at him as a string of angry words flew out of her mouth. Laura blew the whistle to play judge. Man, his throat was parched. He needed to hydrate if he was going to watch the Laura show. Chris worked best while playing ball of any kind. Problem was he had triple Rambo's and Laura's attitude combined. He keeps pushing. Misha's voice rose over Laura's, and Rambo gulped a glass of water. He then refilled the cup from the cooler. As agreed, he and Laura set their differences aside as they coached the middle school soccer clinics in the morning and the 2 basketball games that afternoon. The 2 volunteers had worked alongside them, and the pastor, although in a wheelchair, had prayed with the kids that morning and cheered for them from the sideline. Can you guys just have fun and play? Surely that wasn't defeat in the bull-headed Laura's voice. Duh, I was playing until you messed it up. Chris shot back at Misha, his neck and ears reddening beneath their tan. Not the attitude Rambo would put up with, but Laura was a teacher. No doubt she had dealt with kids like Chris before. If it were up to Rambo, he'd send the kids outside to the lawn until their guardians picked them up. Except for Chris, he had moved back in with his mom, and Rambo was happy for him. Rambo had bought him a phone as a going-away present, mostly because he still struggled to believe the kid's mom was stable enough. If the kid was neglected or abused by his mom's boyfriend, if she had one, it would be easier for Chris to call for help if needed. Good grief, he was so messed up thinking of the worst. "You need to get along," Laura's voice pulled him back. She was scowling when she started marching toward him. The plaid shirt she had tied around her waist flapped with her stomping. "Are you going to chime in and stop those two from throttling each other?" "They'll work it out." Not Chris, unless Misha stayed out of his way. Chris was like Rambo at that age, doing the opposite of what he was told, carrying around a nasty attitude, and only caring about playing ball. "Just lay low." He gestured to leftover sandwiches from the kids' dinner at the gym's far end. "Eat some snacks." 4:30 was too early for dinner, but that's what they had to call it after the kids had eaten lunch. She glanced back to the court as Chris slapped the ball out of Misha's hand. The other kids were gawking. Apparently they haven't worked anything out. Chris refuses to apologize, and I'm not succeeding at making him. While Misha pouted with crossed arms, waiting for an apology, Chris and the 6 others were dribbling the ball on the polished floor. As soon as one of the boys shot the ball through the basket, Misha ran and grabbed it, hugging it to her chest. Until he apologizes. Rambo hadn't thought he'd be dealing with kids' conflicts. Let's just say girls and boys are different. Boys weren't challenged if they played with people who weren't serious about sports. That's why boys and girls should be on separate teams. Maybe girls who needed a challenge could play on the boys' team too. Laura rolled her eyes, her face glistening. She could probably use a drink. So he played the gentleman and poured her a glass of water. "Here." "Like this should stop the kids from arguing?" She lifted the cup to her mouth and took several sips. "They won't fight. If they did, he'd leap in no time. The preacher said we'll get more volunteers tomorrow. That should give us the chance to separate the kids. You really favor boys over girls, don't you?" She had it wrong. I wouldn't be where I am today without the woman who raised me with tenderness. Big Mama had been too patient, more patient than all the homes he had bounced in. Some adults thought he'd end up on the street someday. Misha's just looking for attention the wrong way. "How would you know?" Laura arched her brow. "Don't all teenagers look for attention?" He had no idea how teenage girls acted during hormonal changes. "Anyway, you're the teacher. I'm sure you might have a clue." "Never taught teenagers before." She tossed the cup into the trash and her stomach growled. "You better get yourself a sandwich." Rambo eyed the food table. Only 4 sandwiches left. He was starving, but he'd wait and eat a healthy dinner later. "I don't need you collapsing on me on day 1 of our camp." "I'll eat after the kids leave." "Right. That's when they should be putting away the sports equipment." Laura had called nearby fast food restaurants, and they donated lunch and dinner for the camp. Rambo started gathering up the scattered paper plates and tossing them in a trash bag. "I think you're right." "What did you just say?" He had no idea what she meant, but, "Did you just compliment me?" "No. I mean, the kids seem to have solved their own conflict." Misha was leaning against the wall, assessing her nails. Good. She seemed happy and not ruining the game for others. The others were grunting cheerfully. Like the preacher spoke to the students that morning, at times God answered prayers before we prayed, And this could be one of those times God intervened without either of them praying. He still felt the urge to get under Laura's skin. "This is where you say," he urged with his hand, testing his limit. Laura frowned. "If you're expecting a thank you," he bowed dramatically, "you're welcome." She balled a fist and gritted her teeth. "You're infuriating." "So are you, Princess." After she had revealed why she had been furious, he understood her anger with him. "You don't have the right to call me Princess." She crossed her arms over her chest. "You're just trying to get under my skin." "Shh!" Rambo put a hand to his mouth and whispered, "Kids will hear you." Her eyes were hot flames as she assessed him. Then the kids engaged in their game mere feet from them. If it were just the two of them, she'd probably be tempted to toss the water dispenser at him. So they weren't back to normal yet, but at least they were talking or fighting, whatever it was they were doing. They weren't in middle school anymore, but he had crushed her confidence at one point. Teens battled insecurities as it was. Could his words as a foolish child do a number on her? He owed her an apology, even if it may not erase the damage from whatever he had said. If she didn't take off, he'd make amends before they parted today. Chapter 7. Laura grabbed the last soccer ball from the grass and tossed it in the mesh bag. The sun, hanging low in the sky, cast long shadows through the mature trees. A low breeze lifted wisps of her hair that had come loose from her ponytail and refreshed her through her cotton tank top. Thank goodness they had finally finished cleaning up, and all the kids had been picked up. 3 days of camp so far and one more this week. Then they'd work at the office on Friday, and it'd be a weekend. After another day of playing soccer and basketball, she was looking forward to unwinding in the bathtub. All she needed was to wait for Rambo to finish gathering the soccer nets, and they'd lock up the equipment. After Dad had told her that Rambo played for the Denver Nuggets, she had looked him up on Google and watched YouTube videos of his games. That and clips of the commercials he aired for both a pizza chain and an insurance company. In his media interviews, he had given credit to his teammates, even in games where he was the reason for their win. She had listened to his motivational speech addressed to one of the Denver youth centers and his stories about the foster care system as he encouraged the kids to work hard and achieve their dreams. Listening to him talk had left her wondering why she was clinging to her past and seeking unnecessary revenge. Her gaze wandered to the field. His muscled arms flexed when he stacked the cones. Men like him shouldn't be wearing sleeveless shirts. Seriously. Deep down, she didn't hate him. Maybe she somehow enjoyed this banter with him. Maybe not. She was a jumble of emotions where he was concerned. She jumped, patting her hair to pretend she hadn't been staring at him when he started walking toward her. A smile rounded up his cheeks, and those golden brown eyes gleamed. She had been caught. "Ready, Princess?" Heat flushed her cheeks, and a shiver coursed through her at the low sound of his voice. "Princess?" She liked how it rolled off his tongue. He didn't sound sarcastic either, but he could be, based on their current relationship. She had told him not to call her princess, but deep down she liked it. His strong arms hoisted 2 nets in one hand and the stacked cones in the other. A bead of sweat rolled from his curly hair down to his smooth forehead. "Let's go." She grabbed her purse from under the tree and then tossed the mesh bag to her shoulder before she started walking toward the building. Rambo's feet crunched on the grass as he caught up. "Would you like leftover sandwiches, or would you rather I take you out to dinner?" Rambo was surprisingly nice after the way she had mistreated him the last 2 weeks. If he wasn't having too much fun teasing her, she might have been tempted to drop the issue by now. What? No, she wasn't supposed to declare forgiveness. How would she transition back to normal? Except, with all the exhaustion, her head was a swirling mess of mixed feelings. He called you a loser. Never mind. He still owed her an apology for a stupid comment made back in middle school. Until then, she would entertain the idea of them becoming friends. Friends? She was getting carried away. I'm headed home. Dad would need dinner anyway. Still sassy with me. He gave her a sideways glance. I want to make it up to you. He had said the same thing the last 2 days before she left. Her hesitation was more from panic over sitting across the table from him and acting normal after she had acted like a kid for 2 weeks. I can't imagine how much we will accomplish when we become friends. When, not if. Did he not take her seriously when she had said they'd never be friends? Was he reading into her unstable thoughts? As much as she wanted to dislike him, he didn't make it easy. A squirrel scampered across as they approached a back door. Grab the keys from my pocket. He gestured his chin to his right side, and his words took a moment to register. She stared at him to clarify if she had heard him right. The muscles in his arms were strained, but his lifted brow had her drag her eyes down at his basketball shorts. Come on, these things are heavy. Her palms were sweating at the thought of touching him, but she didn't want him to know that, despite her hang-ups, she felt a pull of attraction. So she set down the bag, and her heart thrummed as she slid her hand in his pocket for the keys. The keys jangled when she shoved one into the heavy metal door. Do you have the key to the room we're headed to? Laura let him enter first, remembering the custodian's words. The doors close automatically, but once inside, they could let themselves out. Except for the closets, the doors were automatic. With the closets, you could only open the door from the outside. It's one of those. He walked past her. She took a whiff of his scent, the smell of a healthy male. Once they were both inside, she closed it behind them. Why did you lock us in? Rambo frowned, concern crinkling his previously smooth brows. Leo said we have to keep the main door closed when we enter the building. She reminded him how the doors operated and assured him they were not locked inside. He was the last person she wanted to be stuck with. Last thing we need is to have intruders walk in the school to vandalize it. Their breathing and soft footsteps filled the silence between them as they took the stairs to the basement. Her heart was frantically beating. Just the two of them in the building terrified her. Maybe it terrified him, too. Why on earth did they have to make us store stuff downstairs? Good thing the building was well lit. There's not enough room to store all these things upstairs. After all, it was mostly classrooms on the main level. They walked through a medium-sized room to access the closet. Rambo set the equipment down and took the keys from her to open the door. Hold the door and I'll put in the equipment. Excuse me? She arched a brow, not yielding to his command. As if reading the battle in her mind, he explained, Custodian said it locks from inside. Oh, yes, all the weird rules to the door were hard to keep track of. She set the mesh bag down to hold the door. Rambo flipped on the light and took in the crowded room. What a mess! He shook his head before carrying in the cones and stacking them on top of the pile in a corner. He then rearranged the littered soccer balls and stacked them into an empty mesh bag. It's like people just dump stuff and leave. She opened her mouth to say something about the closet at her former gym where she taught, but then she closed her lips. She still wasn't talking to him. He walked back toward the door and retrieved the soccer nets to stack them with the many others in the room. Something black sprang from beneath the boxes and crossed between her feet and out of the door. She jumped, letting go of the door. "A mouse!" she squeaked, and dove to the mats propped against the wall. Heart in her throat and hand to her racing heart, she stood on tiptoes as she scanned the crowded floor for vermin. "You okay?" Rambo paused with a bag of balls still in his hands, looking down to his basketball shoes. "Where's the mouse?" Laura gasped, afraid another mouse would be wherever the first one came from. "We gotta get out of—" Her words died in her mouth, and her racing heartbeat thudded with a sudden dull hollowness. She had let the door close. He spun around, eyed the closed door, then her. "You didn't, She winced, the mouse forgotten. "We're locked in." Snap! He dropped the bag and ran a hand over his face, marched to the door, and wiggled the handle. "Great," he frowned. "Please tell me you have a phone in your purse." Duh, she had forgotten. So she retrieved her phone. She had been smart enough to save the custodian's number in her cell phone. "Here." She brandished it and shivered as Rambo's whoosh of relief washed over her. Her stomach growling, she pressed the phone to her ear, but the ring was taking forever to get through. She took the phone away from her ear. The screen showed no network. Not good. Not good at all. "What?" Rambo's voice rose to a screechy tone. "There's no network." He started pacing back and forth in the clear space by the door, clenching and unclenching his fists. This place is too tight." He picked up loose balls from the floor and stacked them in the box, then the hula hoops. "How are we supposed to breathe in here?" He gripped the back of his neck. "These walls, they're closing in all around us." As he pounded on the floor, she took a few seconds to realize he was claustrophobic and freaking out. "Hey," she walked from the wall. He was leaning his head against the door, his back to her as he gulped deep breaths. Her heart shattered for him. Had he been in a crowded space in one of his foster homes? No wonder he always kept his office door wide open. Her sudden compassion wrecked her entire vindictive plan. Whatever tiny part of her wanted to enact revenge suffocated, snuffed out in that small room. Maybe she wasn't half the jerk she thought she was. "I'm sure someone will come looking for us soon." That wasn't going to happen. She had worked late this week, so she told Dad not to pick her up. The Uber coupon she printed off the internet had come in handy lately. Dad would worry if she didn't show up at home tonight, but their only hope was the custodian. If he showed up in the morning and for some miracle needed to get something downstairs, they could get out of here. She moved her hand to touch Rambo's back, but she stopped short. What was she going to tell him? Without overthinking it, she touched his shoulder, needing to distract him from his fears until she came up with a solution. "Let's sit for a few and think." He faced her, his vulnerability shattering her and softening every bone in her body. "I can't think." He exhaled and sidestepped a couple of boxes to get to the back of the closet. He then marched back to the center and started shoving everything to the side, as if making the room appear more open. "Where are we going to sleep?" "In the closet." She had to be realistic. The room smelled of rubber from the balls and gymnastic mats. She started stacking the mats down from the wall. Rambo had said something about the walls closing in on them. Perhaps anything hanging up would be best to put down. At times with her former job, she had had to distract kids when they lost it and needed a diversion. Rambo wasn't a kid, but she was going to try. With the corner empty and the mat stacked high on one side of the wall, she climbed up and plopped down. She then asked Rambo, who was now squatting in one corner, "How come you never told me you play for the Denver Nuggets?" His brows crinkled. "You didn't ask." At least the room was lit. Could have been worse if they were caught in the dark. "Would you have treated me differently if you knew?" Now that he was talking, she patted the empty space on the mats. She was surprised when he stood and walked over and pulled himself up to sit at the end, leaving enough space between them. "If I had known right away, I might have looked you up, and maybe I'd been mad at you earlier." He peered at her, the crinkles leaving his brows, but something soft in his eyes. "Did I really mess up your future?" "I said ego, not future." But at times, blaming someone for her failures felt relieving. Big difference. "I'm sorry I hurt you." He ran a hand through his tight curled hair. "I was a fool back then. That year, I thought it was the end of my future. Little did I know it was just the beginning." That didn't make much sense. She bounced her feet as they dangled against the mats. "Why did your future start in middle school?" He told her why he got kicked out of the school the following year in 8th grade after repeating the same pranks on certain teachers. The woman had no sense of humor. He shrugged. Thought she'd find it funny. Laura was laughing. Her stomach hurt, so she put a hand on her middle. Putting a dead skunk in her desk? Really? The school was huge, but how had she not heard anything of that sort? Explained why she had stopped seeing him around the school. Rambo shrugged. "That's why they call it April Fools." He shook his head. "I was doing lots of things to get attention." Her chest hurt when he shared how terrified he had been that year. "Once you hit 14, nobody wants to take you into their home. A month after I got kicked out of Infinity, I got fostered by an older woman." His voice cracked. "She was for real." No wonder he was passionate about the kids having a good life. He had started the foundation to support kids in similar situations. "You're nicer than I credited you for." Great. She hadn't just said that aloud, had she? His laugh was deep. "Did you just give me another compliment?" He looked at her, something searching in his gaze. What was he looking for? Answers? Hope? "You don't need me to boost your ego." "I'm a very insecure person. I need all the self-esteem I can get." He ran a hand over his face. "You should ask your cousins. They'll tell you how obnoxious I was when we met." He didn't look insecure. Ezra, Andrew, and Renee were just like their mom. Even if Rambo was right, they'd never say anything negative about him. They always saw the best in everyone else. Speaking of insecurities, I wanted to apologize as well. She had taken it too far. He put up his hand. "No need." He was right. I tend to hold on to grudges, and I know God wouldn't approve. She pressed her back against the shelves behind her and told him about her falling out with Renee. "Because my boyfriend hit on her, I got jealous." Admitting this was more humiliating. Renee has always been strikingly beautiful without even trying. "You're beautiful too." Her stomach flipped, and she had no idea what to say. When he held her gaze, a zap of electricity buzzed between them, and her mouth went dry. He drummed his hands on his thighs, breaking the tension. "Are you one of those people making a list and checking it twice for anyone who's naughty and nice?" She had a list of places she didn't shop anymore, or restaurants she didn't eat at because she found their commercials offensive, brands she didn't wear because of how the company spent their money, on causes she didn't believe in. That and many other reasons she couldn't remember why she had something against a given store or brand name were things she had added to her mental list of not supporting. But now wasn't the time to tell Rambo how pig-headed she was. With his tone so light, she couldn't help reaching for one of the sponge dice in the box on her side and chucking it at his shoulder. He touched his chest and winced. Ouch! Am I going to be safe in here with a hot-tempered woman? You have no choice. God likes me enough to keep me safe. His light words warmed her heart. At least his sense of humor was back in place. But seriously, salt in my milk? He slapped his knee as he laughed. Did you feel better about it, at least? She had felt awful. I feel like the biggest jerk of the century. She wouldn't ever tell anyone about it. As you've noticed, I don't have a redeeming quality. I know you do. Understanding glowed in his golden brown eyes, and his basketball shoes touched the padding as he swung to his feet. But you still haven't told me why my words hurt you so much, or what it was I said. Time for honesty. She kept her gaze on the off-white painted wall. I'm only telling you the truth because you have a girlfriend. As his gaze burned into her, she fought to confess. I was hurt because I had a crush on you, and when you said I was a loser, I felt betrayed by someone I cared about. Silly, because you didn't even know I existed. Silence stretched as they both kicked their dangling feet on the mats. I lied. He lied? About what? She glanced at him to read his face. How? I don't have a girlfriend. Air slipped past her lips, whistling into the quiet space. He was single? A tingling of anticipation coursed through her. It would have been best not to know his status. Why did you lie? She couldn't meet his eyes even if she wanted to. He winced. I felt maybe you made me feel a bit nervous. I don't know. Made him nervous? How? She had been the only nervous person when they went out to breakfast that day. Thinking of breakfast made her stomach growl. She should have eaten one of the leftover hamburgers they had served the kids. I guess we should have eaten those hamburgers, he said, his stomach growling too. He nodded toward one corner. There's a bucket there, in case we need to empty any bladders later. That would stink up the place. She hoped they didn't need to potty. She rummaged in her purse and found an energy bar she had probably put in her bag before the end of the school year. She got the sanitizer bottle and squeezed some on her hands before passing it to Rambo. He eyed the cobwebs in the corners, then the tan tile that seemed to have been white at one point. We're sleeping in the most germy place, and you think sanitizing hands is going to kill all our germs? She lifted the energy bar. I found a snack here. Oh, man. He took the sanitizer, and after he wiped his hands, she handed him the bar. She had settled for gum to distract her from her hunger. Do you have another energy bar for yourself? I'm good. Wrappers crunched when he ripped open the bar and broke it in half. He gave her one half and ate the other. I can't stand energy bars, he bit into his, yet this one tastes so good. Everything tastes good when you're starving. From now on, we eat whenever the kids eat. He shoved the trash in his pocket. You make a good point, especially since she had set up an entire 8 weeks of summer camp with free food provided by community restaurants and fast food joints. We should have more volunteers starting tomorrow. The church list of volunteers keeps increasing. That's so nice of your church to help. With the energy bar gone, she reached for gum and passed the package to him. He declined as he continued telling her all the things he liked about his church. I can call the pastor to pray for me any time I want to. Even if she was in a small community, she was always in a hurry to get home after church. Renee and Ezra have said great things about your church. Where do you go to church? It's in my town, Elizabeth. His mouth slid open. He gawked, then closed it. You drive that far every day? It's only 45 minutes without traffic, an hour or so with traffic. If he was shocked by her 34-mile drive, where was his house located? Where do you live? I have a condo downtown for game season, but I also have a home 5 miles from here. He pulled his feet up to the mat and moved further until he curled in the corner. Thanks for your hard work, he yawned, curling his arms around himself. Since I messed up your basketball career, I'll challenge you to a game. You and me. The kids can watch us sometime. That will be unfair competing with a pro. Yet she wanted to play with him either way. But I don't want to have kids miss out on watching me whip you. Laura brought her feet up onto the mat, folding her legs to her chest as they continued to chat. They prayed together and discussed their spiritual journeys. Then she tucked her chin on her knees and hugged her arms around her legs before confessing, I don't feel like I'm a good person to represent Christ. That's how we should always feel, he said. The preacher always says, if you feel too confident in your faith, that's when you fall. She could do better. She didn't check her phone to figure out how long they stayed up talking, but sometime in the night they drifted off to sleep until they woke with a start when the door swung open and Leo, the janitor, gawked at them. Chapter 8. It seems you forgot about the automatic doors, Leo said with a thick Latino accent. You should have called me. Laura winced through the bright fluorescent light from the open door. There is no phone service, but we tried. Leo scratched his bearded jaw. I didn't know that. Rambo rubbed his groggy eyes where he was curled up in the corner. He yawned. What time is it? I think 8:30 or 9, Leo said. His silver chain contrasted with a white T-shirt. Yikes, Leo! Rambo sat up, then flung his feet over the edge and slid down the mats. There's a big difference between 8:30 and 9. If Leo was right, and it was almost 9, they didn't have much time before the kids arrived. Feeling grimy, she needed to shower before starting another warm day. Kids will be here in an hour or less. Rambo strode out of the door, and she followed past Leo. She gripped her purse, her mind working. Maybe if we take turns going home. She stopped herself when she realized how unrealistic her plan was. With the 45-minute drive to her house, she'd be gone for at least 2 hours. I guess we need to be here when the kids show up. Rambo dug in his pocket, keys jingling in his hand. Think fast. She was learning his code of catching, so she readied herself when he tossed the keys and caught them. What's this for? She opened her hand to the car fob with a couple of keys on the ring. House keys? Take the car to my house and shower. He must have read her discomfort and concern to get cleaned up. But still, how could he trust her to go to his house? I'll stay here and wait for volunteers. You don't even know me. What if she were a robber? I know the Buchanans. They're good folk, he shrugged. I have your background check and stuff. Taking a shower without a change of clothes was useless. I don't feel you're wasting time. His jaw twitched, making him look almost frustrated with her. Just go. You can borrow one of my shirts and grab me a shirt too on the way back. That bossiness served to create more admiration for him. Without giving her more time to answer, he started walking toward Leo as the words bounced off his back. The GPS in the car has directions to my house. Okay. What just happened? She stood there, her jaw open. Something had happened to them in that closet last night. A slight level of trust, from enemies to frenemies in just one night. She shook her head and walked toward the closet, interrupting Rambo and Leo's chat when she voiced her thanks before she headed from the building. As she walked, she called her dad and told him the closet incident. "Can I come and pick you up?" His relieved breath whistled through the speakers. "I'll be fine. I have to work." She crossed the lot with only 2 cars, a sleek, sporty ride, and probably Leo's late 90s Chevy truck. "What time should I pick you up this evening?" "I'll take an Uber." She had no idea how late she would stay, but she intended to work as late as Rambo. When she hung up, she pressed the key fob to the fancy black car. She wasn't good with cars, so she had no idea what kind of car it was. Rambo wasn't kidding when he said he was only 5 minutes from the school. Before she could warm up to the sleek car, the navigation was already instructing her to turn right on Wonk Drive, a middle-income neighborhood with mostly single-family ranch homes, each with a unique look. A few Victorian and brick homes remained among the panel-framed homes. The Victorian home where the navigation told her to pull in stood out among the other homes she had passed. When she stepped out of the car, the whirring of a weed cutter caused her to assess the compound. Behind the yellow and red shrubs lining both sides of the yard, a heavy-set man trimmed the shrubs. The smell of fresh-cut grass and soil was as refreshing as the shower she was anticipating. Not wanting to startle the man, she walked straight to the front door. She wiped her tennis shoes on the welcome mat, which made the place feel homey. She would have never guessed Rambo would be the homey type with a mat saying welcome. Inside, the house was another story. The open floor plan with the living room adjoining the kitchen gave the house an airy look, appearing bigger than it looked on the outside. Who would have known Rambo had a Victorian house with a vintage chandelier in the living room? It piqued her interest to snoop around. She slid open the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window, bringing the backyard into view. A basketball court in the backyard? With an expansive lawn, the backyard was far bigger than the front. She gasped when she caught a pair of eyes staring back at her. The gardener, or whatever the man's title was, his dark skin shining with sweat. She had better wave so he didn't think she broke in. She waved, then closed the blinds before she wandered off in search of a bathroom. There were 2 upstairs, one in the room she assumed to be the master bedroom, and another bathroom down the hall. Rambo probably got house guests from time to time if he had 3 bedrooms on the top floor. She didn't feel comfortable using his bathroom, so she took a shower in the one down the hall. Thankfully, there were towels, lots of packaged toothbrushes, and untouched deodorants under the cabinet. She tried not to wonder what guests he hosted, but considering he had to stock up on products, no, it was none of her business. She should be grateful he had no girlfriend in the picture. I'm not his type, best to remind herself. Her feet hit the cool hardwood floors as she marched down the hall to the master bedroom. The bed was nicely tucked in with a red comforter. Though now determined not to snoop, she let the picture on his nightstand draw her steps to it. She lifted the frame to study the blown-up picture of a dark-skinned woman, her smile wide. She had kind eyes. "If it weren't for a woman, I wouldn't be where I am." Rambo's words rang through her mind. Was the woman his foster mom or his biological mom? She hadn't asked yet. After putting back the picture, she walked to the closet where a few suits hung. The T-shirts would likely be in a dresser drawer. Drawers slammed as she pulled them out and closed them to find the shirt chest. She had never seen so many red T-shirts before. Not wanting to look like Rambo, she retrieved one of the 3 shirts that weren't red and changed into it. It smelled so good, just like him. If she kept it, he wouldn't even notice it wasn't red. She then tucked a red t-shirt in her purse for him. Her stomach growled and she dug her phone out of her purse. 9:35. She had been at his house for 45 minutes already. After tossing her towel in the hamper and wiping down water grime in the bathroom, she walked out of the house and locked it up. On the drive back to the school, she stopped at a Chick-fil-A and bought 3 breakfast burritos as well as a coffee for herself. She intended to stop at Starbucks and buy him some steamed milk. He could eat the 2 burritos easily, and they'd both need the nourishment after going without dinner. By the time she got back to the middle school, kids were scattered through the field among the 4 flag football stations set up on the grassy field. Rambo stood on one of the fields. He and Oscar, the 70-year-old, had their backs facing her as they did hurdles. The 4th and 5th graders imitated them. If she waited until he took a break, his milk and burritos would be cold. Carrying the food and drinks, she crunched her tennis shoes over the grass. The morning sun warmed her back, and the blue sky promised another sunny day. Panic rose with each step. Her heart raced, and her feet faltered. She hadn't thought through what she'd say and why she bought breakfast. He had already forgiven her for the salt incident, but would he have doubts about today's drink? She drew out a startled breath when Katie stopped in between the jumping jacks and called, "Hi, Miss Buchanan." Rambo emphasized that the kids call all the adults by their last name and add Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Great. Now she had all eyes on her as the kids craned their necks in her direction. She grinned and waved. Not all the kids waved back, but Rambo whispered to Oscar before he started walking toward her. "I see you found the house just fine." His gaze swept over his shirt she was wearing, and he reached a hand to her shoulder, brushing off a wayward strand of hair. "Looks good on you." The shirt hung loose on her, but she wasn't complaining. "Thanks for letting me borrow it." She bit her lower lip when they shared a moment. The air crackled between them. She needed a distraction. She then remembered the contents in her hand. She handed him the milk. "Got you some breakfast?" When he hesitated and lifted his brow in question, she crossed her heart. "I promise I didn't put salt in it this time." "I don't drink coffee." "It's milk." "Oh." The corners of his lips curled up before he took a sip. Letting out a moan of pleasure, he saluted her with a cup. "Thanks. I thought Starbucks sold only coffee." "They have milk, too." She handed him the bag with a savory sausage scent. "I'll take over so you can eat." She patted her jeans shorts pocket and retrieved his keys to hand them to him. "Your shirt is in the car." He frowned. "Did you eat something already?" The brief moment they had shared left her satisfied. "I have coffee and burrito in the car. I'll eat later." "Let's go eat. Oscar's got this, and 2 more volunteers are coming to help him." Rambo gestured with his chin, and she didn't argue. Luckily, word spread in church, and we got several youths coming in at 10:15. We need a lighter day today, after all they had been through last night. Great way to finish the week strong. Tomorrow, Friday, they had no camps. He probably hosted weekend parties at that spacious house of his. "I like your house." He gave her a sideways glance, his smile warm. Then he winked. "Forgot to tell you, I have cameras installed." He said something about his phone alerting him whenever someone entered his house. "Oh, no." She groaned and threw her head back, regretting having accepted his invitation. "Seriously?" His laughter mingled with the kids' noises as her mind replayed every step she had made in his house. "Relax. I'm just toying with you." "It's not funny." "I have cameras, but not in the bathroom. Plus, I expected you to be at the house, so I didn't need to check my phone. I should have known you're up to get back at me. They stopped walking as they approached the parking lot of cars. He put up 2 fingers as if he were a scout. I promise not to look at the camera, even if I might be tempted. He seemed to mean it, and she had no choice but to trust him. The camps had ended 2 hours ago. The sun had disappeared into the clouds, stirring a chilly breeze as she watched Rambo and Chris interact. They played imaginary basketball, lifting hands in the air and pretending to shoot baskets in a hoop. All the other kids, including the ones from group homes, had already been picked up. Chris had called his mom twice, but the calls went straight to voicemail. With the balls and nets already put away, Laura was almost tempted to let Rambo wait alone for the boy's mom. Chris's attitude was bigger than 20 teens put together, and hard to adapt to. At least he took a shine to Rambo. As if aware she was looking at them, Rambo stilled and turned. He then pointed toward the parking lot. "Let's head out." Laura didn't spot any car in the lot except Rambo's, unless Chris's mom called or texted that she was on her way. "I'm taking Chris home," Rambo said when she met them in the parking lot. "You need a ride home?" "I'll come with you guys," she said instead. "Not necessary." Chris glared at her as if she were the reason for his unhappiness. Under his attitude, she nearly took back her offer, but in teacher training they were always encouraged to have another adult with them if they were left with the supervision of one child. "What did we talk about in regard to respect?" Rambo pointed at Chris. Chris rolled his eyes and started walking to the car. "Sorry about that." Rambo's shoulders inched up, and he cringed as if responsible for the boy's behavior. "It's not your fault. Thanks for having my back." His head tipped to one side. "You're sure you want to come?" "I have to, just in case Chris attacks you or something," she said, trying for a light tone. "No kidding, right?" "Do you know where he lives?" she whispered, even though Chris was 4 feet away. She didn't want him to assume she was talking about him. "He's back to his mom's house, and his former foster parents gave me the address." "Let's get that teenager home." She walked beside him, and the car beeped when he pressed the key fob. Chris swung open the passenger door to sit, and Rambo sent him to the back after making him hold the door for her. Here she had been trying to hate a man who was spending his paycheck to invest in kids. Kids like Chris who didn't know they needed help. The drive was silent except for the car's navigation intoning directions as they hit I-225 north and exited to the east. They drove into a project with brick homes. Trash bags and beer cans littered the grass. "You have arrived at your destination," the navigation announced, and Rambo parked alongside the street. He kept the engine running as he peered through the trees for the house. "You need me to—" Chris was already out and slamming the car door before Rambo could finish his sentence. "There's a reason I taught elementary and not middle school." Laura shook her head. "That kids could be so rude. Not even a thank you?" Rambo started driving. He's more upset at his mom for not picking him up like she should have. He gave her Chris's history, commenting on the entire year Chris had spent at the foster home waiting for his mom's return. "Problem is, Mom probably just wanted him back so she could get the tax credit." Her heart ached for the boy. Even if she didn't have her mom in the picture, she had had a dad raising her in a loving home. She'd be willing to take the attitude with grace. "I have a different view of him now." Rambo glanced at her, then back at the highway. "Why's that?" "My story is far better than yours and his. I always missed my mom. When I was 14, I got angry at my dad for not getting my mom and sister back. But later I thought maybe Mom had everything to do with their divorce. You have a sister? In a vision. Besides the baby picture she had of her twin sister, she had no idea what she looked like as an adult. Apparently, Mom and Dad thought if they each kept one child, it would be fair game. That's not fair to you guys. Her heart always burned whenever she thought of the family she had never met. Did Mom even miss her at all? I'm more mad at my mom that she never made an effort to call me. He turned on the blinker as he switched to the right lane in front of a truck. It's not worth being angry at people you've never met. Not good for your health. He was right. None of them knew how she felt, not even her dad. If you need more friends, plenty of people would die to be friends with you, me included. She shifted in her seat, touched by the tender way he said it. That's if you can forgive me again for being a jerk. Her resolve fell, her heart softened, and the words bled out of her mouth. I'm sorry, I was the jerk. She was mad at him behind his back. And I want to be your friend too. The blinker pinged as he took the next exit. What about we celebrate over dinner? He turned right into a shopping center with 3 different restaurants. Wow, not just any shopping center. One in a town close to her community. To new beginnings. He parked between a Land Rover and a minivan. How did you know where I live? Immersed in talking about Chris, then her family, she had ignored her surroundings. A grin widened his full lips and danced in his golden brown eyes as he killed the engine and leaned back. You told me last night, he shrugged. If I wanted to, I'd have checked your resume for the actual address, but I haven't been home since yesterday. What better way to start a weekend than having dinner with him? Thrilled to be with her middle school crush again, she smiled back and reached for her phone. She needed to call her dad first. Dinner sounds great. Yes, he had taunted her most of those years. Still, unbelievably, he was here, a Colorado sports celebrity, and they were going to dinner as good friends. Chapter 9. Rambo switched on his blinker to turn on I-25 South. 1 week of sports camp turned to 2, 3, and June was almost behind them. Since their night in the closet, he and Laura had gotten along. As well as having lunch together, he enjoyed driving her home after work. The 34-mile drive allowed them a 45-minute to 1-hour chat. Plus, it made his car smell like her. She was now telling him about the organization she had applied for. Nothing personal, but I was keeping an eye for openings with the International Redemption when Renee told me about Big Mama. Rambo kept his focus on the road since the car just cut right in front of him without signaling. With such a continuous explanation, she must feel torn to share such news. Although his heart was sinking, he also wanted what made her happy. Was just getting used to working together. Now I have to go through the hate thing with another person? She let out a soft chuckle, her sweet laugh warming him in the way he had grown to anticipate. Come on, not everyone has issues like I do. Let's hope not. He glanced at her. Her lips looked fuller today with a hint of lipstick. What will this organization offer you that I can't? If she wanted better pay, perhaps he could convince her to stay. She was feisty and a pain at times, but she was dedicated and passionate when she set her mind on something. If I get hired, they'll pay for me to go back to school. I can fund you too, if you stay. Whoa! Where had that come from? Was he insane offering to pay for her tuition while he had offset costs for the organization? Through his peripheral vision, he sensed her staring at him. You forget I know Big Mama's finances. You need all the money to get your foundation off the ground." She gripped her knees and then stretched out her legs. "Who knows? Maybe I won't even get called for an interview." "You will." Why wouldn't they schedule her for an interview or even hire her? As long as we can still be friends, that's what matters. "Of course," she shifted, fumbling with the seatbelt. "Been meaning to ask, why did you name your organization Big Mama?" He turned on the blinker and switched lanes to the right, in no hurry to get Laura out of his car. Not when she asked something personal. He cleared his throat as he thought of the woman who had come to his rescue. "Big Mama was my foster mom. She's the reason I play basketball." She had fostered him at 14, seen his passion for basketball, and enrolled him in the best leagues. "I didn't know I'd play pro basketball right out of high school." In his case, being held back in kindergarten had paid off. He had always been one of the oldest kids in his class. "Wow," the word whispered from her, all breathy and minty in the small space. "Your foster mom sounds like she was an amazing woman. Could she be the one in the picture on your nightstand?" "What?" He lifted a brow at her. "Someone made herself right at home?" He took exit 184 to Founders Parkway and headed east. "Yes, that's her." She gave a sheepish grin. "Sorry for snooping around. I couldn't help it. She was beautiful." Yes, she was. He had wondered if Laura would look around. Although tempted to look through the camera, mainly to stare at her, he had given her his word that he wouldn't. "So how many kids did your mom take in?" "She fostered several, but in the end she focused on 5 boys, all my age. 3 of them moved to other states. Thankfully, they all had jobs and not on the streets. I'd be on the streets if it weren't for her. I read that 40 to 50% of kids who don't get adopted from foster care, as soon as they get out at 18, end up homeless. The stats vary, but that's pretty much it." He knew some of the kids he had been with before Big Mama, though Colorado is trying to change things and does now allow some kids to stay in care until they are 21. Few stay. Most kids I was with in some of the group homes are dealing drugs or are in and out of jail. "That's so sad." She pressed a hand to her chest. "I'm glad Chris's mom is back in his life." He twisted his grip on the steering wheel as doubt slammed him, the way it assailed him ever since the boy had gone back to his mom. He could very well be wrong, but... "Do you ever feel like something is not right, even if it seems everything is in place?" "Why?" She eyed him, that furrow between her delicate brows again. He dragged out a breath. "I have doubts about Chris's mom. Maybe because my mom was a druggie and couldn't keep her act together to remember that she had a child." He swallowed hard and gripped the steering wheel so tight he almost swerved out of the lane. "What happened to your mom?" "She died of a drug overdose." Laura's warm hand touched his stiffened shoulder, a touch to comfort, but enough to stir all sorts of emotion. "I'm so sorry. Could have been worse. Some kids had no hope. Can't complain." She squeezed his shoulder and let out a shuddered breath. "I have no room to ever complain. I'm so glad God was watching out for you." His throat felt thick from her genuine words. "Yes, he's always got my back." It probably still hurt her that she missed out on her mom. "Glad your dad was there for you." The orange sky was bright against the brown sign announcing, "Welcome to Elizabeth." He accelerated to slow down. The land lay mostly flat, with some rolling hills in the distance as he drove another 5 miles. With the spread-out homes and cattle ranches, he had mastered the route to her house on the first day he drove her home. Tires bounced over gravel as he started to drive up the hill to her house. A few cows lounged about to the west side. He rolled down the window and breathed in the pine scent from the shrubs lining the wide gravel road. "Oh, by the way," she turned to him, "I had another fundraising idea I wanted to run by you." "What's that?" He jerked the car, halting when a squirrel scampered in the road. A few seconds passed before the critter darted back to the woods. "What if we did a car wash?" Even if they charged $10 per car, it would take a lot of time to make 200. Too much work for the two of us. "The kids can help." She wiggled in her seat, nearly bouncing in excitement while lining out a plan she must have been thinking about for days. "We can host it at the middle school if I get an okay from the principal." Before he bashed her idea, he needed to clarify what she meant by having kids help. "You mean like kids washing people's cars?" Who would trust a bunch of kids to wash their car? She slapped her thigh. "Yes, the kids will make signs, and some of them stand on the road while others wash." Not how he had anticipated spending the extra summer hours. Have you ever had kids help you work? If they were anything like he had been at 14, they'd be goofing off. "You know you and I will be washing all those cars." "We will monitor them, but they're old enough to help." That was just the problem. Getting kids to work was like making the perfect behind-the-back pass. Sure, sometimes it worked, but more often than not, it just gave the ball away to the other team. Wouldn't it be much easier to ask people to donate money? If I donate, I don't expect anything in return. He made a sharp turn to another gravel road. A tan house nestled in between Russian olives and cottonwood trees was his focus, as he pretended to ignore her narrowed eyes and tight-pressed lips. Being Laura, she wouldn't hold back for long. "You're the one who wants to expand your organization so kids can have a place to work when they graduate." Huffing, she crossed her arms. He didn't have to look at her face to feel her scowling. "I thought it was an opportunity for them to work." She was right. He was the one always whining to her about his plans for the foundation. "Okay, let's do it." He pulled his car to a stop. "When's a good time?" He retrieved his phone and scrolled for the calendar app. If he didn't add it, he'd forget. "The July 4th weekend is out." "Okay." She dug her phone out of her purse, and her thumb hovered on the screen. "That doesn't work for me either." A thrill coursed through him. Perhaps she was going to the same place. He eyed her. "You're coming to Ezra's house too?" "Jake's house." "What's the difference? They will be all at the same party, and they live across from each other." The scowl vanishing, she wagged a finger at him. "Might save you a few minutes from being late if you hit the right house right away." Who could help staring at her when her blue eyes were so dreamy? His pulse raced and he was struggling to breathe. He cleared his throat to put an end to the thick air filling the car. "See you tomorrow?" "Oh." She clutched her purse on her lap and held the door. He should hold her door, but if he did, he might accidentally touch her while she stood out of her seat. Her lips parted. "Join us for dinner. I'm grilling chicken and corn." He tapped his fingers on the leather steering wheel. "Your dad will be disappointed if you don't join us." He held her gaze, her genuine invitation tempting him like the previous ones he had turned down. She slung her purse over her shoulder, stood up, and bent back into the car, her hands braced on the roof, her eyes sparkling. "He probably has more calendars and cups from his friends for you to autograph." Her dad had brought a Nuggets jersey with Rambo's number and had caught him in the driveway last week. "I wouldn't want to disappoint anyone." "Good," she smiled, like he had agreed to take up a hard task. Then, ponytail bouncing, she spun around and shut the car door. He took a moment to inhale. Hanging out with her and her dad was just a dinner invitation. Right. He had never met a girlfriend's dad before. Wait, what? He scratched his twitching chin. Man, was he ever jumping to conclusions. So she's not a girlfriend or anything, but what was he going to talk about? What if he made a fool of himself and gawked at her in front of her dad? Then the old man would never let him near his house again. When Laura eyed him through the windshield, he grinned and stepped out. The birds chirped and echoed happy melodies, and his stomach nodded in songs of panic. The evening breeze, soft with the sounds of twilight, carried the smell of grilled chicken and barbecue as Rambo leaned back in the wicker chair, glad he had stayed. Throughout their dinner, he had learned about Will's hobbies. He was passionate about fishing, watching NASCAR races, and collecting trains. He had also learned through Will about Laura's love for running. Listening to Will's history gave him a slight backstory of Laura. Sitting next to her dad across the patio table, Laura trained her gaze on a rabbit hopping along the rocky path in the distance. She was no doubt uncomfortable as her dad talked about her first day at school, when she cried, her first bike ride, her broken arm, all the firsts. She hated it here at first, but once I bought her a horse. Will tapped her shoulder, but she barely looked at Rambo. She thought this was the best place in the world. All the times he had stopped by, he hadn't seen any animals on the property, but nobody had given him a tour either. Where's the horse now? Laura pressed her lips together. She died. Oh, no. We had to learn a lot about ranching. Ranching? Rambo sat forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. Where do you keep your animals? Will reached for his lemonade. He took a sip and set it down. That was another dream, he chuckled, before talking about the main reason they had moved from Aurora. I thought I'd get into ranching. He spoke of the cattle he had bought, only to realize it was more manual labor than he could handle, and when the cows contracted a disease and the meat market hit a low, he had had to call his losses. When I sold the landscape business, I bought more land because I had a dream to buy more cattle and horses. He ran a hand over his hair, smoothing loose strands into his tidy haircut. By the time I wanted to go back to landscaping, it was too late. When I sold the business, I passed on all my clients. Rambo would encourage him to pursue his dream, but landscaping was heavy manual labor for a man his age. No wonder he worked at Home Depot. He now understood why Laura mentioned concern about the nature of his work. Anyone need a refill? Laura stared at his half glass of lemonade, probably ready to change the subject. I've had enough, Princess. Will downed the last of his lemonade, and her cheeks pinked with his endearment. Rambo raised his glass in a slight salute. I'm good. Now it's your turn. Will nodded to him. Laura showed me your bio. She did? His heart skittered a beat, and warmth flooded him. That furrow he was coming to know made its appearance. It ridged between her eyes as she shrugged. I had to know a thing or two about my boss. How long were you in the foster system? Rambo swirled his glass, ice cubes clinking against the side as he frowned at them. As long as I can remember. What was it like? Not something he had planned to think about today, but Will's genuine interest, and Laura leaning forward as she rested her chin in her hand, had him telling what he remembered about the snowy night he had been placed in emergency care. His voice turned monotone as he focused not on the dark memories, but on the wildflowers swaying in the tall grass. Like looking at those flowers, sticking to the positives of his messed-up childhood was best. I got fostered eventually, and now I have God on my side and great friends. Laura swiped her hand over her eyes. Can I get you some milk? Despite himself, he had to chuckle. Your lemonade is good enough." "I feel like I know you better." Will rubbed his chin. "I'm glad my daughter works for your foundation." Laura ran her finger over the rim of her glass. She hadn't told her dad about applying for another job, had she? Either way, Rambo was blessed to have her on his team, however long he had her. "I'm glad, too." The chair scraped the cement when Will stood. Unlike last time, his t-shirt was untucked as he stared at the darkening sky. "I'll let you kids talk. I need to get the grass before it gets dark." "Dad, I'm planning on it tomorrow." Laura stood. "It's supposed to rain tomorrow." Then Will bent toward Rambo and whispered loud enough for Laura to hear. "Ever since I turned 60, she treats me all fragile." "A fragile person wouldn't be on their feet all day." 4 hours. Will arched a graying brow to her. Maybe 6 sometimes, but not all day. Watching their sweet exchange touched Rambo with how much she took care of her dad. On one of the drives over, she had shared her concern about his long hours at the Home Depot. Will seemed strong enough, but perhaps a lighter job for his age would be better. While father and daughter continued their banter, Rambo stood, determined not to let her or her dad cut grass while he could use a workout. "I've got it." The front had more gravel than grass, so that should be easy. The back would give him a rundown for his workout. "Just point me to the lawnmower." Will stared between him and Laura, then shrugged. "She will show you where it is." He said something about taking advantage of the free time to watch some NASCAR races on TV, and walked through the screen door to the house. Rambo grabbed his glass from the table as Laura reached for hers and Will's, and he followed her to the kitchen. "Thanks for dinner," he said as she swung open the dishwasher and slid in the glasses. "You're welcome." Their hands brushed when she reached for his glass. The kitchen was much smaller with the two of them there, so he took a step back, leaning against the dark marble counter. She fit his glass in the dishwasher, then closed it and faced him. "You don't have to cut the grass. You're our guest. Just like you didn't have to cook for me, but you did. Just like you've been driving me, but you didn't have to." He eyed the oak shelf above the sink with a book titled Meals Under 30 Minutes. Driving Laura had been one of the best things to develop their relationship. "I've enjoyed driving you." She took a deep breath as if needing it for her next statement. "I'm getting my car back tomorrow." Why did that feel like a slight sucker punch? He folded his arm across his chest and sank deeper against the counter, keeping it nonchalant. "I was just starting to warm up to my driving skills." "Your driving skills will come in handy when cutting the grass." She stepped away from the dishwasher and gestured for him to follow. What did a lawnmower have to do with driving a car? Unless... "Don't tell me I'm driving one of those mowers I've seen at farms." His shoulders brushed against hers as they stepped out of the kitchen. She paused, a spark in her eye. "Don't tell me you're scared of a lawnmower." He had never driven one before, but how hard could it be? "I'm always up for a challenge," especially where Laura Buchanan was concerned. Chapter 10. Laura stood in front of the mirror and pursed her lips, then adjusted her red top with a blue and white striped ribbon on the shoulder. For the first time in her life, she spent hours worrying about her looks. The evening Rambo stayed for dinner and mowed the lawn had escalated their relationship far from the enemy zone, almost out of the friend zone, into something more. She had shown him how to use the riding mower, and he thought it was one of the most amazing experiences. He had finished cutting the grass just before dark, and they sat on the front porch, opening up to each other about their past mistakes. Despite the shoplifting he had done and other mischiefs before he was even a teenager, she was surprised he had never been tempted to use drugs. Apparently, seeing what they did to his mom was better than any anti-drug propaganda. She had shared her insecurities and the vindictive nature her previous actions already revealed, but he had played it off, claiming everyone was a sinner in some regard, and God was always at work to make us better. Nudging aside a flamingo piggy bank on her dresser, she eyed her reflection in the mirror above it, then her flat sandals and painted toes. A subtle blue, not too bright to be noticed, but enough to make her toes look different in a good way. She huffed. First lipstick and now nail polish. Was she a teenager or what? What a silly fantasy, that showing up at the barbecue and fireworks show in Jake and Renee's yard would be her chance to accidentally on purpose sit next to Rambo. Her dad had left for a fishing trip early in the morning. He was finally using the package she had given him for a Father's Day present. Fishing and a cabin for 3 so he could hang out with his best buddies. As soon as he had left, she had had the entire house to herself to process and enact what tonight would be. While Renee, Jake, and hopefully all the other firefighters coming would be seated with their spouses, Rambo would be the odd man out, and she could pair up with him. No, that would be a creepy way of doing things. She retrieved her phone from her purse on the dresser, almost 4. Time to leave. After locking up the house, she stepped into her car. In the 2 days she had had it back, the drive after work had become dreadful without Rambo. She should be happy to have her car back, but man, she missed him driving her home. CO 86 West scarcely had any traffic, which should get her to Jake and Renee's house 15 minutes earlier. Her phone rang as she switched lanes. Anticipation coursed through her when she saw Rambo's name. She put it on speaker and slid it into the phone holder on the dashboard. Hi. Why did her voice sound strange? I could use your help with Chris. Whoa, he sounded urgent. Okay, what's that? He called and wanted me to go get him, and I thought of what you said about the safety code of 2 adults per child. Good thing he took her advice not to be alone. The 2-on-1 was a safe rule. Is he okay? Isn't he supposed to be with his mom for the holiday? Where does he want you to take him? I'll tell you when you get here. Not wanting him to assume she knew his whereabouts, she clarified, Where are you? At home. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Thanks. Rambo's house was out of her way, but it didn't matter since he was why she had wanted to go to the barbecue. She twisted her hands on the steering wheel and forced herself to take some slow breaths as she fretted about Chris. Her stomach in nerves, she parked in Rambo's wide driveway, walked to the door, and rang the doorbell. She flipped her loose hair back, hoping he didn't assume her keeping it down was for him, even though, well, it was. The door swung open, and his gaze swept down on her before focusing on her face. Nice lips. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the back of his neck. I meant your, lipstick. He then tapped his forehead and stuttered. You look good in every way. Ugh. He held his hands up in surrender. Goosebumps scattered up her spine at the way he scrambled to smooth his words. Thanks. You don't look bad yourself. She gestured her chin to his red shirt. It fit the occasion today. They shared a moment until she felt the need to say something, anything. The flower garden and vibrant shrubs on the side of the house caught her attention. I like your house. It's old, but it was my foster home. What a sentimental guy. Is this where Big Mama lived? He nodded. Had to buy it back from someone 3 years ago. He looked at the porch pillars. Renee redesigned it to the way I like it. I like what she did. No kidding what her cousin could do. Let me open the garage so we can head out. Rambo shifted from the doorway. We'll take my car. She gestured to the driveway. I owe you plenty of rides. He seemed to be thinking about it. Her car was nowhere near his sleek, fancy ones, so it surprised her when he nodded. Let me grab my wallet. He went back inside and returned, closing the door. As they walked to the car, Rambo summarized Chris's call. His mom has been gone for 2 days. Poor guy was probably scared. Didn't you say a social worker checked on them often? He said she came by yesterday and he didn't open the door. Her feet faltered. No way should Chris stay there alone. We should call social services. That's what I told him right away, but he pleaded with me not to. Rambo pocketed his hands in his jeans. He thinks his mom will get her act together soon. He only called me because he's scared of fireworks. Rambo's eyes were downcast. For the first time, he didn't seem sure of what to do. The drive to Chris's place took about 20 minutes, and while she wanted to ask what Rambo was going to do, she remained silent as she parked in the project. Chris was sitting under one of the trees closest to the road, his hand on his knees and head hanging low as if in deep thought. Rambo rolled down the window. "Hey, Chris." The kid stood and slung his drawstring backpack over a shoulder and slumped toward them. "Hi, Chris," she greeted, even though she didn't expect a response from the surly teenager. Chris peered through Rambo's window and glared at her. He then frowned at Rambo. "Where did you get this piece of junk anyway?" No, sir," Rambo pointed a finger. "Attitude stays right here." Chris rolled his eyes, yanking at his unruly hair before he tugged to open the back door. Locks clicked when Rambo pressed the passenger side lock button. "First, you need to apologize to Miss Buchanan for being rude." Chris lifted his hands. "Seriously? Are you going to drive me or what?" Rambo's finger moved along the cell phone screen. "You got less than a minute to do as asked. Timer goes off, we're leaving without you." Rambo was too relaxed as he leaned back and Chris crossed his arms. Laura kept her hands on the steering wheel, and her focus was on the man at one of the corner homes. Smoke blew out of his mouth as he sucked at the cigarette. Chris was right about her car looking slightly junky. She had never fixed the hood since hail dented it last summer. But the temptation to drop things and drive the boy to wherever was high. She only hoped they weren't taking him to the party. If so, his behavior was enough for her to consider going back to her house and calling it a night. The timer on Rambo's phone rang and he waved at Chris. "Enjoy the fireworks." Raising his window, he told Laura, "Let's go." Beyond the window, Chris tossed his head back and kicked his worn shoes on the wilted grass. She squeezed the steering wheel. "You're sure about this?" He needs to learn that kindness is a choice, not an obligation. Laura drove away, stopping at the red light where she planned to turn left to the main road. Not sure Chris will understand about kindness being a choice. She tried to loosen her clenched fingers while second-guessing his decision. It will take some tough lessons since he has a sense of entitlement. He has an attitude and he hates my guts. Whenever he looked at her, rage mottled his forehead. "Don't take it personally." Rambo rubbed his hands on his thighs. "He hates all women right now because his mom has let him down." Laura stepped on the brake while tapping on the steering wheel. When the light turned green, she took her foot off the brake pedal to drive forward. Rambo's phone rang. "It's Chris." He put it back. He had a chance and blew it. Laura didn't feel right about leaving the boy alone, especially if he had called for help. "Can you answer?" He needs to learn a lesson. The whole tough love might work for Rambo, and he probably knew how foster kids were supposed to be raised. But she'd never forgive herself if anything happened to Chris. So she turned right onto a side street and pleaded with Rambo to answer Chris's call. The ringing stopped as soon as Rambo reached for his phone. "Let's go back." She was already flipping on the signal back to the main road. "I don't care about apologies. If he disrespects you again, I'll call social services and tell them about his mom." She appreciated his fire to defend her. "You're a wonderful role model in Chris's life, even if Chris didn't know it." "I doubt so," he scowled, not taking any credit. When Laura parked, Chris was pacing. Once Rambo called after him, he marched to the car. "I'm sorry," he spoke without looking at Laura, the battle raging in his mind visible in his twisted features. "You're talking to her, not me," Rambo urged. "That's fine." Laura was ready to end this dilemma. As Chris opened the back passenger door, took a seat and closed the door, Rambo craned his neck to talk to him. "You want us to take you to John and Shirley's?" John and Shirley, Laura had learned, were standby trainees who took in foster kids waiting to be fostered. My mom's coming back," Chris's voice cracked, either emotion or a puberty moment. "Can I hang out with you until the fireworks are over?" Rambo's face softened. "My plan was to take you with us, but your reaction made me second-guess things." Laura started driving, finally sure of where to go. On the drive, Rambo went through his expectations for Chris at Jake's house. "Don't be a party pooper. We all pitch in and help with work. I don't expect you to chat with adults, but be polite." "I'll try," Chris finally said. A King Soopers bag flew from the back and landed on Rambo's lap. "There," Chris said. He must have learned the think fast idea from Rambo. Rambo retrieved a box from the bag, a picture of a snack of some sort. He grinned. "Where did you buy the seaweed?" "King Soopers around the corner." Laura's heart pulled at Chris's thoughtfulness. "I can't believe that's your favorite snack." "I can't believe you remembered." Rambo shook his head, and a grudge spread across his face. "Thanks, bud." Even though Chris didn't respond, Laura learned something about him today. He was a sweet boy who was hurting. If she could help him in any way, she intended to do so. The gathering in Jake and Renee's yard rejuvenated her. She had needed time with family and friends and laughed with the girls in the kitchen while they stacked the dishwasher. Lila had just told them some of her 2-year-old's mischief. "Enough about me." She wiped her dripping hands with a washcloth. "How's work been for you, Laura?" In other words, Renee clamped the dishwasher shut and wiggled her eyebrows as if she knew something Laura didn't. "How are you getting along with your boss?" Bianca, Cousin Andrew's wife, peered through the floor-to-ceiling window at the guys, Chris included, playing football. "You and Rambo are dating?" Her hands flew to her tan cheeks. "How come nobody told me?" "Okay, time to put an end to all their assumptions. He's just my boss." So Laura wished something more would come out of their relationship. So what? Plus, he and I don't get along. "Is that why you drove him over here?" Lila crisscrossed her feet as she braced against the white marble counter. Renee tapped her lip and arched her brow with, "What? Questions or knowledge?" "That explains why you two couldn't keep your eyes off each other the entire evening. You guys are reading too much into things." Had she been staring at him enough for them to notice? Had he noticed? Heat scorched her cheeks. A change of subject was so in order. "Sorry we can't watch fireworks with you." "Did you just say we?" Bianca made a quotation. "Ugh. I mean Chris. He's scared of fireworks, so Rambo and I need to find something to do with him during that time." As she thought she had dug herself a hole, Jake walked in through the sliding door and Renee's face lit up. That girl pretty much forgot other people were in the room when she looked at her husband. "Hi, honey." She walked to him and wrapped her arms around him, and he kissed her forehead. As if on cue, Lila and Bianca excused themselves to check on their kids in the backyard, and Laura decided to make herself scarce too. The late evening sun brought a perfect breeze to cool down the earlier heat, and the half-acre lot provided plenty of space for all the activities going at the same time. Chris was throwing Ezra the ball when another firefighter, Dalton, intercepted and ran to the opposite side of the yard, shouting, "Touchdown, baby!" Bianca and Lila joined their kids, Daisy, an 8-year-old who was blowing bubbles, and Adelie, the 2-year-old who was trying to leap and catch each bubble. Spotting Rambo wasn't hard, since she sensed his gaze on her somehow, and as soon as she peered at the bench by the garden, he flashed a toothy grin. Her knees felt weak, and she didn't trust herself to make it to him when he patted the empty space next to him under the peach tree. "Hey, Princess," he said when she sat down, and he scooted over, closing the gap between them. His forehead was glistening from playing earlier. He hadn't called her princess since the night they had been locked in the closet. Surprisingly, she responded, "You retired the game early." "Football's not my thing." Yet he played it for Chris's sake. 7 times Chris intercepted the ball from you. "Somebody's been stalking me." He sprawled his arm along the back of the bench, his hand almost touching her shoulder. "I was only watching out for Chris," she lied. While putting away leftovers and getting dishes done, she had snuck a few glances his way through the window. He didn't seem to believe her. Thank goodness he didn't talk more about it. "I called Shirley." He brushed a strand of hair from her shoulder, his jeans grazing her shorts, and a bolt of electricity shot through her entire body. "She has no room for Chris. Apparently, after he left, she got 2 more kids. What do we do now?" Amazing she could speak with such a racing heart. "She's agreed to let him bunk on the couch until social services can figure out what to do if his mom doesn't change." A bee buzzed past and landed on one of the rose bushes, spicing the air. "What time do we take him back?" "Dalton is into gaming, so he's agreed to let me take Chris to his house tonight." She would miss watching the fireworks with him, but at least Chris would be safe. "I'll stay there too. Dalton will give us a ride." Dalton leaped for the ball with Ezra. She had met him 3 times at the Sunday barbecues. Charming and handsome, he was still single, but surely not from lacking a date. He was probably content, or picky. A twinge of disappointment pinched her tummy. This wasn't how she fantasized their day would end. She squirmed on the bench, but managed to say, "Have fun." He studied her and squeezed her shoulder. "Trust me, I'd love to spend all the time with you, but I already took up your entire day. Let me know if Dalton's car ends up not working." He chuckled, and so did she. Her statement didn't make sense. It was like she had intentions to damage Dalton's car. "I will let you know," Rambo said through his laughter, before pressing his lips together. "Thank you for turning around so we could get Chris." They both looked at Chris, beaming as Ezra tackled the ball from him, too content with all the guys giving him attention. "Thank you for being there for him," she said. His eyes were too soft as he stared at her. His lips parted as if he was going to say something, but he gave a curt nod instead. Chapter 11. Rambo winced against the mid-afternoon sun as he wiped down the Escalade SUV with a dry towel. With 5 wash stations roped off with tape in the parking lot, and 50 kids spread throughout the stations, he had thought they'd be done by now. He had sent his 6 helpers to take their lunch break, which explained the long line of cars in his section. If he had known how serious the car washing would be, he would have enrolled more volunteers. He had been wrong about kids not being helpful. Most of them had bright smiles, exposing braces as they spoke to the customers. Even Chris, 2 stations down, had his mouth lifting as he accepted cash from an older man he had just sold a Pepsi to. Rambo straightened and exhaled. His gaze wandered past the small bodies as he scanned for one person. There she is, underneath the snack booth tent. Her snug white tank top worn over jean shorts showcased the curves in all the right places. Her messy ponytail bounced and her shoulders shook at whatever the man was telling her. Good grief! The man had his bag of chips from the booth. Did he think he was at a comedy show or something? Rambo's jaw twitched and he grunted, bothered by the jealousy stalking him like an opposing player guarding his moves through the game. Thank goodness Chris interfered when he handed Laura a bill. She then waved to the man, who finally walked back to his car. Good grief! Rambo let out a breath he hadn't known he had been holding. He had had a hard time keeping his gaze from straying to her lately. Whenever they weren't together, she invaded his thoughts. Having some distance from her today enabled him to peek whenever she walked around, from one food snack booth to a beverage booth. Sometimes she was washing cars. She ran a smooth operation, no doubt. Are we done yet? Rambo blinked at the man sitting in the Escalade. Where was his rag? It must have slipped out of his hand somehow. Sorry about that. He picked it up and scowled at the gunk smearing it. He had to excuse himself to grab another clean towel from the bin where they had stored all the extra rags. As he continued cleaning the next cars in his line, he lost count of how many he had washed, and his arm ached. More sandwiches were delivered at just the right time. He had ordered them from one of his franchise fast food restaurants. After sending the kids in groups of 6 to eat their lunch while others worked, Rambo was looking forward to his lunch break with Laura, but she refused to take a break during their turn. What a work bee! Disappointed, he slumped in a canvas chair under the tree, alone. The few kids in the tree were tossing carrots back and forth. His jokes would come in handy at a different time. He had rehearsed the jokes he had wanted to share with her during their break, just so he could make her laugh and see her smile. He startled when a squirrel climbed the tree, time to clean up his empty paper bag so he didn't tease rodents with empty wrappers. He glanced back at the kids now lounging under the tree. Shonda, a 10-year-old, was yawning as she ate her sandwich at a snail pace. JJ seemed relaxed, stretched out on the grass, with his hand tucked behind his head, staring at the clear sky. None of them were in a hurry to clean up after their lunch, even with strewn wrappers around them. More cars kept rolling in. Rambo didn't remember when the car wash was supposed to end. As much as he wanted to raise money, he didn't want the kids worn out in one day. He shifted in the lounge chair, working up a rapid plan to save the day. Ephraim. He always had a bunch of teenagers help him scrub floors or do the dishes whenever he was crunched for time. Rambo dialed his friend's number. "Bro!" Ephraim's cheerful laughter reverberated through the phone. "Let me guess. Car washing turned out to be so fun, now you want me to cater to your students for dinner." No need to respond to sarcasm with sarcasm. "Need your help, dude." "That bad, huh?" They could chat later. He had an emergency. "Where do you get those teenagers you paid $10 for 3 hours?" He explained his need to help speed up their progress. Lots of mamas in the area would be glad to have you put their kids to work, even for free, if we tell them it's for charity. It was charity work, but he didn't want them working unpaid. How soon can they get here? I'm closing in an hour, and I can see if I can borrow Tara's van to bring 6 of them, at least. Thanks, man. Rambo hung up and sent a silent prayer, hoping the plan worked. Tara, Ephraim's 82-year-old neighbor, never drove anywhere, but let Ephraim run all her errands and take her places she needed to go. Unless the van wasn't running, Rambo could guarantee it was available. Finding the kids would be the challenge. If they got extra people, they could take turns resting as soon as Ephraim arrived. He went back to wash and wipe down the cars with the help of the kids in his group. When Ephraim arrived, he had instead brought 3 of his employees, and each of them had driven kids in their cars. You're the best, bro, Rambo slapped his friend on the back. Then unstacked 2 stuck-together buckets. Where did you get all these kids? 3 are my neighbors, Ephraim gestured to a group a few feet away. They each had a friend of a friend who could use $10. Rambo told his other helpers to take a break, since he had 3 kids take their spot. Has anybody ever washed a car before? 2 of them raised their hands, and one of them said his dad owned a car wash. Still, Rambo still demonstrated for them. To Ephraim, he said, "Can you take the group to Laura?" He could see her yawning at the snack booth, a phone in hand as her finger moved on the screen. She was probably calculating their profits for the day so far. Tell her it's time for her break, too. Ephraim lifted his fingers to his forehead, giving Rambo a salute. I'll be resting under the shade, and you can fill me in about your catering gig. When he made it back under the tree, he flopped against the trunk, leaving the empty chair for Ephraim, and closed his eyes, not intending to fall asleep, but to relax, as the breeze wisped his neck. The fresh-cut grass smell offered a perfect reminder that summer was in full swing. Footsteps shuffling through the grass had him open his eyes to see a fuming Laura marching toward him. Following her, Ephraim put his hands together as if warning Rambo to start praying. "What were you thinking?" Laura threw her hands up when she stood in front of him. "Why did you hire people to wash the cars?" Her cheeks were flooded with color, far too cute, but her temper wasn't necessary. Perhaps he could talk sense into her. Staying calm, he stood and hoped she'd listen if she were looking at him. "Okay, princess. That princess thing is not going to work right now." Her brows drew together. "We're supposed to teach the kids that money is earned through hard work." She had a reasonable point, but also teach them when they start a job, it's out to be done. She was pacing now, her hands fisted, so he broke in. "With the long line of cars, thanks to your marketing blast, we may never finish, even with volunteers. What's the point of a fundraiser if we're giving away all the money to workers?" Her pacing was driving him crazy. He wanted her to make facial contact so he could gauge her little argument. So he circled around until he was in front of her enough to get her attention and make her stand still. Rambo reminded her he was paying cheap labor out of his pocket. Why can't people just donate money without having us wash their cars? Wasn't that the point of fundraisers? She thrust a finger at his chest, igniting an internal temperature right off. "You said I'd make all the big decisions." He almost laughed. "You call this a big decision?" "Bravo!" Ephraim clapped. "You found your match, yo." Rambo had forgotten Ephraim was around. Rambo pivoted to look at his friend, the guy's wide grin proving he was enjoying the show. "What are you still doing here?" He needed to set things straight with the feisty brunette without being on display. So he reached for her hand. His fingers curled around her wrist firmly to make sure she didn't yank away. "We need to talk." "Don't be long." Ephraim's laughter bounced off their backs. Rambo led her to the east side of the building and walked into the gym. He then turned her around and backed her into the wall, a hand on each side of her. "Do you know what I think?" His voice sounded more strained than he intended. The fire flaring in her eyes earlier melted into something soft and dewy. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. Her tantalizing fragrance sent a rush of adrenaline through his body, leaving him surprised he could find his voice. "I think you enjoy arguing with me. It's your way of trying to resist me by pretending we're enemies." He might be in way over his head, but he had seen the way she looked at him sometimes, as if she wanted them to be something more than workmates or enemies or whatever she called it. She spoke breathlessly. "I don't." Her breathing was shallow, and he took one of his hands off the wall, pressing his fingers to her thrumming pulse. "I feel this, too." His own heart was drumming. He took a moment to appreciate her dilated blue eyes, her flushed cheeks, and her plump lips. All he had to do was lean down, and he would have his lips pressed to hers. Her eyes fixated on his mouth. He moved his hand to touch her hair, damp but soft. "Why do you like to—" "Miss Buchanan!" They tore apart when one of the fourth graders walked through the door. "Miss Buchanan?" By the time Jessica looked to the side where they were, he was already to the nearest trash can, pretending to be emptying the half-empty bag. "What do you want, Jessica?" He spoke, since Laura was still frozen in place. "Here you are." The girl's face brightened as she handed Laura the money. "I sold the rest of the sodas." "You did?" Laura's voice was weak when she crouched to the girl's level and accepted the money. "Let's see how the snack booth is doing." As soon as they left, Rambo threw his head back, needing a moment. He was close to yanking off her hair tie and then kissing her. If he had done so, the kid would have walked in on them. He raked his hair out of frustration at not remembering his surroundings. Why had they come to the gym in the first place? Oh, right, to talk about the fundraiser. Something to do with car washing, wasn't it? Was he even ready to date? He had better be if he was attracted to Laura. That wasn't the main reason, but somehow she was the first woman who felt confident fighting with him, who spoke her mind. She was dedicated and passionate among the many things he was learning about her, and she stirred a desire in him, something he hadn't had in a long time. 4 hours later, the car lines cleared out, and the kids' guardians picked them up. He could smell 2 sweet flowers where he sat at the cinder blocks, listening to Chris's frustrations. "I want to play football, but I don't think I'll make it to high school." He didn't blame the kid for his discouragement with everything he had going on. "We'll sign you up for football this fall." He'd have to research junior leagues, but you better plan on making it to high school. He had to remind him of the grass-cutting gig at Ezra's and Jake's homes 2 days ago. "You thought that was hard work after just 1 day, but if you don't go to school, that's the kind of work you'll do every day." The cinder block shifted when Chris sat at the edge. "What's the point of going to school if I'll end up on the streets?" "Because it's not up to you to determine your future. You're too young to worry about stuff like that." Rambo couldn't look Chris in the eye, not when he had had the same concerns as Chris's age before he found a permanent home. Rambo was starting practice on Monday, and soon they'd begin to focus on scrimmage games. If he didn't have to travel so much during basketball season, he'd foster or adopt the boy. Chris's mom's chances to claim him were getting slim. Not everyone is lucky enough to graduate from high school and have a pro team waiting for you to play for them. He hadn't known then, but God was surely watching out for him. Blessings come in different ways. Do you think my mom will quit drugs? The panic in those words crushed Rambo's heart. They had called the boy's caseworker after his mom hadn't been home in the 3 days following July 4th. Police had found her passed out on the street in another housing project. The woman needed a long recovery, but that wasn't what Chris needed to hear. Your mom is alive, so there's hope. But you need stability, a long-term temporary place you can call home. Chris scoffed. You and I know nobody is going to want me. Kids 10 and older were rarely placed into homes, which was why Rambo had entertained the idea of adopting him. Ever since the caseworker said Chris's closest relative was his uncle with a felony record, Chris's only hope was at John and Shirley's house. It would be better if he went somewhere familiar, but the couple was swamped. When Shirley told the social worker that Rambo played an influential role in Chris's life, they had added him to Chris's backup contact, enabling him to reach out and hang out with Chris. They had spent most afternoons together, hitting the arcades to play laser tag and all the video games he didn't care to play, but the boy enjoyed. But Chris was waiting for his response, so Rambo slapped the kid's shoulder. That's not true. He picked up a loose wooden chip and tossed it back in the garden. I was 14, much older than you, when I got fostered and later adopted. Memories of Big Mama clogged the back of his throat. Next Friday, it would be 4 years since she died. He had thought the pain of her loss would get easier with time, but it always hurt not to be able to call and ask her for advice, not to hear her laugh. Lots of good people are out there, even if they're not your parents. He pointed his chin to Laura as she locked up the gym's double doors. If it weren't for her last weekend, I was determined to leave you behind just to teach you a lesson. Oh, Chris tugged his ear as if processing Rambo's words. Rambo's pride goaded him to leave Chris, but Laura had saved him. He would have gone to the party, only to be tortured by his conscience, and then end up driving back to pick up the teen. You need to treat Miss Buchanan with respect, her and all the people God puts in your life. God? Chris frowned. Has he been watching my life lately? That's what I used to ask, but he's always watching. Rambo ducked when a bee hovered over his head. Try to look at someone who's got it worse than you. A moment passed before Chris tucked a foot up on the cinder block and fumbled with the string on one of his worn tennis shoes. My mom had signed us up for this endurance run. His voice broke. Supposed to be kids with their parents. Rambo couldn't imagine an addict running, but he'd give it to the boy's mom for trying. You still want to go? Was looking forward to it. Chris rested his cheek against his knee, his distant gaze seeming unfocused on a fully brown tree. But I guess that's behind me now. You want me to go with you? Rambo ran on the court, but marathons and stuff weren't his kind of layup. If you want. Wanting to run was overrated. When's this? In a few weeks. He ruffled the teen's hair. Guess we'll both need some running shoes. He didn't need to ask to know Chris could use a new pair. I'm beat, Chris yawned. Could we pass on the jumping tonight? Rambo's arms were still aching, and he longed for the ice bath and cryotherapy he had after long stressful games to regenerate his body and relax. but the bathtub at his house would have to do. What do you want to eat? Pizza. Laura walked toward them. The late evening sun lit up her hair with a golden hue. Memories of their lips almost touching 4 hours ago resurfaced. He could still almost smell her scent from their nearness. She sent a soft smile his way as if they had a secret. She must be remembering, too. Her feet slowed, and she gripped the strings of her purse on her shoulder. His pulse kicked up a notch. Man, she's beautiful. You like her and stuff? Was it that obvious? Yes. What? He was talking to a teenager. Stifling a groan, Rambo shifted his gaze back to the boy next to him. Did you say you want to eat ice cream? Chris shrugged. Cool with me. What are you boys up to? Laura's voice was breathless when she stopped in front of them. Rambo kept his gaze down at her blue Converse shoes, not trusting himself to look up without staring at her lips. Lips he had almost tasted earlier. Chris and I are going to dinner, Chris said, thankfully. Rambo forced himself to look up at her. You want to come? She crossed her arms, her weary eye slicing down through him, then Chris, who didn't have a frown for once. You two need some bonding time. He knew where her heart was with Chris. She cared for him. The realistic thing to do for a teen with an attitude was to hate them, treat them the way they treat you. But despite Chris's rudeness, she had been determined to return compassion. She waved a hand. I'll join you next time. The car wash seemed successful. What else could he talk about? Thanks to you. Wouldn't have pulled it off without Chris's help. She pointed her chin toward him. And all his friends. Can we go now? Chris hopped from his perch. We're all tired. Rambo stood an inch to Laura, blocking Chris with his back, just to take one more whiff of her subtle scent. He was acting creepish, but hey, see you Tuesday? She nodded, then whispered, The extra help you brought in was very much necessary. As he grinned, she pursed her lips, then walked away, calling over her shoulder, Have fun tonight. He struggled to keep his eyes off her as her curves swayed with her purposeful steps all the way through the lot, where only 2 cars remained. Until she made it to her Navy Fusion, he didn't turn back to Chris. The kid was frowning. You're sure she shouldn't come with us? Not good that a young kid was reading into his emotions. He wasn't the fluffy, cotton candy type guy, never had been. Girls were the ones who felt that way for him, not the other way around. I'm sure. He retrieved his key fob and started toward his car, Chris ambling behind him. He had no idea where he and Laura were headed, but something was brewing between them. Something he couldn't ignore, even if he wanted to. Chapter 12. Laura had gone through the rest of the weekend struggling to shove her boss out of her mind, but the effort was useless. The intimate moment they had shared in the gym when he had backed her against the wall kept her wondering what it would be like to kiss him. She fought the urge to rewatch his previous snippets of games or any of his commercials. Thankfully, church had taken up half her Sunday. It had helped her think about the pastor's sermon about God's first love, how she had felt when she had just surrendered her life to Christ, and what had happened to that excitement. Her new prayer was for God to ignite the passion, and for once she had to pray daily to surrender every detail to Him. Rambo wasn't at the office or at the middle school on Monday, since he spent the day in Denver for his scrimmage practice, so she organized things for the week with the volunteers there, oversaw things during the sports clinic, and anticipated his return tomorrow. They usually met at the office to catch up on admin work before driving to the middle school. When she arrived at the office Tuesday morning, the vanilla and cinnamon scent from his milk led her to his wide-open door. "Knock, knock," she spoke, standing in the middle of the doorway. When he looked up, his smile melted her heart. "Hey!" He pushed his keyboard toward the computer and rested his arms on the desk. "How was your weekend?" "I missed you." But as much as she wanted to say it, she wouldn't dare. "Good." She leaned against the door jamb, glancing at the Denver skyline picture on the tan wall. "How did practice go?" "It was just a warm-up. We have lots of scrimmage games coming up in 2 weeks. I'll have to come see you play one of these days." "I'm counting on it," he winked. The brief silence as they stared at each other sent her pulse racing. They were making small talk, and she wasn't good at small talk sometimes. She let go of the door. "I'll see you, in a few?" "I'll drive us today." She wouldn't argue. "Sounds good." When they drove to the school a couple of hours later, the ride was almost awkward. That tension extended throughout the day as they worked at separate camps. Though they barely talked to each other, she was aware of his every movement. Whenever she searched for him across the volleyball nets between them, she caught him staring at her. During lunch break, when they served the kids their prepackaged lunches, her body quivered, standing beside him. Kids' voices bounced off the gym walls as most of them scattered throughout the tables set up there. Volunteers were picking up the litter, and someone was mopping the spilled juice on the polished floor. With the food line cleared, Rambo and Laura's container was the only one with a few sandwiches left. He leaned into her, and his breath tickled her ear. "How are you feeling after that tumble in soccer?" Even though she knew he had been watching her, she was still startled, jerking away from him enough to search his face. "How did you know?" "A little bird told me." When a fifth grader showed up, they both reached for the same sandwich, and instead of moving her gloved hand, she looked up at him. His golden brown eyes stared back, and their gazes held for a moment too long. "Can I have my lunch now?" "Oh." The girl's voice brought them back to reality. "Sorry." Laura plucked out her hand and let Rambo hand the girl her sandwich. She undid her apron and slid it off as she walked toward the corner to hang it up on a hook stand. Plenty of jobs needed her attention. Instead, she was swooning over Rambo in front of the kids. She intended to control her feelings the next day when she showed up 30 minutes early at the office. As soon as she made a few copies of the expense reports she needed to fax to the treasurer, she intended to stay in her office until she left for the middle school. Her plan almost worked. Except on her way out of the conference room, she ran into Rambo coming into the room. "Hi." He stepped back to give her space. It only made the problem worse. They were suddenly fumbling in the small doorway, trying to get around each other, and she was acting a little tipsy as his spicy scent intoxicated her. Their feet danced around each other until she let out an exasperated laugh at the same time his hand locked onto her biceps. Then he plucked her off the ground and deposited her to the side and out of his way. "There," he said, slightly breathless. "Sorry," she squeaked, surprised she could find her voice. Her heart was racing, and her knees were shaky when she made it back to her office. So much for getting a grip. Laura clicked the mouse to shut down the computer. Another week down. Lately she had been second-guessing the job she had applied for. She doubted she would be disappointed if they didn't interview her. Working with Rambo, not to mention watching a new organization take off, was fun. With volunteers helping coach sports camp, she and Rambo had been using Fridays to catch up on office work. She had hired an admin to save him from spending more money. Thanks to the volunteers who were in and out of the office, even on Friday mornings, she had all the help she needed. An older couple even stopped by to help make flyers, recruit students, or do any small jobs she could assign them. The afternoon light radiated through her office window, spilling on the framed picture on the wall where a flock of flamingos waded in a lake. 5:30, but it could have only been 3. The long summer days had lots of possibilities, and she was looking forward to tonight and her friend's housewarming party. After reaching for her purse from the shelf, she exited her office and shut the door. Nerves tangled up her stomach as she walked toward Rambo's office to say goodbye. Despite the heated exchanges all week, today his smile hadn't lit his eyes the time she had run into him in the makeshift kitchen. She almost suspected he had been avoiding her. He turned down eating lunch together when she texted him, and he was always the one initiating their social time. Perhaps he was protecting his feelings from her? The chemistry they had scared her, too, especially when she had been so bent on hating him. Her heart sank when she arrived at his wide-open office door. She stood, not wanting to startle him. With his back to the door and shoulders sagging, he stared through the window at the trees in between apartments. This was not the Rambo she knew. He never sat in the office unless he was working or answering emails. She would have thought he had ADHD if she didn't know any better. Maybe he did, but she preferred Rambo over the sad man she saw right now. "I'm on my way out." "Sure," he responded without spinning his chair around, as if he had known she was standing at the door all along. "See you on Monday." She opened her mouth to ask if he was okay, then shut it. That might be prying, so she clutched her purse, her heart unsettled as she walked toward the parking lot. Her phone chimed with an incoming text as soon as she got in the car. Maybe it was Rambo. She fumbled her phone from her purse, her fingers clumsy in her eagerness. Then her shoulders sagged as she eyed the screen. Renee was letting her know they had changed the time for their girls' shopping and lunch tomorrow. Laura hated shopping, but she loved hanging out with the girls. Having Renee, her best friend, back in her life was wonderful. But Rambo was clouding her mind. As she typed a response, her thumb slowed with each letter. What if? Yes! She swiped the text messaging app away and made a call instead. "Laura, what's up?" Renee said upon answering. Well, her plan wasn't well thought through, but Renee was good friends with Rambo. Perhaps she'd know what upset him. "It's Rambo. He's not himself." How did she know? "I'm used to seeing him happy all the time, but today was different. It's the 4-year anniversary of his foster mom's passing." Ouch. Wincing, Laura sucked in a sharp breath. She tightened her grip on the phone and rubbed the spot pinching between her eyes. She had been selfish, not asking if he was okay. Renee sighed. Ephraim thinks Rambo shouldn't beat himself up every year. To honor her memory, Jake and I usually take him to the barbecue place he likes to eat at. But he canceled. He wanted to be alone. Being alone in an office didn't seem right when he looked so sad. Laura gave a quick nod. "What's the restaurant's name?" She would order something and bring it back to the office so he could at least have dinner. Just kidding. She reached for a blue sticky pad from the console and jotted down the address of the strangely named barbecue restaurant. After thanking Renee, she called her friend to let her know she wouldn't be making it to the housewarming. Instead of driving to the barbecue place as intended, she pulled into the super Walmart on her way to the restaurant and bought a basketball and 4 cold waters. When she browsed the restaurant website while waiting in the checkout line, she found out they did delivery. She could order after she talked Rambo into playing. She thanked the checker and hurried back to her car. Lord, please let this work and help Rambo overcome his grief. When she returned to the office, he was in the same pose she had left him in. She didn't knock or announce her presence, which surprised her when he spoke. Thought you left. Turn around. She readied the ball to throw at him, but he didn't run. Think fast. She used his words whenever he chucked things at her. She then tossed the ball toward his back. Funny how fast he spun his chair around to catch the ball. He frowned as he assessed the ball, then sniffed at it. What's this for? You promised me a game. I did. His brows drew together. That night in the closet. Not today. She shrugged. Now wasn't a good time to talk about his mom's death. I was looking forward to whipping you, but, she crossed her arms, you just proved you're afraid of my skills and needed time to practice. That challenging face suddenly appeared. Then he chucked the ball back to her. It's on, baby. And that was her Rambo slightly back. She let out a slow breath. This just might work. Thank you, Lord. The ball bouncing off the smooth surface and the panting of their breath filled the middle school gym. Laura's feet were already hurting from running back and forth as she dribbled the ball across the court with him in pursuit. She had barely had the chance to intercept the ball, and now that she had it, she needed to succeed at shooting it through the net. Come on, Laura. Rambo hovered in front of her, bouncing on his toes as if dancing with a dribbling ball. Man, not being used to the tension was hard enough, but being enveloped by his healthy scent made focusing even more challenging. Come on, he slapped the ball from her hand. You're fouling me. He dribbled the ball, grinning. That was just a love tap, princess. Of course he'd dominate the game, but his smile was her prize. She paused at half court right behind him. No way could she steal the ball, so she crouched, touching her knees, taking a moment to catch her breath. What happened to whipping me? He stood and aimed at the net. The ball didn't even brush against the rim as it slipped through the hoop. The way he had done without missing a single shot. The famous 3 points he scored on the previous games she had watched on YouTube. That and the slam dunks were fascinating to watch. Let's take a water break. Maybe she could come up with a better plan to keep the ball in her possession long enough. Actually, you're doing great. Rambo sauntered toward her, ball under one arm. His forehead glistened with sweat, and his sleeveless top exposed muscular arms. What happened to the party you were going to? He squirted the water to his mouth. Wow, he had remembered. She must have told him sometime during the week. You didn't seem yourself, and I didn't want to leave you like that. As he swallowed and lowered the water bottle, she took a step closer. 4 years, huh? How did you know? His voice was gruff. He tightened the cap on the bottle. Renee. A tight line crossed his lips. Then he set the water down and walked back to the court. You coming? I get to start with the ball this time. Perhaps she would make it through the hoop this time. Remember, I'm not a champion. Is that so? He tossed her an underpass and she grabbed it, made a shot. Do you think someone as short as me can do slam dunks? They were the reason she fell in love with the sport. Course you can. He scooped up the ball one-handed, dribbled a few running steps, then sprang into the air and dunked the ball. Your turn. He passed the ball and their hands brushed. It takes practice. You're like 5'6"? He eyed her up and down. Okay, 5'5", but it takes practice. All you need to do is get your momentum going for a good spring. He inched in closer to her, his fingertips grazing hers when he took the ball to shoot. Then he handed it back, stepped behind her, and rested a hand on the small of her back. Since you're shorter, we're going for MCV, maximum controlled velocity, and then a smooth transition from the run to transfer horizontal speed into vertical jump height. The tomahawk dunk would be best for your size. With him leaning so close, his breath tickled her neck. A shiver ran through her spine. She struggled to breathe in such proximity. When you go there, you jump, hoist the ball behind your head, then slug it forward and slam her in. She missed, landed on her feet beside him. So close they stared at each other, his lips so close. Your dad mentioned you like to run, so you should be good at the layup. He slid the ball from her hand, demonstrated the slinging motion of that dunk, like swinging a tomahawk, then stepped to the free-throw line and tossed a few before passing the ball to her. I want you to help me with Chris. She caught the ball. Huh? His face was serious. Okay, as long as her help didn't require her to interact with Chris. What kind of help? Will you train with me this week for his endurance run? And can you run with us? Whoa! She tucked the ball under her arm. She loved running, so yeah, training was manageable, but he can't stand me. He likes you, but he doesn't know it yet. When they finished playing, she ordered barbecue ribs and chicken on the restaurant website, adding the school address for the food to be delivered in an hour. Let's go outside and wait for our food. What? Just kidding, barbecue. He stood, opening and closing his mouth. She started walking as she dribbled the ball. When she stopped bouncing it, she could hear muffled footsteps following her. They sat under one of the trees, and as she rested her palms back on the dry grass, it felt like a good time to ask about his foster mom. How did Big Mama die? Heart attack. He leaned his head back to the trunk. Exercises weren't something she liked to do. Sitting up, Laura reached out and put her hand under his, squeezing hard because she couldn't find any words. I'm okay, though. Renee had mentioned something about his name having to do with his foster mom. Laura had assumed the name had to do with a movie character. Why did she name you Rambo? I was always in trouble, so she would call me Ray Mbolino. The corners of his mouth lifted. Guess she got tired of calling my whole name 20 times a day, and one day she put both names together and began calling me Rambo instead. Her hand still on his, Laura inched closer, stopping from letting their shoulders touch. I love that name. It annoyed her at first, but once she knew what it meant to him, it fit him just right. Yeah, I wish I'd listened to her better, to the things she told me about God, but I didn't. You do now, and she would be so proud of you. She asked about his basketball career since he said he had been able to play because of his foster mom. She spent hours pleading with the coaches of the best varsity teams to enroll me. He stared in the distance where the sky was turning pink and orange. I was being scouted by college teams and soon approached by pro scouts. I hated learning, so I chose to play for the Nuggets when I had the chance. He shrugged and told her how turning 19 right after graduation had ended up working out in his favor. What a talent! She tucked her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. She had never been around a pro athlete, but now she asked, What are you going to do when you retire from basketball? Used to think I'd go into American Ninja Warrior, but now I have a kids program on the radar. He picked up a twig and drew an imaginary circle in the grass. I got 3 franchise businesses, a good start, but I hope to invest some more, God willing. At least he had a vision, far more than she did. She wanted to ask and know so much about him. He had discussed his biological mom's addictions, and when he had come to her house, he had been precise with that conversation. Still, Laura leaned forward. What happened to your mom? She turned to look at him. Needing to keep things light, she hoped the smile lightened her words. Did she ever fight for you? Rambo broke the twig in half. He didn't answer for a good while, and when he did, his voice wasn't that of a confident basketball player. He gave a bitter chuckle. I've been in foster since kindergarten. I have fragmented memories of her when I moved in with her at 7. 1 week later, I came back from school, and she was so wasted that she asked me who I was. She said she didn't remember having any kids. Sadness passed between them as his jaw clenched, pain evident in his downcast eyes. Lord, why was I being so mean to him? Her chest hurt for the little boy who was rejected. Threatening tears burned her throat when he said his mom died several months later. Oh, maybe she shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. He shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. Do you remember her? Vaguely. He stared at the sunset. Not any pictures to look at. You always looked so happy, even in middle school. She choked on her unshed tears. Man, he seemed like he had it all together. I always wished I had your confidence. Glad I had you convinced. He twirled the stick, focusing on it. I had to learn to put on a tough shell. Laura swallowed, kneeling in front of him, the vulnerability in his eyes a vortex drawing her in. How had this wounded boy hidden himself so well that she hadn't caught even a glimpse of him until now? Tenderness unfurled somewhere deep inside her, a precious seedling, deep and rooted. She reached out then and cupped her hand to the side of his face. Her touch startled him, as if it was the last thing he had expected. And yet she saw his relief in it, mirrored acknowledgment of her own yearnings. She had no idea where her courage came from. She had only been kissed once by her ex, and she hadn't been the initiator. But with Rambo, she might be crazy, and before she could talk herself out of it, she was leaning in and placing her lips to the lines of his jaw, then the corner of his mouth. His hand slid to the back of her neck as he pressed his lips against hers, kissing her deeply, like he had thought about it for some time, as if they already knew how each other's lips tasted. A slight moan escaped her when his fingers wove into her hair after he pushed off the hair tie from her loose ponytail. His kiss deepened as he laid her back on the grass. She loved the taste of his lips, the way she felt small and protected beneath him, as if she had finally found the place where she belonged. He drew back, breathing hard, and her gasping breaths matched his. Rambo kissed her lips, then her cheek, propping up one elbow to look down at her with questions in his eyes. Thank you. She didn't have to ask to know what he was thanking her for. He had had a good time playing instead of brooding in his office alone. You're welcome. The birds chirped in the trees, and the summer afternoon heat began to give way to dusk, the air cooling and thinning. Her phone rang. Perhaps the food guy was somewhere in the parking lot if he wasn't having a view of them. How things had changed in the last 7 weeks. Thank you, God, for Big Mama. Chapter 13. The sky cast dark clouds overhead, blanketing the morning in cool gray light. The car smelled sticky sweet from the Starbucks drinks, while outside the damp air carried a coming rain as Rambo steered toward Laura's house. "Why did you invite her again?" Chris asked from the passenger seat. "Man, you're killing me. 2 nights ago, I spent 10 minutes explaining, and now you can't remember a thing." "You said she will join us and stuff." Teenagers. "Next time, I'm recording our conversation." Whatever. That was one of Chris's favorite words. But for the sake of not having things awkward in front of Laura, Rambo had to prepare Chris before they made it to her house. So he repeated the critical parts from the last conversation. "I want you to have a different view of women." It seemed all women were terrible in Chris's eyes. "Just because your mom is not around doesn't mean other women won't be there for you." Chris squeezed the Starbucks cup in his hand. "Do I have to like Laura?" Inviting Laura to the run was a mistake. Chris had said it was fine 2 days ago, but the boy couldn't remember anything. Since the house came into view, nestled between deep green shrubs, it was too late to turn around. "You don't have to like her if you don't want to." He gripped the steering wheel as he climbed a slight hill, then drove down. "But you have to respect her." If Chris remembered how Rambo felt about Laura, he'd pretend to be nice. As he approached the gravel driveway, his mind spiraled back to 3 days ago when she had thrown him off and showered him with kindness. It would make sense to remember Big Mama with Ephraim, but Ephraim didn't think it was necessary to drown in sadness when someone wasn't coming back. Laura had known the right way to comfort Rambo. Playing basketball, even though he had let her score only 3 times, she had still had a good attitude. And that kiss. What a beautiful end to the sorrowful day. His blood rushed. The feel of her soft lips pressed against his. Man, he'd make himself sorrowful more often if she would kiss him out of his sadness. Maybe he should leave Chris with Laura's dad while he and Laura went running, or rather had a kiss redo, since running wasn't his thing. Tires scrunched on the gravel drive when he parked next to Laura's car. "I'll go get her and we'll go." Chris had his earbuds plugged in. Rambo was about to tap Chris when a screen door slammed closed. His heart hammered at the sight of Laura and her radiant smile. Dressed in dark leggings and a tan sweatshirt, she was stunning, even without makeup. He stepped out of the car and met her halfway. "Hi, Princess." "Hey, you." She ducked her head sheepishly. "Did you have a good weekend?" "I missed you. I fought the urge to come up with 10 excuses just to drive over and see you." "I was anticipating the run. Thank goodness it's Monday." He would spend a morning with her. One of his now steady volunteers had stepped up to run the summer program. Even if he and Laura didn't show on some days, the summer camp ran smoothly. His hands itched to yank the hair tie out of her hair, so he thrust them in his pockets before he forgot about Chris and her dad, who could be around. "So," he gestured to the gray sky, looming with heavy rain, "should we postpone this run?" She punched his chest, making him wish her hand stayed there a little longer, but she took it back to her side. "If you think you're going to get off the hook that easily, not happening." He threw his head back and groaned. "Oh, man." "Is Chris?" She glanced at the car, then Rambo. "How did he react when he learned I was joining you?" "You know, teenagers. But he said it was fine." 2 days ago he did, but today's mood might be a different story. You want to get him in your water, and I'll go grab the backpack and meet you out here." "Sounds good." When he got back to retrieve their waters, Chris motioned to the Starbucks cup in the cup holder. "You forgot her coffee." "Ugh." Rambo slapped his forehead. It was probably cold now. He still took it with the water bottles. "If you need to use the bathroom, we can head over to the house." "I'm good." Rambo urged him forward, and they met Laura in the yard. "Hi, Chris." She waved at the frowning teen. "Hi." Chris's mumble was barely audible, but at least he said something. Rambo handed her the caramel macchiato. "Sorry, it must be cold by now." "Thanks. You remembered my drink of choice from Starbucks." Beaming, she raised the cup as if admiring it, then took a sip. He had been frequenting Starbucks since she got him hooked on their steamed milk. "I thought we could start with an easier trail." She started walking around the house to the backyard, and he fell in step with her, Chris ambling behind. "It's on our property, so we won't bump into bikers or other runners. As long as we take breaks every 2 minutes, I'll survive." The head of the trail veered off from the backyard. Cottonwoods and pines scattered through the expansive property's rolling hills. 37 acres, Will had said on one of the times Rambo stayed for dinner. "If it's okay, I'll walk while I polish off this coffee first." She took another sip. "That's okay with me." He intended to jog, not run. "So your old man is not working today?" Rambo asked as Chris sped past them, breaking out into a jog. Good for the boy. He needed to burn off some energy. They never schedule him on Mondays unless he's filling in for someone else. The wildflowers in full bloom stuck out along the raggedy path. Being in a quieter area than his usual city noise relaxed him. "I never asked how old you were when you moved here." Laura sipped her coffee before answering. "Right before I started 9th grade. It was so boring at first, but I got used to the quiet." Would now be a good time to ask about her mom. He had tried to before, but she didn't seem too fond of talking about her. Despite the quick change of subject, he asked anyway. "Do you have pictures of your mom?" Their feet crunched on twigs as they slowed. "Not really, except for the ones Dad has of her before they had kids." "Do you know what your sister looks like?" "No." She stared ahead. There wasn't a real path, and the further they walked, the more they were crunching over vegetation. "Dad says we're not identical, so I have no clue." Her eyes were downcast. She tightened the backpack strap with one hand. She probably missed her sister and Mom, which made it hard for him to know what to say, except for the obvious. "You should look them up and call." With social media these days, it wouldn't require a private investigator to find someone. "I thought about it." She tipped her head back and tilted the cup to her mouth, taking a sip. "I'd have no idea what to say. So I better leave things alone." A brown trash can came into view, and as she walked toward it, he sped up and took the empty cup from her hand. Hoisting his water bottle in his armpit, he lifted the heavy metal can. Not the usual kind, because it had a picture of a bear on it, and the words, "Bear Safety Lock." After fumbling with the handle, he figured out how to open it and toss the cup. It was strange that they had a metal trash can in the woods, so he asked Laura, and she said it was already on their property when they moved. "We better catch up to Chris." Laura started jogging, and Rambo remembered they had a teenager with them. In the distance, Chris had hands on his knees, probably catching a breath, before he stretched his leg along their path, a made-up path at this point. When Chris saw them approach, he started running further. "Do you run often?" Rambo asked Laura as he ran behind her, fighting the urge to stare at her swaying hips. Unless he wanted to trip, his focus had better stay on the ground. Almost every morning, she was breathless as they climbed a steep hill and then down. Evening sometimes. She then spun toward him, jogging backward. "I bet you don't run much?" "On the treadmill, I do, and during games." Running backward on the unstable trail, she was making him nervous, so he spun her around, and she gasped a chuckle. As they topped the hill, a better view of the landscape spread out before them. Cows and horses were grazing along lines of white fencing. 4 to 5 homes were spread acres from each other, and some cows were lowing. "I don't run on trails. Not sure I'll make it through the 5-mile run." 10 miles. Oh, man! 10 miles? Seriously? He must have blocked that out. Rabbits hopped in and out of their path, squirrels darting and climbing from one tree to another through the patchy wooded area. "You'll do fine, since you're practicing." He had been looking forward to practicing, but only to be around her. "Yeah, and I have a great trainer." Ahead, Chris was back to running. "We'll never catch up to him at this pace." "Chris!" Rambo bellowed, and Chris turned. "Where did you learn to run like that?" "I don't know." He jumped over mounds of rocks along the path. Laura kicked up her speed, but Rambo's feet were already faltering, so he kept a steady jog. "Ouch!" Chris's growl had Rambo kicking up speed when the kid toppled and hunched in the shrubs. "Are you okay?" Laura sprinted toward Chris, way faster than Rambo could. By the time he made it, she was easing off her backpack. "You're bleeding." She examined Chris's raw knee. Rambo cringed, almost feeling the kid's pain. "I better call 911. "Not necessary." Laura brushed off the sticks, poking Chris's bruised face. "I'm fine," Chris growled, ever the ungrateful teenager. "You're not my mom." "Even if I wanted to be your mom," she unzipped her backpack, then retrieved a first aid kit. "I wouldn't know what moms do." Wincing, Chris held his battered knee, his head cocked as if he were half listening to her. He let out a yelp. "You okay, buddy?" Rambo crouched beside him. "Can I run now?" "You're crazy. You know that, right?" Rambo eyed Chris's flushed, perspiring face. "After I clean you up and wrap your wound, we'll see." Laura sanitized her hands and wiped the blood off Chris's knee, then shoved the soiled wipe in an empty Ziploc bag. Chris moaned when Laura sprayed the antibiotic on his knee before she wrapped it with gauze. Rambo scrunched a hand over his face, parts of him aching just watching her skillfully clean the boy's knee with such tenderness. Chris's shoulders relaxed as Laura put a bandage over his forehead. She should have been a nurse or something. She had definitely done this before. She reminded him of her extended family, the firefighters. Ever thought of joining EMT? She could easily fit that role. She shrugged. "I tried and learned fast, but it wasn't for me." Okay, probably wasn't the best question he had asked. "You're good as new," she said to Chris, and tossed all the supplies back in their first aid box, then sanitized her hands. She reached a hand out for Chris, who took it without hesitation. "You think you can walk back to the house?" His brow nodded. "Can we run?" Laura looked at Rambo as if seeking backup, so Rambo spoke to Chris. "No, bud. If we don't take care of your knee, you'll not be having your 10-mile run." Good thing he had talked Chris out of running further, because he was limping as they descended the trail. When a drop struck Rambo's arm, he was glad they had quit running, or not, because even Chris broke into a run as more drops fell. By the time they made it to the house, a heavy rain had kicked up. He stood looking through the back screen door. Man, was it ever pouring! He jolted when a soft hand tapped on his back. Laura handed him a towel and a folded t-shirt. His shirt she had borrowed after the night they had stayed in the closet. Been meaning to bring it back to you, but I sort of kept it around. Imagining that she had enjoyed hanging onto his shirt sent a warm feeling through him. Thanks. He was going to be drowning in her scent. He could already smell it when he slung the shirt on his shoulder. Chris was flopped on the recliner opposite the kitchen, watching car races with Will. He didn't need to change his shirt since he had been wearing a sweatshirt. The rain hadn't soiled their clothes much, but Rambo's t-shirt was damp enough to be uncomfortable. She pointed down the hall to show him where the bathroom was located, then gestured toward the kitchen. I'll go make some hot cocoa. I'll join you in a few. After hot cocoa warmed Rambo up in a cozy kitchen decked out with frilly curtains, Will slapped him on the back. Come on, guys. I get to show off that train collection I've been raving to Rambo about. Will rubbed his hands together and winked at the kid. Chris, you come too. You'll like it. They walked down the hall and into a nicely lit room. Rambo had to duck to avoid hitting a train dangling above the door. He craned his neck. Train posters plastered the ceiling. Others dangled in the air. This one was my first train at 3 years old. Will handed a golden train to Chris. Chris tipped it to the light. What kind of metal is this? All kinds of questions followed as the kid took surprising interest. Did Laura play with some of these trains? Will shook his head, chuckling, and pulled out a drawer where he retrieved a faded green garment. See this shirt? He lifted a onesie. The words, I love my trains and my dad, stamped the tummy. I got this for her and an identical one for her sister, thinking they'd be into trains as much as I was. Poor Laura. Without her mom around, she probably never played with a single doll. What about this one, Mr. Buchanan? Chris picked up a wooden train from one of the many tables. His smile making him look years younger. Will rubbed his hands together. Well, let me see. I made that one 15 years ago. Chris focused on Will, his eyes aglow, so Rambo excused himself to help Laura make lunch. That's what she had said she was doing when she didn't follow them. No doubt she had seen the tour several times. The smell of fried onions and barbecue engulfed him when he walked through the hallway. Laura had her back to him as she stirred something. What are you cooking, Princess? She jumped, both hands flying to her heart. You scared me, she gasped, blushing, which made it hard for him to resist pulling her into his arms. You scare so easy. His heart was beating against hers. Did you enjoy the train tour? Her words were a whisper. Chris is. Man, his voice sounded strange. Since Will had someone to talk to about his trains, and Chris had a father figure's full attention, they'd be in the room for a while. But all Rambo could think about was how long it had been since he had time alone with her. He pressed his cheek to her hair, breathing in her unique scent. I wanted to see you. I didn't give you a proper greeting when we arrived. He cupped her chin in his palm, leaned in, and placed a soft kiss on her yielding lips. No, you didn't say hi. She pressed her lips against his, deepening the simple kiss. Not wanting to end up burning next to the stove, he backed her against the fridge. He raked his hands in her silky hair, dampened from the rain. The subtle scent of her conditioner teased him as he savored her warm lips, and her soft hands kneaded the back of his neck. He kept her there, his lips tasting hers, until the oven timer went off and they tore apart. "I better check that beef," she spoke breathlessly as she touched his chin, as if seeking his permission. "Okay." Regretting it already, he let go of her, and she walked back to the stove, turning it off before she opened the lid to the brown contents. "Is that for Sloppy Joe's?" he asked. "Yes." She repositioned the lid, faced him, and locked her arms behind her, her head down. "I didn't get to tell you I was called to interview for the job." He tightened every muscle in place to keep his body language mute. He had thought she would change her mind, but he understood. "What position are you interviewing for?" "Director of engagement." He had no clue what that meant, or how different her job description would be from her current role, but no point delving those details yet. "I'm happy for you." He drew out a breath and thrust his hands in his pockets, working up the nerve to be honest. "Does it make me a bad person that I don't want you to go and work for someone else?" Something suspiciously liquid and tender flooded her blue eyes. "If I get hired, I'll still see you. I know where you live." If she was going to work somewhere else, he had better clarify his intentions in their relationship. Their relationship had started way before their first kiss. It had all been heated bickering loaded with chemistry. If his ex taught him anything, it was to take action if you felt you were with the right person. So he inched closer and took her soft hands in his. "Does it make me rational if I say I want to go steady with you?" She swallowed and nerves knotted his stomach. So much for kicking things up. Now he had just... "You mean, like dating?" He nodded. "I would like that. A lot." Did she just say yes? He blinked twice. "So, you think it's a good idea?" "Do you?" Her eyes searched his, so innocent and sweet. "Follow me." He clasped her hand in his and led her toward the screen door and onto the back porch. The rain had turned to a steady drizzle. "Stay right here." She steadied her shoulders, and without processing what he was about to do, he darted through wet grass to one of the small pine trees. He ripped the vine stringing one of the trees, then bent down to pluck a purple wildflower from the ground. "What are you doing?" Laughter carried in her voice when he ran back and reached for her ring finger. "Sorry about the water." With her giggling, he wrapped the vine around her finger and squeezed in the flower so it looked like a ring topper. His left knee hit the cold cement, and he said, "Laura Buchanan, will you be my girlfriend?" "You are so crazy." Covering her mouth with her free hand, Laura shook her head and her eyes danced. "But I like all your craziness. Yes, I'm honored to be your girlfriend." He stood, drew her into his arms, and leaning in, kissed her softly. It was official. He was off the market. Their tender kiss felt like an introduction to the soul, something beyond what they could see. Chapter 14. Dating Rambo was as thrilling as it was exciting. Laura felt like a teenager again. The way he had asked her to be his girlfriend was the most romantic thing she had ever seen. The vine and purple flowers were already dry, but she intended to have them as a keepsake. Perhaps someday she'd tell their kids about how she had started off with a rocky relationship with their dad. In the 2 weeks following their first run, he drove the 50 minutes to her house in the mornings when he didn't have to play basketball. His excuse was that they could run, technically making out during the run. Then, at the end of the day, they took Chris with them as they ran on different trails. She had already been to one of his last 3 scrimmage games. Her office had become like a floral shop because Rambo brought her different kinds of flowers every day, from single roses to wildflower bouquets. She could hardly understand herself lately. As for Chris, his attitude seemed bearable. They didn't talk much while they were on the trail, except when she handed him a snack, and he even thanked her. All that fun made her look forward to their 10-mile run on Saturday morning as they joined thousands of people on the nature trail, then the streets and residential neighborhoods. Blue T-shirts encased runners bobbing along the nature trail. Chris kept a steady pace beside her, and Rambo was on her heels. They had run for almost an hour, and from Laura's Fitbit, a gift from Rambo 2 days ago, they would be on the finish line in 10 to 15 minutes. "Okay, you guys go ahead," Rambo panted from behind, and she slowed to a stop. So did Chris. "I'll meet you at the finish line in 30 or so." Rambo bent over, his hands on his thighs, and Laura patted his shoulder. "We're almost there." Chris raked a hand through his rumpled hair, his face shiny with sweat. "Right, Laura?" She blinked twice. Did he just call me by name? When did he learn her name? "Why are you acting all weird?" Chris frowned, so clueless he had made her day. Right." She tugged at Rambo's hand. "Let's go, honey." He stood. "I'm gonna walk the rest of the way." With his chin, he gestured for them to follow the others. If he hadn't ditched most of their morning runs in favor of making out and talking, he'd be running just fine. "Laura, let's go," Chris urged, already jogging in one place. She eyed Rambo and waggled her eyebrows in Chris's direction, hoping he'd give her an answer for the teen's sudden attitude change. "You heard him," Rambo shrugged, then leaned in and pressed a kiss on her lips. "Go get 'em, you two." And she did, her heart floating with a new burst of adrenaline, ready to take on another 25 miles if it meant she'd have more time with Chris. She would like to ask him questions and see if he was seeing her as something more than the villain who might ruin his life. However, she didn't want to push him. Loudspeakers and music welcomed them to the grassy area where vendors occupied white canvas tents. With a jubilant mood urging the runners on, they wove through people and caught up to other runners as they hit the red ribbon, crossing the finish line. She and Chris were panting when she high-fived him. "We did it!" "Yeah," he nodded, his expression unreadable as he planted his hands on his hips. "Pretty cool." She had no idea what to say or where to start, and she wasn't about to ruin a good thing by blabbering. So she jerked a thumb toward the nearby refreshment tent. "You want to wait here for Rambo while I go get us some drinks?" Chris wiped his tanned forehead with the back of his knuckles. "Sure." She felt refreshed when her hand dug into one of the big buckets filled with ice and water bottles. She retrieved one for herself and then headed for a Gatorade from another bucket. There was one orange flavor. She had seen Chris drink orange-flavored Gatorades twice. Just as she neared the bucket, a stout man beat her to it. Oh, that was her only chance to please the boy. The man lifted the bottle, and as much as she would usually pass up, she said, "My teenager only drinks that, but—" "Take it." He handed her the bottle, and before she could pretend and ask if he was sure, he selected a lime-flavored Gatorade. "I like all the flavors." "Thank you so much." She walked back to meet Chris. He wasn't where she had left him. Where was he? She peered through the crowd near the finish line and went around the ribbon. "Laura?" A muffled voice sounded over the music, and when she spun to one of the trees, she saw Rambo and Chris stretched out on the cut grass. She hadn't brought Rambo a drink since she hadn't expected him to make it back this soon. A pooch ran toward her, and the woman tugged the leash of her dog back as she apologized. Laura would have petted the dog, but she had a teenager whose face sort of lit up when he sighted the orange bottle in her hand. "Hi, guys," she said when she reached them. "This for me?" Chris's hand was already reaching out. "Yep." He untwisted the cap off. "Thanks." "Did he just go to Manners training camp or what?" "You're welcome." At Chris's words, Rambo winked at her. Lowering herself, she sat at Rambo's other side. "Here's your water." She leaned back against the tree, the rough bark prickling through her top. She could fetch another bottle for herself later. "Thanks." He uncapped the lid and handed her the bottle. "I'll drink after you." "Oh." His secretive smile just for her sent a rush of warmth down her spine. So she took the bottle and sipped once, twice, before returning it. They went back and forth, taking turns at the water. "Chris and I are catching some superhero movie this afternoon." Rambo squeezed her hand. "You want to join us?" Chris might need a slow transition to knowing her. "I'll let you guys do your thing. I have to get ready for my interview on Monday." "What will you be doing between now and 5? Chris used the bottle to point at her. It was the first time she caught a genuine tone from him. "You also have Sunday afternoon." She wasn't passing up the chance to connect with him, especially to hang out with Rambo. "There's nothing I'd rather do than watch a movie with you guys." "Cool," Chris said, then strained his eyes in the distance at several people shuffling through the grass. "There's my coach." He stood. "I'm gonna go say hi." "We'll be here," Rambo said and turned to her after Chris had left. "I'm so glad he's comfortable with his coach." Laura was glad to see Rambo's hard work pay off. After all the calls he had made to compare junior football leagues and coaches' personalities before he signed up Chris 2 weeks ago. "You did great research for the right league for him." "You helped make some calls." "Only a couple, and we ended up not going with those leagues." "Either way," he shrugged a shoulder, "wouldn't have done it without you." "Did you notice his personality today? Forget football talk for a while. He called my name like 4 times. Rambo slid his arm around her waist. "You've been nothing but good to him." He then kissed the top of her head as he reminded her of the little things she had done for Chris, things she couldn't even remember. "You wrapped his knee on the trail. You followed up to change bandages, and you've shown up at all 3 football practices he's had so far." She was just grateful to make a difference and have Chris accept her help. "I've been praying about fostering him if they don't place him soon." Rambo blew out a breath, staring through people toward where Chris had disappeared. "I'd have to take some classes and training." When he gripped her waist, she sensed his doubts through his arm stiffening around her. "It's a big commitment when basketball season starts, but I could hire a nanny or something. I have to ask the social worker how that works." "I think you would be great." She loved his tender heart beneath the tough shell he put on. "I'll train with you just in case I get to help out." If she got her job, she'd try to leave early and pick Chris up from school, take him to practice, and wherever else he needed to be. It's nice that Shirley and John are willing to have him until he's placed. "Have I told you you're a good person?" Rambo looked at her then, his golden brown eyes deep and soft. "I sensed it from the first day we met, when you swooned over that not-so-cute baby at the barbecue." In their first meeting, she had just lusted after Rambo for his looks. But after spending time with him, learning the real him, she knew she couldn't be more blessed than to have him in her life. She took his hand and squeezed it. You have helped me see things differently. She normally saw things for what they were, black and white. You've helped me see the big picture. She had started this job with money as a priority, but her time at the sports camp and interacting with Chris and kids like him had her reassessing her priorities. Rambo lifted her hand wrapped in his and kissed the back of it. Ignoring her compliment, he said instead, "Before this company snags you from me, we need to strategize about this end-of-summer event next week." The August sun was already warm over their backs, not even 10, and it was blazing. "If I get hired, I'll stay throughout August. Surely the new employers would allow her a 3-week notice. I'll also start looking at potential candidates we can recruit to take my place. Of course, after I get hired." She was getting ahead of herself here. She hadn't attended the interview, and she wanted to recruit her replacement. "Do we have to talk about recruitment right now?" He pulled her against him and nuzzled her neck. His breath tickled her ear when he kissed it. "People will see us," she whispered, not caring much about their surroundings, but they had to act noble. "When I'm with you, you're the only one I see," Rambo said, then pressed a soft kiss on her mouth. Before things could get carried away, she eased back. A theater might be a good place to make out, but not under the tree in an open space with an audience. "Maybe we can continue this conversation in the theater tonight?" Her eyes searched his, and he grinned wickedly, standing and hauling her up with him. "We had better go find Chris." Chapter 15. Rambo kicked several pine cones from the grass before he spread out a blanket under the pine tree. It was far enough from where everybody set their chairs and blankets, but not too far to see the projector screen they had set up 30 minutes ago. It had been another busy 2 weeks to plan and prepare for the outdoor movie event. They were already halfway through August, but time went so fast when having fun. The smell of hot dogs and popcorn hung thick in the air. They had had to get approval from the Parks and Recreation to host a movie and invite vendors. The small fee they had charged vendors would be an extra fundraiser for Big Mama Foundation. The sun, low in the canopy of trees lining the park's edges, sent shafts of light along the ground. With another hour or so of daylight, he had plenty of time for a snooze. If he had known Laura would take this long to run the registration booth, he could have brought a pillow for his nap. Plopping down on the picnic blanket, he stretched out, crossed his arms behind his head, and closed his eyes. The happy squeals of kids jumping in the bouncy castle made it impossible to fall asleep. "Rambo?" He opened his eyes at Chris's muffled voice, a brutal reminder that Chris would be leaving him in a few days. Rambo sat up and rested his forearms on his raised knee. Chris wove through the camp chairs and blankets in the back row. "We've been looking all over for you." "You found me." Rambo left Chris with the technical guys setting up the projector 15 minutes ago. Chris adjusted the Bronco's cap on his head before dropping onto the blanket. "Where have you been?" "Remember, I had to man the machine?" Rambo nudged his head toward the projector and yanked off Chris's hat. Damp hair clung to his ears and forehead. "Is Laura done with the sign-ups?" Chris eased off his drawstring backpack and tossed it on the grass. "She wants to know if you're up for grabbing a bite before the movie." He peered into the distance, his hands over his knees, as families shuffled to their seats with buckets of popcorn and plates of food. "She also wanted you to know she has 70 more kids signed up for the fall program." Not exactly the event he had had in mind when Laura suggested they do a family movie to celebrate the end of summer sports camp. Good thing we got a sports director. And more funds. The school was still open to letting them use their facility to run the fall after-school sports, but they would need to lease a permanent location if they kept growing this fast. "What should I tell Miss Buchanan?" Chris asked. Rambo wasn't even hungry. Between Chris's news about finding placement and Laura's excitement about how well her interview went, this last week had been agonizing. They were all good things for the people he loved, but his chest hurt. If Chris and Laura wanted to eat dinner, then dinner it was. So he stood and helped Chris up. "Being your last week with me, guess we better go eat out." "You make it sound like we'll not see each other again." Chris reached for his backpack and slung it over his back. "I'm just going for a 1-month visitation. I might not even like it." Foster kids had trouble bonding and embracing their new families. Having a few hang-ups from rejection scarred someone. Rambo squeezed Chris's shoulder, hoping the boy didn't catch his strain when he spoke. "You'd better try to like it, okay?" "I already told him I have a big brother." Chris sidestepped a toddler, waddling in their path as his mom chased after him. "Is that what you call me?" Rambo sort of liked that. Chris shrugged. "You're the closest thing to a brother I've ever had." A new wave of sadness swept over Rambo, and he tried to ignore it when he slipped his hand around Chris's neck into a headlock. "I love having a little brother." When Rambo talked to the service worker about his interest in fostering Chris, she had said they had a potential home for Chris. A couple in their late 50s who had been training for a while and wanted to take in a teenager sounded perfect. Why hadn't he entertained the idea much earlier? He tried to shove aside all the melancholic feelings as they wove through a long line waiting for popcorn and hot dogs. "She's over there." Chris's face, so much darker after a summer of sun, lit at the sight of Laura outside the main tent. She was pointing directions to a man and his 2 preteens. Mind-blowing how Chris had taken a shine to her, but he had just needed to see the real Laura to realize she wasn't the enemy. When Laura lifted a hand to the man, Rambo and Chris were now within earshot and heard her tell him to enjoy the movie before she turned. Her smile widened. "There's my 2 boys." This time Rambo's cheeks bunched into a grin and his knees felt weak. Man, he was falling real hard for her. Her white tank top matched his white t-shirt as if they had coordinated their attire. He reached out and pressed a kiss on her flushed cheeks. "Ew." Chris cringed, yet his tone was playful. Laura chuckled and nudged Chris. "Did you decide where we're eating?" "If you say pizza one more time," Rambo waggled his finger at the teen, "I'll let you 2 go alone." "Behave now." Laura touched his shoulder. "You get to decide tomorrow." "Whatever," he said, using the teen's favorite word. "Applebee's." Chris named Laura's favorite restaurant. The last time they had gone there, he had been nasty about her taste. "I saw one not far from here." "Are you sure?" She put her hand to her heart. "We can go to Taco Bell or somewhere else you would like." "I'm good." He started toward the cemented park trail, and they followed in step toward where they had parked. "I got something for you guys." Chris stopped and eased off his pack. They stood as he retrieved whatever it was. He handed Rambo 2 boxes of seaweed. "For your movie night, in case I forget." As much as Rambo loved seaweed, the fishy smell wasn't the best romantic snack for a movie night with Laura. But Chris didn't need to know that. It was a sweet gesture. "Thanks, bud." Then to Laura, he gave her a package of red vine licorice. "You remembered?" Her glistening eyes hinted at tears. She stopped short of hugging him, then put up a hand for a high five, but ended up drawing him into an embrace. "Thanks." Chris was stiff, hands to his sides, completely taken aback. If his lack of responsiveness offended Laura, she didn't let on, not when her smile was still in place as she stepped back. "Your treats drained all the money I earned from cutting grass this summer." Chris slung his bag to his back. "But I'll get over it." He then resumed walking, not looking to see if Rambo and Laura were following. Rambo drew Laura into a hug, squeezing her tight, and she hugged him back. They didn't need to talk to know they were both grateful for the shift in Chris's personality. His heart was overflowing at how relaxed Chris was, how far he had come. If God could put a smile on that boy's face, surely every child had hope. Rambo loved the feel of Laura in his arms. Sitting behind her on the blanket, he shifted his legs on either side of her and pulled her back against him. The wide projection screen lit the park, giving a golden glow to her hair as the Pixar movie played. The older kids hadn't been excited about watching a G-rated movie, but they had had to compromise when they agreed to extend the movie night to all the families in the community. The night dew was falling, bringing cooler temperatures, but holding her warmed him up. He snuggled her closer, half listening to whatever the penguins and lions on the screen were talking about, or whatever animals the movie showed. He had a show of his own. Closing his eyes, Rambo breathed in her comforting scent, so feminine and refreshing it brought a level of contentment, a commitment to love and protect someone. It had been so long since he had felt that way. He wasn't a cuddly guy until she came into his life. He nuzzled at her neck, and she shivered as she snuggled closer. "Where do you think Chris is sitting?" she asked. Rambo peered through a row of shadowed heads toward where Chris had squeezed himself. He had left their blanket, claiming he needed extra space. Rambo had hollered at him not to talk to any girls. "They're annoying," Chris had responded before flashing a grin at Laura. "Except for you, of course. You're tough." Then he joined a couple of his friends from the sports camp. "Not too far from us, I think." Making out his form amongst the teenagers' shadowy figures 2 rows in front of them wasn't easy. "I've been thinking." She tipped her head toward him, and her breath tickled his neck when she spoke over the movie. "Even if you don't foster Chris, I would like to finish the foster training sessions." Did she read his mind or what? He bent to speak close to her ear, lifting her hair to the side. "I thought you'd think I was crazy if I told you I wanted to continue with the training." They had only attended 1 session and had 3 more to go. Even though he had bonded with Chris and would rather have him, that wasn't an option. "It's good to be ready in case God puts it on my heart again." Could very well be the reason God brought Chris into your life and you into my life. To open up their eyes to the possibility of adoption or fostering. Good thing we have the foundation, then. Whoa, he had included Laura when he said we. But she had been a fundamental resource to the organization's great takeoff. If things continued to move smoothly, he wanted to include counselors and youth educators for kids to learn valuable skills and cultivate their personal passions. It would also be beneficial if kids had tutors, anything extra to look forward to at the end of the day. I think we're off to a great start. He didn't miss the we from her. "I'll miss Chris," she said, and her voice broke in a whisper. "I'm glad I have you." She squeezed his hand. "Me too." Chapter 16. Laura spent the last 2 weeks in August and the first week in September preparing for Big Mama's fall sports and activities. She had also called sponsors for after-school snacks. With Rambo's practice and training camps almost in full swing, he was rarely in the office, and even with the clamor of volunteers bustling in and out, the place felt empty, as if its heart and soul were missing without him. All of them could keep the place going, but Rambo was Big Mama Foundation. His dream was what gave it life. She had gone to 3 of his scrimmage games, and the 2 weekends he was home, they had gone to Chris's football game one weekend and taken a run with him the following weekend. On Sundays, Laura had gone to church with Rambo before the Buchanan Sunday barbecue. They had announced their relationship to their volunteers, friends, and family. It had been great to hold hands as a couple without having to sneak around. Holding his hand was something she was getting attached to. Even as they sat side by side in the conference room conducting a video meeting, she squeezed his hand underneath the table. They grinned at the treasurer's share screen through the laptop. The financial chart since June kept shooting up, and as of September, they had 60 monthly donors from reputable businesses. The numbers are promising for you to run a successful fall program, the treasurer's voice continued through the video screen before he closed the share screen and his round face reappeared. If we keep consistent donors, you should be able to start looking at buying a bigger warehouse in 2 years or so. Rambo rubbed a hand to his forehead, appearing more overwhelmed than she was. When the meeting ended, he slid an arm around her and pulled her up to stand. "Can you believe what you've done?" "We've done," she corrected, since they had both worked hard to get to meetings with the CEOs she had solicited for donations. "I couldn't have done it without you." He ran the back of his knuckles over her cheek, and warmth filled her body the way it did whenever he was near. She almost melted when he gave her a searing kiss. The man could kiss. "I'm falling in love with you." His hands were curled around her neck. Her heart was racing. "Too bad I've been in love with you forever," if the years of her crushing over him were included. A phone rang off the hook in his office, which was closer to the conference room than her office. "You better go answer that." She brushed her lips over his one more time. "In case it's the chairman of the board." He hadn't been able to attend the video meeting, but he had promised to call Rambo at 10. It must be close to 10 or past, since their meeting had ended at 9:45. The phone stopped ringing and started again. Rambo groaned. "I better go. See you in a few?" "See you." In 2 hours they'd meet for lunch, if she wasn't tempted to text him before then. They spent time together whenever possible, yet they didn't get tired of seeing each other. With one more kiss they parted, each heading to their offices. The front door swung open just as she was walking past the front desk, and their Friday morning volunteers, Charles and Sarah, greeting her cheerily. "Hi," Laura patted, her flushed face as if to cool it down. She hadn't expected them to return so soon. Thank goodness they were more interested in getting their job done than studying her face. "I think we're going to need more signs." Charles set the 2-yard signs against the wall. Sweat glistened on his pale forehead. "I ordered more, and we should have them by Monday." Laura turned to Sarah, who was rummaging through her woven handbag on the table. "Thank you, guys, for all your help." "We love doing something together," Sarah said, then retrieved a paper and held it out to Laura. "There's 3 more kids for your fall camp." The man saw us hanging the sign on the corner lot, and he wanted to sign up his kids. Charles raised his hands, then gestured to his wife. "Sarah is always prepared, as usual." Sarah lifted her notebook. "Since I had a pen and paper, I thought, why not now?" Laura looked at the names written in elegant cursive along with the address, contact number, and the kids' ages. Sarah had gotten all the basic information needed. Great job getting that taken care of. She would have parents and guardians sign waivers once the season started, but at the moment they were just enrolling students. We already stamped all the letters and swung by the post office. Charles thrust his hands in his pockets. Anything else you want us to do? Well, since they were here, Laura tapped her hand on her chin, thinking through her mental list. The journal project was a big one, since they wanted to hand out devotionals for each child. The children's director from Rambo's church had written something suitable for the kids. Maybe, if you have time, you could start working on those spiral journals? Sarah zipped her purse. We're doing that on Tuesday evening. Her cheeks bunched up and her eyes sparkled, promising she was thrilled to explain taking advantage of gathering their friends so they could work on a project together. She patted her short gray hair. Anyway, I wanted to get you those kiddies' names before I lost the note, and we thought we'd tackle sorting those fall camp jerseys that came in this week so they can be given out this weekend. Too many of them to do it all tomorrow morning. That would be fabulous of you. Laura barely resisted hugging the couple as she thanked them one more time before she strolled back to her office. Seeing how much Big Mama Foundation had changed in just 3 months made her heart twist. She had been a part of the work and didn't want to leave. After her second interview with the International Redemption Organization, she had been more conflicted about leaving. She hoped they didn't hire her. She could always turn down the offer, but saying no was a challenge when the job offered great benefits. Going back to school for a degree in social work was a dream come true, and the extra pay would mean her dad wouldn't have to work anymore. She set those thoughts aside as she breathed in the fresh scent from the bouquet on her desk. Rambo had brought in the roses and dahlias for her that morning. She clicked her computer from sleep mode and started drafting an email to thank the new donors. She could use a template, but she needed to add details on how their donations would be applied to the foundation's growth. After typing her draft and editing it to the best she could, she forwarded it for Rambo's opinion. Her computer popped a notification with his response. You don't need my approval. I trust your decisions. P.S. After this morning's meeting, I've been thinking about giving you a raise. I'd be glad to send you to school, too. The funds were for his foundation's growth, not to raise her salary or send her to school. She typed a response, feeling the need to share her conflicted emotions, too, letting him know she'd pray about it. Then she clicked send. Did she even need to pray about it? Big Mama Foundation needed help. The International Redemption Organization was established with loads of qualified applicants hoping to take the position. Bright light streaked through the window, sending enough natural light into her office that she didn't need to turn on the lights. Another email came in from Rambo. A bit nervous starting with someone new when game season rolls in full swing. His real games would start mid-December, another 2 months away, but she understood his point. She was nervous for him, too, because he was in suspense about whether she would leave or not. In fact, he had faith she'd get the job. Plus, he had just lost Chris to another family. In the 3 weeks Chris had been gone, he still spent Saturday after his games with her and Rambo. Chris's foster parents had been gracious to have him spend the day with Rambo. Laura wanted to give them time to themselves, but Chris insisted she go with them for a hike one of the times. Another Saturday they had gone to an arcade, dinner, and a movie. Her computer chimed an incoming message that hovered on the menu. She clicked the mouse to read it, her heart racing when she recognized the sender. International Redemption Organization. Dear Miss Buchanan, sorry it took us so long to get back to you. You have not been chosen as the Director of Engagement at the International Redemption Organization. The interview team appreciates... She stopped reading and walked to close her open door. She should be grateful for the rejection, but being rejected stung. She should be the one to have turned down their offer, not the other way around. She slumped in the chair, the words blurring on her screen. You were one of our most outstanding candidates, but unfortunately we're looking for a team player, and based on our interaction with your boss, that seems to be the one weakness you have. We wish you success. She stopped reading. It wasn't necessary to read the sender's signature. Adrenaline rushed through her blood, fury raging like never before, until anger, confusion, and betrayal clouded her vision. Calm down. She held a hand to her knotted stomach. Rambo. How could he? No wonder he was offering incentives to stay. But why would he tell Redemption she wasn't a team player? She was a team player, wasn't she? She felt like yanking out her ponytail as questions exploded in her head. What does he see in me? He was a basketball star, and she was just Laura, the girl on the sidelines waiting and hoping to be noticed. What a fool she had been falling for Rambo. She should have known his opinion of her would always be tainted. She reached for the bouquet and chucked it into the trash, along with the vase. No need to think of him all day while he was venomous. But she could only blame herself for using him on her resume as a recommendation. Quitting Big Mama was a high priority, but she had to be realistic. She needed a job until she could find one. Her mind a mess, she sent thank you letters to the donors and browsed websites for possible grants. When a knock sounded on the door and Rambo appeared with his grin, she regretted not locking it while she had the chance. You're back to closing your door? Lately she had kept it open because she had learned some of his ways. How could she speak over the burning in her chest? You have a problem with that? He frowned, his brows drawing together when he looked at the trash can. What's wrong, princess? I'm not your princess, she snapped, stiffening when he touched her shoulder. He took his hand off her. She kept her gaze on the screen, her temper simmering like a volcano close to exploding. She wasn't sure if she was going to burst into tears or smash something. Either way, she didn't trust herself to look at him, although it didn't stop him from looking at her. So she said, Close the door on your way out. Whoa, we're having lunch, remember? Couldn't he get a hint? I can't talk to you right now. Laura, I used to play games, but I don't want to anymore. His tone calm, he managed to take control during tense times. If you want me to play, you're going to have to let me in. Man, his voice was so soft. She buried her face in her hands. I don't want to talk. So we're now back to the grudge thing? He put a hand on her shoulder again and left it there, as if he didn't know it burned her. If I did something wrong, I need to know. Didn't he get it? She said she couldn't talk, and she couldn't. She'd start bawling. Yet she didn't want to give him that satisfaction. Maybe later. Or never. Footsteps shuffled on the floor as he strode toward the door. Keeping his back to her, he stepped out. Take the rest of the day off. I have work to do. He didn't say anything else, except for the click of the door when it closed behind him. With her elbows on the desk, she dropped her head into her hands, her breath quivering on the intake as she tried to calm herself. Didn't work. Burning tears threatened to take over. Ray Mbolino was back. The boy who crushed her heart in middle school. He had done it again. This time worse, because he had stolen part of her heart in the process. When was she ever going to learn that the only man she got along with was her dad? Chapter 17. Of all the things Chris could have chosen to do today, he had picked running. So much for not thinking about Laura, since this was hers and Chris's favorite thing to do when he didn't have a game scheduled on Saturday. Chris had agreed to Rambo's choice of trail, a park where they had to run on a paved trail, sidestepping bikers, joggers, dog walkers, and baby strollers. To make matters worse, on such a gorgeous blue sky day, most people were drawn to the same park. 2 days ago, Laura shut him out. She probably hadn't noticed when he didn't show up at work on Friday. He had had to meet with his agent to discuss upcoming commercial contracts. After he walked out of Laura's office on Thursday, he had waited for her to come to his office and talk. Instead, she left 2 hours earlier than usual. He had never been hung up on a woman the way he had been with Laura. No woman ever got under his skin. Having her chuck his flowers in the trash can and then not look at him to tell him what he had done cut deep. She had that look she used to have, like she despised him, and the sucker punch to his ego still slammed his middle. Women! At what point should he keep pushing his way for her to trust him and open up to him? You want to take a break? Chris drew him from his thoughts as he pointed to the empty bench by the lake. We don't have to run if you're not up for it. It's a bit crowded. A realistic excuse, but not the reason for his slacking. No more running at a city park. Did Laura break up with you? Ugh, like he could trick that smart aleck. Rambo clenched his jaw, annoyed that the teen saw right through him, despite his lie that she had things to do. He slumped on the bench next to Chris, his gaze trained on the lake. Maybe I broke up with her? I doubt it. What? Was he the cotton candy in the relationship that the kid assumed he wouldn't end things? It's always the women who end things. Oh, great. He still had it in his mind that women were non-committal. Hey, Rambo stared at Chris, the boy's face downcast at the situation. Laura and I had a slight misunderstanding, just like any relationship does. He had to remind Chris about his rocky start with Laura, and then the ups and downs he and Chris had had along the way. Like that time when I threatened to pull you off the football team because you tossed Shirley a curse word? Chris shrugged. So Rambo nudged him. But you wrote an apology, and we all moved on. Why don't you write her an apology then? He would if he had a clue what to apologize about, but Rambo slapped Chris's shoulder instead, unsure of what to say. You're back to playing, and you now have a family. Seems like everything's back to normal. Chris blew out a breath. Almost. What do you mean, almost? Chris kicked some dried goose poop into the lake, opening and closing his mouth as if struggling to share something. Are your foster parents good to you? He still had a week in the visitation before they could finalize fostering him if he wanted to, but if they were abusive, Rambo would see to it that Chris never stayed another night in that house. They're cool. Chris stared at the group of geese on the lake's far side. It's just not the same. You know you can tell me anything, right? Would they let you adopt me if you're not married? His question had Rambo's heart racing. I mean, if you don't want to. Of course I want to. Rambo stood, restless already. I've thought about it for a long time. He crouched before Chris, peering into his genuine brown eyes. Don't you want to give this family a shot? Rambo told Chris how busy he'd be during basketball season, told him of the classes he and Laura had been attending, and how, if Rambo qualified, he might have to hire a temporary nanny while he was traveling. Maybe Laura and her dad could stay with me while you're gone. That was if things worked out between them. Plus, it would be a longer commute every morning if they had to drive Chris to school. He didn't want to depend on Laura as far as Chris was concerned, but he still said that could be a possibility. He'd figure things out. However, it would be tricky for him to qualify to adopt Chris while he was being taken care of by a steady couple. Regardless of what he and Laura had going on, maybe Chris was right. He could still apologize for whatever he had done to her, even if he had no idea what it was. She must have had a good reason for being mad. So, after dropping off Chris at his temporary foster home, Rambo drove to Laura's house without calling. He would wait at her front porch all night if no one was home. Relief surged through him when he drove to the bottom of the gravel drive, and 2 cars were parked in the driveway. Except he didn't want her dad to notice their tension. So he stayed further down the drive, far enough for the shrubs along the curve to keep his car hidden, and texted her. "Rambo, can we talk?" Laura, "I'm busy." Rambo, "I'll wait in your driveway whenever you're ready." Several seconds passed before another text chimed on his phone. Laura, "Where are you?" Rambo, "Further down the driveway." He waited for another response, but nothing. The colorful clouds were vanishing to gray, darkening his mood. Night would be falling soon, but he'd have to drive up and knock on her door. He tapped the steering wheel and stilled when he sighted her swaying in dark leggings and a navy t-shirt. His palms were sweating when he stepped out of the car. She was still the most beautiful woman he had ever fallen for, the one woman who still made him feel small. He smiled, and her half-smile in response was a realistic reminder that she was still mad at him. Having no energy for this, he threw up his hands as she neared. "I hate when you're mad at me." It drained any ounce of joy he might have. "Can you tell me what I did so we can move on?" He let his shoulders droop, so done with the horrible game she was playing. She kept some distance between them and dragged out a breath. "I didn't get the job, in case you were wondering." Okay, he wasn't a mind reader, but that response would get them nowhere. "Sorry about that. What does it have to do with us?" She crossed her arms and snorted. "You're sorry? Is that why you told them I was a terrible team player?" "What?" He rubbed the back of his neck. Now she was talking in codes. "I don't know anything about the company except for what you told me about them." He would have been tempted to snoop if she was in love with a boss or something. "Didn't they call you?" No. Was she accusing him of being behind her rejection? "What do you mean they called me?" She slapped her forehead. "You?" She balled up her fists and loosened them. Was she getting madder or confused about something? He couldn't read her yet. "Let me get this straight. You thought I sabotaged you or spoke to your new employer so they didn't hire you?" That familiar furrow ridged her delicate brows, and she opened and closed her mouth again. Her difficulty in responding answered his question. "I can't believe you still don't trust me." Had she meant it when she said she was in love with him 2 days ago? How could she fall in love with him if she didn't trust him? "I thought you knew me better than that." His chest hurt as if he had been sucker punched. The weight of betrayal was too much. He turned his back to her, unsure if his feet would drag him to his car. "My bad to think I knew you," he spoke over his back, not caring if she heard him or not. "Wait!" The cry bled out of her mouth. But he was already swinging open his door and slamming it shut so he could leave ASAP. He needed to get control of his emotions. She couldn't say anything to change what she thought about him. Laura only emphasized his reasons for having kept his heart closed off from commitment. Laura only emphasized his reasons for having kept his heart closed off from commitment. Why he had tampered with the idea of dating, he had no clue. When he reversed the car, he could see her tossing her arms, then clasping them behind her head. Whatever dilemma she had going, he was sure of two things. Laura had been bent on hating him from the start, and she would always see him as her enemy. Chapter 18. Laura was almost hyperventilating when she sprinted back to the house and opened the screen door with such force it slammed shut behind her. "You okay, Princess?" Her dad, stopping from his NASCAR race show, indicated she had slammed the door too loud. "I'm okay." She fought the shakiness out of her voice and avoided eye contact as she passed him in the living room to get her keys and purse. "I'm headed into town for a bit." In her room, she slumped against her door and placed a hand to her knotted stomach. "What have I done to myself, Lord?" It was all on her. She had messed up, thought the worst of him. That look on Rambo's face, the hurt and betrayal, had been evident when he left her. If he didn't talk to the organization, who did? He and her friend Nia were the only recommendations she had used. "Your boss said." Closing her eyes, she replayed the recruiter's words. Rambo was her boss. Her former boss, Jeanette, wouldn't say anything of the sort. She had been close to her, and they got along well. A twinge pinched her nerves. Wait a minute. She trusted Jeanette to say good things about her, and not Rambo? She rubbed her throbbing temples and stifled a groan. She didn't deserve him. Her body started shaking at the thought of not having him in her life. Things were different for her and her ex. She hadn't felt a spark, that's what Renee called it, so it made things easier to break off. But with Rambo, not only was she attracted to him, but he was also so good for her because she learned so much from him. He brought out the best in her. He was caring and calm in tense situations, while she was anything but calm. She had better get going if she was going to catch up to him. She scrambled to her feet and fumbled for the doorknob, her fingers nearly ripping a flamingo poster on her door. Then she marched out and through the door without saying bye to her dad. Thankfully, he was tuned into his races. As she started the car, she retrieved her phone to call Rambo. She needed to resolve this right away. After 4 rings, the call went to voicemail. "It's Rambo. Leave a message and I'll call you ASAP." As soon as possible could be less than a minute, but she doubted he cared about her urgency right now. She tried to assume him not answering had everything to do with him focusing on his driving, and nothing to do with him ignoring her. She left a message anyway. Tears welled in her eyes, emotions clogging her throat so she couldn't speak. When she finally found her voice, she said, "I'm so sorry." Twisting her grip on the steering wheel, she whispered, "Can we talk?" She started driving west. If anything, he was headed to his house. If not, at some point he had to come back. She was wrong. 3 hours later, she realized it after she had spoken to a security guard who apparently showed up at 8 p.m. nightly to guard his house. "I got here at 7 and I haven't seen him drive back," he had told her when she said she was Rambo's girlfriend. Even if he let her wait in the driveway, he probably had his doubts since he kept hovering around her car from time to time. She didn't care if she looked like a creep. She had earned all sorts of names the moment she accused someone she loved. She almost choked on a sarcastic laugh. "Love, that's how I treat someone I love?" She settled back in her seat. The word love brought with it a Bible verse she had heard in church, or had she read it? She sat back up to do a Google search on the words, and she spoke through the microphone symbol on her phone. Greater love has no man than this Bible verse. The screen displayed John 15:13. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Great. The words only served to show her selfishness. She buried her face in her hands, more conflicted than earlier. Love is about self-sacrifice, giving the benefit of the doubt, being slow to judge or anger or accuse. I'm sorry, Lord, she whispered. I'm such a mess, and yet you're always forgiving me. I'm filled with bitterness and anger for no reason. She let out a shuddery breath. I don't even act like a changed person at all. Can I start over, Lord? She spent several minutes assessing the dark recesses of her heart and asking for God's forgiveness. Sometime later, with a security light streaming through her windshield, she retrieved her phone to text Rambo. Dad had sent a text at 10, an hour ago. With her phone on vibrate, she didn't hear the text alert. Dad, where are you? She was an adult, but he had worried since she had told him she was running a quick errand. So she texted him, Laura, I will see you in the morning. We'll explain tomorrow. His response came right away. No doubt he was getting worried. Dad, are you okay? Laura, yes. That's all she could say before calling Rambo again. His phone was off, so he was avoiding her. With that fancy camera on his phone and car, he probably saw her car there and decided to stay away. Deflated and exhausted, she typed out the words, "Please forgive me," and texted them to him. There was too much for her to say, and she had no idea how. As long as the guard wasn't kicking her off the property, she was staying. Surely Rambo would show up in the morning. She was wrong. After dozing on and off behind the steering wheel, she decided to leave at 7 a.m. She had to get ready for work, and it was going to be the start of many long, dreadful days. Laura swiveled around her chair as she tapped the pencil on her chin. Last week's memories continued to taunt her, so she ended up working on Saturday while she should be off. She had hoped to run into Rambo in the office. Yes, she was pathetic. She knew he was busy with his back-to-back scrimmage games last week, but it didn't stop her from texting more apologies. All to no response. Last Monday she had come to the office and found Cray, one of his board members, in Rambo's office, working in his place. In case you didn't show up, Rambo wanted me to keep the office open, Cray had said. She had chased him from his own company, and he hadn't shown at the foster training they did on Thursday nights. Way to go, Laura. Even if she had contemplated whether or not to go to Chris's game today, it was her only chance to bump into Rambo. He never missed one of the teens' games. She glanced at her phone. 9:51. She would be 10 minutes late to Chris's game, but she needed to support him. As she drove the interstate, heading south, she prayed the schedule they had sent out at the beginning of the season hadn't changed. When she pulled into the high school's full parking lot and sighted kids in blue and red jerseys, a glimmer of hope surged. She sprinted to the field, panting as cheers erupted from the parents on the sidelines. Normally, she'd bring canvas chairs for her and Rambo, but today's appearance was spur of the moment. Peering through the players, she spotted Chris in time for him to intercept the ball and spring forward. The boy could run like a cheetah. She raised a triumphant fist and shouted, "Go, Chris! Woohoo!" More cheers for the Rams team shouted before Chris was tackled with only 2 yards to the end zone. But he didn't let go of the ball. The referee blew the whistle and called a first down. "Good job, Chris," she shouted again. and although wearing a football helmet, she could tell he was straining his eyes looking for her. Her heart felt light when he waved. He then joined the huddle with his teammates as they listened to their coach's instructions. When they resumed playing, even if Chris wasn't who scored the touchdown, Laura's cheeks hurt from her wide grin. When Chris sat on the sideline, she remembered to scan the people for Rambo. Where was he? She should have heard his chanting for Chris. Normally, he was the loudest on the field. She tried not to let his absence bother her as she half watched the game and craned her neck to the parking lot in case Rambo showed up late. Once the players had their Gatorades after the game, Chris walked to her, the corners of his mouth stretching. "I didn't know you were coming. Rambo said you've been busy lately." She had only missed last week when he didn't even have a game. But how could she blame Rambo for making up excuses for her? "I wouldn't miss your game for anything." Could she ask about Rambo's whereabouts without giving away their bumpy issues? "I'm so proud of you." Chris wiped his glistening forehead, still marked from the helmet. "You want to come and say hi to my foster dad?" "Of course." She fell in step with him as they walked to the opposite side of the field where other observers sat. "I guess Rambo couldn't make it?" His trainer wanted him to practice today. Basketball season was around the corner. She nodded, embarrassed not to know his schedule. He needs to stay on track. Chris gripped the back of his neck. "Have you guys thought more about my adoption?" Laura opened her mouth. Then, closing it, she would have run into a man carrying folding chairs if Chris hadn't steadied her. "Yeah, we're working on a few things." What else was she supposed to say? And when was Rambo planning to tell her all this? Maybe he had tried, but she had blocked him out. "I haven't said anything to my foster parents until you guys are sure." A middle-aged man waved, and Chris waved back. When they approached him, he reached out his hand. "Morse." Laura shook his strong hand, and before she could introduce herself, Chris spoke on her behalf. "This is Laura, Rambo's girlfriend." "So nice to meet you." Laura said she had already met his wife at one of the games. Morse's gray eyes were kind. He talked about how much they enjoyed having a teenager to keep them young. He even extended an invitation for Laura to join them for lunch, but she declined. Having Chris walk away from such a sweet couple would be painful, yet it would be rewarding for Rambo to continue nurturing the relationship they had developed. The following Saturday afternoon, Laura perused the jewelry on the tables on her former principal's back patio. In the crisp air, the leaves had changed to golden colors, and the sun pleasantly warmed her back. A humming noise from the women, former colleagues, sounded as they talked in different circles. She wasn't the best company right now, so she had made her way to the table displays with her 7-Up, the drink she had come to like because she had drank it the day she met Rambo. She lifted the can to her mouth, not pretending to touch or feel any of the gemstones in front of her. Jewelry wasn't her thing. She had already spotted the earrings she would buy for Renee since they looked like her style. She didn't need to touch the chain necklace with sparkly beads to know that her friend Nia would like it. Those 2 pieces would be great support for a former assistant principal who had retired 2 years ago and was now selling fancy jewelry, if anyone was up for hosting the jewelry parties. The week after Chris's game, besides texting Rambo, Laura had ordered 2 more boxes of seaweed on Amazon and had them shipped to his house. What else could she do to get his attention? She had inherited horrible romance tactics from her mom. The hurtful words she had said required an in-person apology and not a text. How did someone dig themselves out of a hole that deep? She let out a sad laugh as she thought of Chris's words. He wanted her to be a guardian? She couldn't trust herself for anything, let alone being in charge of someone else, someone who needed a selfless caretaker. "What are you doing at the jewelry table?" Laura stepped to the side at Nia's voice. Nia's cropped brown hair fully displayed the shiny beaded necklace around her neck. Laura shrugged. I love jewelry. No, you don't. Nia eased the sparkly silver chain from the black necklace mannequin. She then lowered herself in front of the mirror, propped on the table, so she could admire the necklace on her chest. Unless dating an NBA star has given you some new tastes. Wanting to escape the reality of her breakup, Laura pressed her sneakers hard against the lawn to keep from running away. She was the kind of person who kept some details to herself, so despite Nia's transparency, Laura would keep the breakup to herself for as long as possible. Rambo doesn't mind if I don't wear jewelry. He had fallen for her, even with her plain appearance. He even called her princess, though she wore no fancy adornments. While he could go for any other girl who would represent him at sports, dinners, and all, he had chosen her. What do you think? Nia asked, more interested in the jewelry now than what Laura had to say. Laura set her soda at the end of the table. Let me help you try it on. Nia squinted at the small white price tag. Her nose scrunched as she set the necklace back on the mannequin. I could get like 20 of these at Walmart. Come on. Laura clasped the necklace around her friend's neck. The green gemstones complemented her tan skin. It looks good on you. We just bought a house, and jewelry is not a priority right now. Nia almost yanked the necklace off as if not wanting to get attached. Perfect, then. It would make a great present for her friend. Even if there wasn't a birthday or Christmas any time soon, presents were fun to give and receive any time. Did you two sweep off the table? Her principal, Jeanette, sauntered toward them, a small hors d'oeuvre plate in hand. Even if we cleaned out this table, there's plenty in those catalogs. Laura pointed her chin to the further table with stacked jewelry catalogs and a grid wall hanging with earrings and bracelets. Did you already get your shopping done? She asked, even though Jeanette got first pick since she had hosted the event. Heaven knows I don't need more jewelry to save my life. Jeanette tossed a green olive in her mouth. I love your earrings. Nia was already by Jeanette's side, touching the leathery earrings hidden beneath her long blonde hair, and for the next 5 minutes, Jeanette and Nia were talking about jewelry and where they each liked to shop. That was one thing Laura would miss about her principal. She was transparent, and all her staff spoke freely with her. By the way, Laura, did you get that job? Laura startled, taken aback by the question. What do you mean? Her heart was racing. How could her former principal know about the job she had applied for? She hadn't told her anything. Maybe Nia did. Some international NGO? Jeanette dabbed her mouth with a napkin. They called and I raved on and on about you. She walked to the trash can and lobbed the empty plate and napkin. Of course, they wanted to know your weaknesses too. Oh? So Jeanette had unwittingly sabotaged her chances. Your weakness was minor, and they seemed pleased with your interview. Minor weakness to not offer her the job. Wanting to know the specifics, Laura asked with a nervous chuckle, What did you say? You like to do things solo, but I told them how positive that can play out. Laura's stomach clenched in knots as defensive words streamed out. She was a great team player. Jeanette waved a hand and pointed out the field days Laura turned down help. That Christmas party you were supposed to plan with Owen, you did everything by yourself and ended up being stressed. He had been sloppy-ish, and I was doing double work cleaning up his mess. When her eyes met Nia's, she was wincing, indicating Laura better shut up. Jeanette had a lifted brow, more like, see? Laura had no reason to be upset at Jeanette for being honest, and she tried not to take it out on the bee clinging to the tip of her drink. So she tossed the entire can in the beverage recycling bin. Did she work better by herself, or while she was in charge and administering the assignments to others? The reality left her whipped and more morose than she had been when she showed up at the party. That night, as she lay on her bed with her phone, she browsed Rambo's old games on YouTube and then the scrimmages he had done over the last 2 weeks. She hugged Magenta Maggie, her favorite nearly life-sized plushed flamingo, and squinted at the images of Rambo. He played hard and better than some of his previous plays. He didn't look like he had lost any sleep over her not being in his life. But then he was used to women disappointing him. Danara had been with him for 2 years before she left him for someone else. Yet, by faith, he had taken a chance on Laura. No, she had acted no different from his ex. Although she didn't go for someone else, she had betrayed him when she accused him of something he didn't do. Her chest hurt, aching for him, wanting to do anything to mend their relationship. When she finished his post-games, she replayed videos of his commercials before giving in to the urge to text him again. "Laura, I miss you. I messed up badly." Her heart thumped when the phone chimed an incoming text. "Rambo, I don't remember mentioning wanting to start a seaweed business." She chuckled. At least he was responding. She would die to have an argument with him as long as they were talking. "Laura, I'm terrible at apologies and romance, but I was hoping to get your attention." "Rambo, what an awful bribery tactic. You'll have to eat some of this with me." "Eat with me?" She stood from her bed, Magenta Maggie flopping to the floor. Was there another chance for them to eat together? With shaky hands, she typed, "Laura, when can I see you? I want to apologize in person." "Rambo, I have conditioning training at 7 before team breakfast. We'll call you tomorrow." "Laura, okay." If he didn't call tonight, he must be busy. But why did tomorrow seem too far? She scooped Magenta Maggie up and tucked her on a corner of the bed. She was going to sleep and wait until tomorrow. Sheets rustled as she tossed and turned in the darkness, checking her phone constantly. Shouldn't it be morning yet? When she reread the text they had shared, she realized only an hour had passed. He had given her a tour of where he trained at the ball arena. She still referred to it as the Pepsi Center where the Nuggets played. He had also shown her his townhouse downtown that day. Anticipation coursed through her as adrenaline kicked in. No way was she going to fall asleep. With no time to figure out how she would get into the arena, she rummaged through her closet for a practical outfit. If she made it to his training before he went to breakfast, she would catch worship services in one of the Denver churches. She had never been as pushy in her life as she now felt the urge to be. Before dawn, she was going to Denver. Chapter 19. Rambo pressed the weight up away from his chest. His trainer, Kent's voice, bounced off the tall glass windows, streaming light in the spacious gym. "Take it easy now, Ray." A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead as he lowered the bar to his chest. Blowing out, he strained and pressed the weight again, pushing himself harder. He didn't need a trainer if he could push himself this hard. Perhaps beating his body would erase all his conflicting feelings about Laura. He wanted to give her space, but maybe not. He had played hard during their scrimmage games and enjoyed working out the last couple of weeks as a great escape from thinking about her. He had ignored her texts, fighting the urge to respond, yet dying inside each passing day without her. He couldn't force his way into her life, though maybe he had done so when he rushed into asking her to be his girlfriend. Everything he had done with Laura was new and more spontaneous. The 2 weeks had given him some time to think, and her persistent actions kept nudging at his heart that she had made a mistake, which was only human. He had gone to Aurora on Saturday evening to see Chris. When Chris said she had come to his game, that almost forced Rambo to head to her house and forget any misunderstandings. He had then come home to 4 large boxes of seaweed shipped from her. His maintenance guy, Halidi, had stuck them up in the kitchen for him. Last night's text from Laura had been his breaking moment. He didn't want to pretend he wasn't missing her, didn't want to pretend he could do life without her. So he had texted her back. It took all the self-control not to call her when he longed to hear her voice, touch her soft face. If he had called, he would have missed training this morning. He would be with her in Elizabeth, picking her up to go to church together and spending the rest of the day with her. One more, and we slow down. He could barely look at the middleman's face while he clapped to get his attention. Rambo's shoulders burned. He needed a break, but he lowered the bar once more, pushed it again. A long groan escaped as he strained against the weight. "Water break." Kent walked to the mat in front of him with a squeezable green water bottle in hand. This stress workout has to stop. He could go another 20 minutes or an hour, but Kent wouldn't let it happen. He had been on to him the last week and had asked if something was troubling him. At 59, Kent was like a father figure Rambo could talk to about anything, but Rambo had never needed to talk about his romantic life. Only Laura could give him a run for his heart. In response to Kent's steely glare, Rambo lifted the bar over his head, dropping it to the mat. His muscles quivered, and his pecs burned as he reached for the bottle from Kent. "Thanks," he spoke with a ragged breath before sitting on the training bench and squeezing the bottle to splash water onto his overheated head. "Do you need a counselor?" Kent crossed his arms and peered at the treadmill, the pull-up frame, and the other pieces of equipment. "I can't have you injured during training." "You're overreacting." Rambo squeezed water to his mouth, letting it relax him. "I'm tempted to skip the last 30 minutes of your training today." The man's graying brows drew together. Wow, was he ever getting carried away? A knock on the gym door had both of them turning. A security guy stood by the entrance. "Take a break. I'll be back." Kent walked toward the door, and Rambo itched to reach for the dumbbells. Minor weightlifting wouldn't hurt him. He glanced back where the 2 men spoke in hushed voices, and Kent shook his head, his voice rising. "We're in training right now." As Kent objected to whatever the man was saying, Rambo's jaw dropped. A familiar brunette, his princess, squeezed around the 2 men, and her feet flitted across the tile. "Ma'am," the guard cried out. "You're not supposed to be," Kent shouted. The shock of Laura's appearance immobilized Rambo. Then, just as quickly, his blood pressure skyrocketed. What a relief to see her after 2 brutal weeks without her. Her long hair bounced off her shoulders, and her gaze fixed on him, her blue eyes a compelling mix of longing and adoration. He could barely breathe when he found his words in a whisper. "Princess." "Rambo," she breathed. A smile lifted his cheeks. Taking the remaining 2 steps to her, he spread out his arms wide, then remembered he was all sweaty. Before he could object, Laura's hands were wrapping around him. Her heart was beating wildly against his thrumming one. She leaned in then and raised her face to his. He lowered his head at the same time, and they kissed with a kind of desperate longing. As the world fell out of focus, he could taste salt from the moisture dripping from her face down to her mouth. He forced himself to pull from the kiss and cup her face. Her eyes were moist, and he eased her back in his arms. She let out a shuddery breath, and he wiped her tears with his thumb, then pressed a soft kiss to the side of her hair. "Ahem," Kent cleared his throat, reminding Rambo they had an audience. Laura laughed and stepped out of the embrace, then addressed Kent, since the security man was nowhere to be seen. "I'm sorry, This is my girlfriend, Laura." Rambo slid his hand around her waist and squeezed her tight. "Laura, that's my trainer, Kent." When she tried to wiggle out of his embrace, he wouldn't let her. He squeezed her tight and hung on a little longer, needing assurance that her presence was a reality. She peeked at Kent. "Nice to meet you." "You can't interfere with our training session." Kent's tone was light. "But since I could use a water break," he brushed them off with a wave before he left. "Don't forget breakfast." Rambo cupped Laura's beautiful face, her soft skin. "How did you get here?" She must have had to go through at least 3 security entry points. Desperate times call for desperate measures. She touched his cheek as if needing to clarify it was him. "The first guard understood my story. The second I had to run from and hide in a few hideouts, and the third one decided to give me a chair to wait." He brushed a kiss over her lips, pleased she had taken the effort to get to him. "Why didn't you wait as told?" "I've waited for 2 torturous weeks." Her eyes were glistening, and he didn't want her to tear up. This was a happy reunion. "I'm so short-sighted. By the time I see the whole picture, it's always too late. Far too late after I've done extra damage." "Hey," he wiped the teardrop from the side of her eye. "We're good. How come you forgive so easily? I wonder if my faith is—" "I wouldn't call it forgiving easily after I ignored you for 2 weeks. I make mistakes all the time, too, still new to the faith and a work in progress." He remembered the lesson about the verse that sick people needed a doctor. That's why we have to depend on God all the time, because they were not perfect. Understanding filled her face, and he could only kiss her senseless. When he pulled back, they sat down on the training bench. He had so much to tell her in such a short period of time, but it seemed she had a lot to say too, since she was still apologizing as she told him about the jewelry party she had gone to and her conversation with her former principal. "Before I spoke with her, I knew I'd wrongfully accused you." He didn't want to go into the past when they had a reason to celebrate today, so he snuggled her to his side. "Next time, talk to me first." He then squeezed her and kissed the top of her hair. "I have sinned many times, but lying is not something I do unless it's necessary. I'll be honest with you and never decide to go behind your back." Her head moved against his shoulder when she nodded, sniffling. "New beginnings, then?" "To new beginnings." He tucked her hair from her face. "I love you." "I love you too," his longing reflected in her eyes. "Speaking of new beginnings," she took his hand in hers. "You didn't tell me Chris wants you to foster him." Chris must have told her when she had been at his game. "Wants us." No need to tell her how badly he had wanted to tell her the day he went to her house and she was mad at him. Instead, he focused on talking about what lay ahead. For now, his mom doesn't think she's ever going to be in a good place to take care of him. Rambo's heart crushed for Chris, having a mom who wasn't emotionally available. Yet he was excited that the boy had other people to support him. It was unfortunate Chris didn't want to stay with a loving couple, but if they forced him to stay there, the couple would only end up with an angry teenager. They'd find another child, since plenty of kids needed a stable home. Laura lifted his hand and kissed the back of it. "I have no idea what this foster, adoption, or parenting thing is supposed to be like. That's why we're learning together." He intended to apply what he remembered his foster mom teaching him. More importantly, he wanted Chris to avoid the mistakes he had made as a teenager, so he'd teach him the little he knew about God and pray he could learn to talk to God at a younger age than Rambo had. For now, they would take one day at a time. As long as he had Laura and Chris at his side, they had trudged through life's games together. Epilogue. 2 years later. As Laura adjusted her husband's tie, she could almost hear his pounding heart. There! She squeezed his shoulder before looking at their reflection in the full-size mirror. Her cheeks flamed when he peered at her with such intensity and longing. He was still the most handsome man she had ever met. "You knot my tie better than I would." His voice was raspy as he slid his hand around her waist and leaned in to kiss her neck. Her body blossomed with goosebumps, the way it did when they were together. The clatter of something against the hardwood floor reminded her of her dad and Chris playing chess downstairs. Rambo pressed his cheek to her hair. "I guess we better get going." "Yes," she said breathlessly, neither making the effort to walk out of their embrace. "Are you as terrified about making this parenting thing official?" When he tipped his head back, doubt darkened his golden brown eyes. Parenting a kid who was half their age was nerve-wracking, but they had been looking forward to this day ever since Chris asked them. Laura reminded Rambo of Chris's request 1 year into fostering him. "Can you just be my parents?" he had said. "I want to be part of a real family." Laura's heart had squeezed at his genuine request. Rambo's eyes had moistened, although he would never admit it. She looked back at him, squeezing her arms around him. "We'll be fine." She could only say that since they had overcome a few hurdles over the last year. When Chris wasn't keeping up with his grades, they had temporarily had to pull him off the football team, and he had been furious, reminding them they weren't his parents. She couldn't remember how many times Rambo had said, "Trust me, if I was your parent, you'd have a worse consequence than this." "I bet he will regret making us his parents, right?" Rambo stepped out of the embrace and held the small of her back as they left their bedroom. "He will never regret it. Please, Lord, let me be right." Rambo had proposed 2 weeks after their reunion. They had just come from Chris's game, and when they had dropped her off at her house, Rambo parked by the shrubs further down the driveway, stepped out of the car, knelt on one knee, and asked her to marry him. Chris's smile was the widest she had ever seen. She and Rambo officially fostered Chris, and he stayed at Rambo's house on the days he was in town, then at Laura and her dad's house when Rambo traveled for his games. He had gone back and forth for 5 months until she and Rambo got married in the spring. "Ezra called," Chris shouted when he saw them come down the stairs. He set the chess piece on the table and tugged at his tie. "They're on their way over." Ezra and Jake had rented a 16-passenger van to pick them up so they could all ride together. "We're gonna leave soon." Rambo walked over and adjusted the collar of Chris's blue shirt. Laura smiled at both her boys, looking so handsome in their button-downs. "You look like a real parent." Dad's voice drew her away from her boys. He was her third boy to speak. "I don't know why you never wore dresses." Laura touched her maxi dress. Lately she had expanded her outfit choices. Better late than never. She joined him in putting away the chess pieces. His blue eyes were more vibrant since Rambo insisted he stop working at Home Depot. Laura's pay was able to cover Dad's house bills and take care of his needs. Lately, he spent more time fishing with his friends. At times, he took Chris fishing and to his train shows. He was excited to have a grandson join him on his adventures. Laura continued working at Big Mama Foundation as she took evening classes to earn her bachelor's degree in social work. The foundation had expanded after word got out. The media started a drive to fund food and financial donations, and since then, the donations hadn't stopped rolling in. Then some NBA players and other athletes who believed in the cause donated enough money to buy an old warehouse on an expansive property farther on the south side of town. They had also bought 2 vans and paid drivers to transport the kids from school to the warehouse for their evening activities. In the spring, they played soccer and baseball. In the summer, they continued with soccer, flag football, and volleyball. In the winter, they played basketball, track, and gymnastics. Most girls were thrilled to have gymnastics. Once a week, the pastor came to the foundation to teach kids about God. With Rambo's NBA contract ending next year, he decided not to renew it so he could launch the enrichment program to help young people from foster care and underprivileged families gain confidence to take care of themselves. The new trailer buildings being added to their property would be used for counseling sessions for the kids. While Laura thought she'd find a fulfillment in a high-paying job, she wouldn't ask for anything better than what she had. As she watched her dad, Rambo, and Chris discuss what food and desserts would be served after the ceremony, abundant joy filled her heart. Even if she was short-sighted and saw things in black and white, she had a God who saw the big picture, the wider vision, and more colors than the rainbow for the uncertain future. The end. This has been Short-Sighted, Interracial Enemies to Lovers Christian Romance, the Buchanan's Book 4, written by Rose Fresquez, narrated by Carmen Shantz. Copyright 2021 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez.